The Mountain to Mohammed. Nancy Kress. There seem to be few subjects that Nancy Kress, in an already fascinating career, will be unable to assimilate, writes John Clute in the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction. The emotional and intellectual sweep of Kress's last 3 novels testifies to the accuracy of Clute's remark. In An Alien Light, a race called the Jed undertakes a study of Homo sapiens sapiens, seeking to understand this species' bizarre penchant for aggressiveness. In Brain Rose, the victims of a memory-stealing disease attempt to recover their former incarnations through a dubious medical procedure known as previous life access surgery. Beggars in Spain, an expansion of Kress's Nebula and Hugo-winning novella of the same name, takes place in a brave new world of children genetically engineered to go without sleep. Equally ambitious themes animate Kress's shorter works, the best of which are collected in Trinity and Other Stories and The Aliens of Earth. In 1985, she won a Best Short Story Nebula for Out of All Them Bright Stars. The Mountain to Mohammed concerns a future that is almost our present, which is why I wrote the story, Kress informs us. Insurance companies are already starting to look at genetic inheritance as they go about deciding who gets health coverage and who does not. As human genome mapping progresses, the situation can only get more acute. Usually I write about technology in a positive way. This is the darker side of our rage to understand our biological selves, and of our rage when we do. A person gives money to the physician. Maybe he will be healed, maybe he will not be healed. The Talmud. When the security buzzer sounded, Dr. Jesse Randall was playing Go against his computer. Haruo Kaneko, his roommate at Downstate Medical, had taught him the game. So far, 19 shiny black and white stones lay on the grid under the scanner field. Jesse frowned. The computer had a clear shot at surrounding an empty space in 2 moves, and he couldn't see how to stop it. The buzzer made him jump. Anne? But she was on duty at the hospital until 1, or maybe he remembered her rotation wrong. Eagerly he crossed the small living room to the security screen. It wasn't Anne. 3 stories below, a man stood on the street, staring into the monitor. He was slight and fair, dressed in jeans and frayed jacket, with a knit cap pulled low on his head. The bottoms of his ears were red with cold. "Yes?" Jesse said. "Dr. Randall?" The voice was low and rough. "Yes." "Could you come down here a minute to talk to me?" "About what?" "Something that needs talking about. It's personal. Mike sent me." A thrill ran through Jesse. This was it, then. He kept his voice neutral. "I'll be right down." He turned off the monitor system, removed the memory disk, and carried it into the bedroom, where he passed it several times over a magnet. In a gym bag he packed his medical equipment: antiseptics, antibiotics, sutures, clamps, syringes, electromed scanner, as much equipment as would fit. Once, shoving it all in, he laughed. He dressed in a warm peacoat bought second-hand at the Army-Navy store, and put the gun, also bought second-hand, in the coat pocket, although, of course, the other man would be carrying. But Jesse liked the feel of it, a slightly heavy drag on his right side. He replaced the disk in the security system and locked the door. The computer was still pretending to consider its move for Go, although, of course, it had near-instantaneous decision capacity. "Where to?" The slight man didn't answer. He strode purposefully away from the building, and Jesse realized he shouldn't have said anything. He followed the man down the street, carrying the gym bag in his left hand. Fog had drifted in from the harbor. Boston smelled wet and gray, of rotting piers and dead fish and garbage. Even here, in the Morningside security enclave, where part of the apartment maintenance fees left over from security went to keep the streets clean. Yellow lights gleamed through the gloom, stacked 12 stories high, but crammed close together. Even insurables couldn't afford to heat much space. Where they were going, there wouldn't be any heat at all. Jesse followed the slight man down the subway steps. The guy paid for both of them, a piece of quixotic dignity that made Jesse smile. Under the lights he got a better look. The man was older than he'd thought, with webbed lines around his eyes and long, thin lips over very bad teeth. Probably hadn't ever had dental coverage in his life. What had been in his gene scan? God, what a system. "What do I call you?" he said, as they waited on the platform. He kept his voice low, just in case. "Kenny." "All right, Kenny," Jesse said, and smiled. Kenny didn't smile back. Jesse told himself it was ridiculous to feel hurt. This wasn't a social visit. He stared at the tracks until the subway came. At this hour, the only other riders were 3 hard-looking men, 2 black and 1 white, and an even harder-looking Hispanic girl in a low-cut red dress. After a minute, Jesse realized she was under the control of one of the black men sitting at the other end of the car. Jesse was careful not to look at her again. He couldn't help being curious, though. She looked healthy. All 4 of them looked healthy, as did Kenny, except for his teeth. Maybe none of them were uninsurable. Maybe they just couldn't find a job, or didn't want one. It wasn't his place to judge. That was the whole point of doing this, wasn't it? The other 2 times had gone as easy as Mike said they would. A deltoid suture on a young girl wounded in a knife fight, and burn treatment for a baby scalded by a pot of boiling water knocked off a stove. Both times the families had been so grateful, so respectful. They knew the risk Jesse was taking. After he'd treated the baby and left antibiotics and analgesics on the pathetic excuse for a kitchen counter, a board laid across the non-functional radiator, the young Hispanic mother had grabbed his hand and covered it with kisses. Embarrassed, he'd turned to smile at her husband, wanting to say something, wanting to make clear he wasn't just another sporadic do-gooder who happened to have a medical degree. "I think the system stinks. The insurance companies should never have been allowed to deny health coverage on the basis of gene scans for potential disease, and employers should never have been allowed to keep costs down by health-based hiring. If this were a civilized country, we'd have national health care by now." The Hispanic had stared back at him, blank-faced. "Some of us are trying to do better," Jesse said. It was the same thing Mike, Dr. Michael Cassidy, had said to Jesse and Anne at the end of a long drunken evening celebrating the halfway point in all their residencies. Although, in retrospect, it seemed to Jesse that Mike hadn't drunk very much. Nor had he actually said very much outright. It was all implication, probing masked as casual philosophy. But Anne had understood, and refused instantly. "God, Mike, you could be dismissed from the hospital. The regulations forbid residents from exposing the hospital to the threat of an uninsured malpractice suit. There's no money." Mike had smiled and twirled his glasses between fingers as long as a pianist's. "Doctors are free to treat whomever they wish, at their own risk, even uninsurables. Carter versus Sunderland." "Not while a hospital is paying their malpractice insurance as residents. If the hospital exercises its right to so forbid. Janison versus Lechevko." Mike laughed easily. "And forget it, both of you. It's just conversation." Anne said, "But do you personally risk—" "It's not right," Jesse cut in. Couldn't she see that Mike wouldn't want to incriminate himself on a thing like this? That so much of the population can't get insurance. Every year they add more gene scan pretendency barriers, and the poor slobs haven't even got the diseases yet. His voice had risen. Anne glanced nervously around the bar. Her profile was lovely, a serene curving line that reminded Jesse of those Korean screens in the expensive shops on Commonwealth Avenue. And she had lovely legs, lovely breasts, lovely everything. Maybe, he'd thought, now that they were neighbors in the Morningside enclave. "Another round," Mike had answered. Unlike the father of the burned baby, who never had answered Jesse at all. To cover his slight embarrassment, the mother had been so effusive, Jesse gazed around the cramped apartment. On the wall were photographs in cheap plastic frames of people with masses of black hair all lying in bed. Jesse had read about this. It was a sort of mute, powerless protest. The subjects had all been photographed on their deathbeds. One of them was a beautiful girl, her eyes closed and her hand flung lightly over her head, as if asleep. The Hispanic followed Jesse's gaze and lowered his eyes. "Nice," Jesse said. Good photos. I didn't know you people were so good with a camera." Still nothing. Later it occurred to Jessie that maybe the guy hadn't understood English. The subway stopped with a long screech of equipment, too old, too poorly maintained. There was no money. Boston, like the rest of the country, was broke. For a second, Jessie thought the brakes weren't going to catch at all, and his heart skipped. But Kenny showed no emotion, and so Jessie tried not to either. The car finally stopped. Kenny rose, and Jessie followed him. They were somewhere in Dorchester. 3 men walked quickly toward them, and Jessie's right hand crept toward his pocket. "This him?" one said to Kenny. "Yeah," Kenny said. "Dr. Randall." And Jessie relaxed. It made sense, really. 2 men walking through this neighborhood probably wasn't a good idea. 5 was better. Mike's organization must know what it was doing. The men walked quickly. The neighborhood was better than Jessie had imagined. Small row houses, every 3rd or 4th one, with a bit of frozen lawn in the front. A few even had flower boxes. But the windows were barred, and over all hung the gray fog, the dank cold, the pervasive smell of garbage. The house they entered had no flower box. The steel front door, triple-locked, opened directly into a living room furnished with a sagging sofa, a TV, and an ancient daybed whose foam-cast headboard flaked like dandruff. On the daybed lay a child, her eyes bright with fever. Sofa, TV, headboard vanished. Jessie felt his professional self take over, a sensation as clean and fresh as plunging into cool water. He knelt by the bed and smiled. The girl, who looked about 9 or 10, didn't smile back. She had a long, sallow, sullen face, but the long brown hair on the pillow was beautiful, clean, lustrous, and well-tended. "It's her belly," said one of the men who had met them at the subway. Jessie glanced up at the note in his voice and realized that he must be the child's father. The man's hand trembled as he pulled the sheet from the girl's lower body. Her abdomen was swollen and tender. "How long has she been this way?" "Since yesterday," Kenny said when the father didn't answer. "Nausea? Vomiting?" "Yeah, she can't keep nothing down." Jessie's hands palpated gently. The girl screamed. Appendicitis. He just hoped to hell peritonitis hadn't set in. He didn't want to deal with peritonitis, not here. "Bring in all the lamps you have, with the brightest watt bulbs. Boil water." He looked up. The room was very cold. "Does the stove work?" The father nodded. He looked pale. Jessie smiled and said, "I don't think it's anything we can't cure, with a little luck here." The man didn't answer. Jessie opened his bag, his mind racing. Laser knife, sterile clamps, scaramine. He could do it even without nursing assistance, provided there was no peritonitis, but only if— The girl moaned and turned her face away. There were tears in her eyes. Jessie looked at the man with the same long, sallow face and brown hair. "You her father?" The man nodded. "I need to see her gene scan." The man clenched both fists at his side. Oh, God, if he didn't have the official printout! Sometimes, Jessie had read, uninsurables burned them. One woman, furious at the paper that would forever keep her out of the middle class, had mailed hers, smeared with feces, and packaged with a plasticine explosive, to the president. There had been headlines, columns, petitions, and nothing had changed. A country fighting for its very economic survival didn't hesitate to expend front-line troops. If there was no gene scan for this child, Jessie couldn't use scaramine, that miracle immune system booster, to which about 15% of the population had a fatal reaction. Without scaramine, under these operating conditions, the chances of post-operative infection were considerably higher. If she couldn't take scaramine— The father handed Jessie the laminated printout with the deeply embossed seal in the upper corner. Jessie scanned it quickly. The necessary RB anti-oncogene on the 11th chromosome was present. The girl was not potentially allergic to scaramine. Her name was Rosamund. "Okay, Rose," Jessie said gently. "I'm going to help you. In just a little while you're going to feel so much better." He slipped the needle with anesthetic into her arm. She jumped and screamed, but within a minute she was out. Jessie stripped away the bedclothes, despite the cold, and told the men how to boil them. He spread betadine over her distended abdomen and poised the laser knife to cut. The hallmark of his parents' life had been caution. Don't fall now. Drive carefully. Don't talk to strangers. Born during the Depression, the other one, they invested only in treasury bonds and their own 1/6 acre of suburban real estate. When the marching in Selma and Washington had turned to killing in Detroit and Kent State, they shook their heads sagely. See, we said so. No good comes of getting involved in things that don't concern you. Jessie's father had held the same job for 30 years. His mother considered it immoral to buy anything not on sale. They waited until she was over 40 to have Jessie, their only child. At 16, Jessie had despised them. At 24, pitied them. At 28, his present age, loved them with a despairing gratitude not completely free of contempt. They had missed so much, dared so little. They lived now in Florida, retired and happy and smug. The pension, they called it that, as if it were a famous diamond or a well-loved estate, was inflated by collapsed prices into providing a one-bedroom bungalow with beige carpets and a pool. In the pool's placid, artificially blue waters, the Randalls beheld chlorined visions of triumph. Even after we retired, Jessie's mother told him proudly, we didn't have to go backward. That's what comes from thrift, son, his father always added, and hard work. No reason these deadbeats today couldn't do the same thing. Jessie looked around their tiny yard at the plastic ducks lined up like headstones, the fanatically trimmed hedge, the blue and white striped awning, and his arms made curious beating motions, as if they were lashed to his side. Nice, Mom, nice. You know it, she said, and winked roguishly. Jessie had looked away before she could see his embarrassment. Boston had loomed large in his mind, compelling and vivid and hectic as an exotic disease. There was no peritonitis. Jessie sliced free the spoiled bit of tissue that had been Rosamund's appendix. As he closed with quick, sure movements, he heard a click. A camera. He couldn't look away, but out of a sudden rush of euphoria, he said to whoever was taking the picture, Not one for the gallery this time. This one's going to live. When the incision was closed, Jessie administered a massive dose of scaramine. Carefully he instructed Kenny and the girl's father about the medication, the little girl's diet, the procedures to maintain asepsis that, since they were bound to be inadequate, made the scaramine so necessary. I'm on duty the next 36 hours at the hospital. I'll return Wednesday night. You'll either have to come get me or give me the address. I'll take a taxi and— The father drew in a quick, shaky breath like a sob. Jessie turned to him. She's got a strong fighting chance. This procedure isn't— A woman exploded from a back room, shrieking. No, no, no! She tried to throw herself on the patient. Jessie lunged for her, but Kenny was quicker. He grabbed her around the waist, pinning her arms to her sides. She fought him, wailing and screaming as he dragged her back through the door. Murderer! Baby killer! No! My wife, the father finally said. She doesn't understand. Probably doctors were devils to her, Jessie thought. Gods who denied people the healing they could have offered. Poor bastards. He felt a surge of quiet pride that he could teach them different. The father went on looking at Rosamund, now sleeping peacefully. Jessie couldn't see the other man's eyes. Back home at the apartment, he popped open a beer. He felt fine. Was it too late to call Anne? It was. The computer clock said 2 a.m. She'd already be sacked out. In 7 more hours, his own 36-hour rotation started, but he couldn't sleep. He sat down at the computer. The machine hadn't moved to surround his empty square after all. It must have something else in mind. Smiling, sipping at his beer, Jessie sat down to match wits with the Korean computer in the ancient Japanese game in the waning Boston night. 2 days later he went back to check on Rosamund. The row house was deserted, boards nailed diagonally across the window. Jessie's heart began to pound. He was afraid to ask information of the neighbors. Men in dark clothes kept going in and out of the house next door, their eyes cold. Jesse went back to the hospital and waited. He couldn't think what else to do. 4 rotations later, the deputy sheriff waited for him outside the building, unable to pass the security monitors until Jesse came home. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Suffolk County, Superior Court. To Jesse Robert Randall, of Morningside Security Enclave, Building 16, Apartment 3C, Boston, within our county of Suffolk. Whereas Stephen and Rose Gochek of Boston, within our county of Suffolk, have begun an action of tort against you, returnable in the Superior Court, holden at Boston, within our county of Suffolk, on October 18th, 2004, in which action damages are claimed in the sum of $2 million as follows. Tort and or contract for malpractice. As will more fully appear from the declaration to be filed in said court, when and if said action is entered therein. We command you, if you intend to make any defense of said action, that on said date, or within such further time as the law allows you, cause your written appearance to be entered, and your written answer or other lawful pleadings to be filed in the office of the clerk, to which said writ is returnable, and that you defend against said action according to law. Hereof fail not at your peril, as otherwise said judgment may be entered against you in said action without further notice. Witness, Lawrence F. Monastersky, Esquire, at Boston, the 4th day of March, in the year of our Lord 2004. Alice P. McCarran, Clerk. Jesse looked up from the paper. The deputy sheriff, a soft-bodied man with small light eyes, looked steadily back. But what happened? The deputy looked out over Jesse's left shoulder, a gesture meaning he wasn't officially saying what he was saying. The kid died. The one they say you treated. Died? Of what? But I went back. He stopped, filled with sudden sickening uncertainty about how much he was admitting. The deputy went on staring over his shoulder. You want my advice, Doc? Get yourself a lawyer. Doctor, lawyer, Indian chief, Jesse thought suddenly, inanely. The inanity somehow brought it all home. He was being sued, for malpractice, by an uninsurable, now, here. Him, Jesse Randall, who had been only trying to help. Cold for this time of year, the deputy remarked. They're dying of cold and malnutrition down there, in Roxbury and Dorchester and Southie. Even the goddamn weather can't give us a break. Jesse couldn't answer. A wind off the harbor fluttered the paper in his hand. These are the facts, the lawyer said. He looked tired, a small man in a dusty office lined with second-hand law books. The hospital purchased malpractice coverage for its staff, including residents. In doing so, it entered into a contract with certain obligations and exclusions for each side. If a specific incident falls under these exclusions, the contract is not in force with regard to that incident. One such exclusion is that residents will not be covered if they treat uninsured persons, unless such treatment occurs within the hospital setting, or the resident has reasonable grounds to assume that such a person is insured. Those are not the circumstances you described to me. No, Jesse said. He had the sensation that the law books were falling off the top shelves, slowly but inexorably, like small green and brown glaciers. Outside, he had the same sensation about the tops of buildings. Therefore, you are not covered by any malpractice insurance. Another set of facts. Over the last 5 years, jury decisions in malpractice cases have averaged 85% in favor of plaintiffs. Insurance companies and legislatures are made up of insurables, Dr. Randall. However, juries are still drawn by lot from the general citizenry. Most of the educated general citizenry finds ways to get out of jury duty. They always did. Juries are likely to be 65% or more uninsurables. It's the last place the have-nots still wield much real power, and they use it. You're saying I'm dead, Jesse said numbly. They'll find me guilty. The little lawyer looked pained. Not dead, Doctor. Convicted, most probably. But conviction isn't death, not even professional death. The hospital may or may not dismiss you. They have that right. But you can still finish your training elsewhere. And malpractice suits, however they go, are not of themselves grounds for denial of a medical license. You can still be a doctor." "Treating who?" Jesse cried. He threw up his hands. The books fell slightly faster. "If I'm convicted, I'll have to declare bankruptcy. There's no way I could pay a jury settlement like that. And even if I found another residency at some third-rate hospital in Podunk, no decent practitioner would ever accept me as a partner. I'd have to practice alone, without money to set up more than a hole-in-the-corner office among God knows who. And even that's assuming I can find a hospital that will let me finish, all because I wanted to help people who were getting shit on." The lawyer took off his glasses and rubbed the lenses thoughtfully with a tissue. "Maybe," he said, "they're shitting back." "What?" "You haven't asked about the specific charges, Doctor." "Malpractice. The brat died." The lawyer said, "Of massive scaramine allergic reaction." The anger leached out of Jesse. He went very quiet. "She was allergic to scaramine," the lawyer said. "You failed to ascertain that. A basic medical question." The words wouldn't come out. He saw again the laminated gene scan chart, the detailed analysis of chromosome 11. A camera clicking, recording that he was there. The hysterical woman, the mother, exploding from the back room. "No!" The father standing frozen, his eyes downcast. It wasn't possible. Nobody would kill their own child. Not to discredit one of the fortunate ones, the haves, the insurables, the employables. No one would do that. The lawyer was watching him carefully, glasses in hand. Jesse said, "Dr. Michael Cassidy," and stopped. "Dr. Cassidy what?" the lawyer said. But all Jesse could see, suddenly, was the row of plastic ducks in his parents' Florida yard, lined up as precisely as headstones, garish, hideous yellow, as they marched undeviatingly wherever it was they were going. "No," Mike Cassidy said. "I didn't send him." They stood in the hospital parking lot. Snow blew from the east. Cassidy wrapped both arms around himself and rocked back and forth. "He didn't come from us." "He said he did." "I know, but he didn't. His group must have heard we were helping illegally. Gotten your name from somebody." "But why?" Jesse shouted. "Why frame me? Why kill a child just to frame me? I'm nothing." Cassidy's face spasmed. Jesse saw that his horror at Jesse's position was real, his sympathy genuine, and both useless. There was nothing Cassidy could do. "I don't know," Cassidy whispered. And then, "Are you going to name me at your malpractice trial?" Jesse turned away without answering, into the wind. Chief of Surgery, Jonathan Eberhardt, called him into his office just before Jesse started his rotation. Before, not after. That was enough to tell him everything. He was getting very good at discovering the whole from a single clue. "Sit down, Doctor," Eberhardt said. His voice, normally austere, held unwilling compassion. Jesse heard it, and forced himself not to shudder. "I'll stand." "This is very difficult," Eberhardt said, "but I think you already see our position. It's not one any of us would have chosen, but it's what we have. This hospital operates at a staggering deficit. Most patients cannot begin to cover the costs of modern technological health care. State and federal governments are both strapped with enormous debt. Without insurance companies and the private philanthropical support of a few rich families, we would not be able to open our doors to anyone at all. If we lose our insurance rating, "I'm out on my ass," Jesse said. "Right?" Eberhardt looked out the window. It was snowing. Once, Jesse, driving through Ocean View Security Enclave to pick up a date, had seen Eberhardt building a snowman with 2 small children, probably his grandchildren. Even rolling lopsided globes of cold, Eberhardt had had dignity. "Yes, Doctor. I'm sorry. As I understand it, the facts of your case are not in legal dispute. Your residency here is terminated." "Thank you," Jesse said, an odd formality suddenly replacing his crudeness. For everything. Eberhard neither answered nor turned around. His shoulders, framed in the grey window, slumped forward. He might, Jessie thought, have had a sudden advanced case of osteoporosis, for which, of course, he would be fully insured. He packed the computer last, fitting each piece carefully into its original packing. Maybe that would raise the price that Second Thoughts was willing to give him. Look, almost new, still in the original box. At the last minute he decided to keep the playing pieces for Go, shoving them into the suitcase with his clothes and medical equipment. Only this suitcase would go with him. When the packing was done, he walked up 2 flights and rang Anne's bell. Her rotation ended a half-hour ago. Maybe she wouldn't be asleep yet. She answered the door in a loose blue robe, toothbrush in hand. "Jessie, hi. I'm afraid I'm really beat." He no longer believed in indirection. "Would you have dinner with me tomorrow night?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't," Anne said. She shifted her weight so one bare foot stood on top of the other, a gesture so childish it had to be embarrassment. Her toenails were shiny and smooth. "After your next rotation?" Jessie said. He didn't smile. "I don't know when I—" "The one after that?" Anne was silent. She looked down at her toothbrush. A thin, pristine line of toothpaste snaked over the bristles. "Okay," Jessie said, without expression. "I just wanted to be sure." "Jessie!" Anne called after him, but he didn't turn around. He could already tell from her voice that she didn't really have anything more to say. If he had turned, it would have been only for the sake of a last look at her toes, polished and shiny as Go stones, and there really didn't seem to be any point in looking. He moved into a cheap hotel on Boylston Street, into a room the size of a supply closet, with triple locks on the doors and bars on the window, where his money would go far. Every morning he took the subway to the Copley Square Library, rented a computer cubicle, and wrote letters to hospitals across the country. He also answered classified ads in the New England Journal of Medicine, those that offered practice out of country, where a license was not crucial, or low-paying medical research positions not too many people might want, or supervised assistantships. In the afternoons he walked the grubby streets of Dorchester, looking for Kenny. The lawyer representing Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Gocheck, parents of the dead Rosamond, would give him no addresses. Neither would his own lawyer, he of the collapsing books and desperate clientele, in whom Jessie had already lost all faith. He never saw Kenny on the cold streets. The last week of March, an unseasonable warm wind blew from the south and kept up. Crocuses and daffodils pushed up between the sagging buildings. Children appeared, chasing each other across the garbage-laden streets, crying raucously. Rejections came from hospitals, employers. Jessie had still not told his parents what had happened. Twice in April he picked up a public phone, and twice he saw again the plastic ducks marching across the artificial lawn, and something inside him slammed shut so hard not even the phone number could escape. One sunny day in May he walked in the public garden. The city still maintained it fairly well. Foreign tourist traffic made it profitable. Jessie counted the number of well-dressed foreigners versus the number of ragged street Bostonians. The ratio equaled the survival rate for uninsured diabetics. "Hey, mister, help me, please!" A terrified boy, 10 or 11, grabbed Jessie's hand and pointed. At the bottom of a grassy knoll an elderly man lay crumpled on the ground, his face twisted. "My grandpa, he just grabbed his chest and fell down. Do something, please!" Jessie could smell the boy's fear, a stink like rich loam. He walked over to the old man. Breathing stopped, no pulse, color still pink. No. This man was an uninsured. Like Kenny, like Stephen Gocheck, like Rosamond. "Grandpa!" the child wailed. "Grandpa!" Jessie knelt. He started mouth to mouth. The old man smelled of sweat, of old flesh. No blood moved through the body. "Breathe, damn it, breathe!" Jessie heard someone say, and then realized it was he. "Breathe, you old fart, you uninsured deadbeat, you stinking ingrate, breathe!" The old man breathed. He sent the boy for more adults. The child took off at a dead run, returning 20 minutes later with uncles, father, cousins, aunts, most of whom spoke some language Jessie couldn't identify. In that 20 minutes none of the well-dressed tourists in the garden approached Jessie, standing guard beside the old man, who breathed carefully and moaned softly, stretched full length on the grass. The tourists glanced at him and then away, their faces tightening. The tribe of family carried the old man away on a homemade stretcher. Jessie put his hand on the arm of one of the young men. "Insurance? Hospital?" The man spat onto the grass. Jessie walked beside the stretcher, monitoring the old man until he was in his own bed. He told the child what to do for him, since no one else seemed to understand. Later that day he went back, carrying his medical bag, and gave them the last of his hospital supply of nitroglycerin. The oldest woman, who had been too busy issuing orders about the stretcher to pay Jessie any attention before, stopped dead and jabbered in her own tongue. "You a doctor?" the child translated. The tip of his ear, Jessie noticed, was missing. Congenital? Accident? Ritual mutilation? The ear had healed clean. "Yeah," Jessie said. "A doctor." The old woman chattered some more and disappeared behind a door. Jessie gazed at the walls. There were no deathbed photos. As he was leaving, the woman returned with 10 incredibly dirty dollar bills. "Doctor," she said, her accent harsh, and when she smiled, Jessie saw that all her top teeth and most of her bottom ones were missing, the gums swollen with what might have been early signs of scurvy. "Doctor," she said again. He moved out of the hotel just as the last of his money ran out. The old man's wife, Andrula Malakasas, found him a room in somebody else's rambling, dilapidated boarding house. The house was noisy at all hours, but the room was clean and large. Andrula's cousin brought home an old multi-positional dentist chair, probably stolen, and Jessie used that for both an examining and an operating table. Medical substances, antibiotics, chemotherapy, IV drugs, which he had thought of as the hardest need to fill outside of controlled channels, turned out to be the easiest. On reflection, he realized this shouldn't have surprised him. In July he delivered his first breech birth, a prima para, whose labor was so long and painful and bloody, he thought at one point he'd lose both mother and baby. He lost neither, although the new mother cursed him in Spanish and spat at him. She was too weak for the saliva to go far. Holding the war-massed, 9-pound baby boy, Jessie had heard a camera click. He cursed, too, but feebly. The sharp thrill of pleasure that pierced from throat to bowels was too strong. In August he lost 3 patients in a row, all to conditions that would have needed elaborate, costly equipment and procedures: renal failure, aortic aneurysm, narcotic overdose. He went to all 3 funerals. At each one the family and friends cleared a little space for him, in which he stood surrounded by respect and resentment. When a knife fight broke out at the funeral of the aneurysm, the family hustled Jessie away from the danger, but not so far away that he couldn't treat the loser. In September, a Chinese family, recent immigrants, moved into Andrula's sprawling boarding house. The woman wept all day. The man roamed Boston looking for work. There was a grandfather who spoke a little English, having learned it in Peking during the brief period of American industrial expansion into the Pacific Rim, before the Chinese government convulsed and the American economy collapsed. The grandfather played Go. On evenings, when no one wanted Jessie, he sat with Lin Shujian and moved the polished white and black stones over the grid, seeking to enclose empty spaces without losing any pieces. Mr. Lin took a long time to consider each move. In October, a week before Jessie's trial, his mother died. Jessie's father sent him money to fly home for the funeral, the first money Jessie had accepted from his family since he'd finally told them he had left the hospital. After the funeral, Jessie sat in the living room of his father's Florida house and listened to the elderly mourners recall their youths in the vanished prosperity of the 50s and 60s. Plenty of jobs, then, for people who are willing to work. Still plenty of jobs, just nobody's willing any more. Want everything handed to them. If you ask me, this collapse'll prove to be a good thing in the long run. weed out the weaklings and the lazy. It was the 60s we got off on the wrong track, with Lyndon Johnson and all the welfare programs." They didn't look at Jesse. He had no idea what his father had said to them about him. Back in Boston, stinking under Indian summer heat, people thronged his room. Fractures, cancers, allergies, pregnancies, punctures, deficiencies, imbalances. They were resentful that he'd gone away for 5 days. He should be here. They needed him. He was the doctor. The first day of his trial, Jesse saw Kenny standing on the courthouse steps. Kenny wore a cheap blue suit with loafers and white socks. Jesse stood very still, then walked over to the other man. Kenny tensed. "I'm not going to hit you," Jesse said. Kenny watched him, chin lowered, slight body balanced on the balls of his feet, a fighter's stance. "I want to ask something," Jesse said. "It won't affect the trial. I just want to know. Why'd you do it? Why did they? I know the little girl's true gene scan showed 98% risk of leukemia death within 3 years, but even so, how could you?" Kenny scrutinized him carefully. Jesse saw that Kenny thought Jesse might be wired. Even before Kenny answered, Jesse knew what he'd hear. "I don't know what you're talking about, Nan. You couldn't get inside the system, any of you, so you brought me out. If Mohammed won't go to the mountain—" "You don't make no sense," Kenny said. "Was it worth it? To you? To them? Was it?" Kenny walked away, up the courthouse steps. At the top waited the Gochecks, who were suing Jesse for $2 million he didn't have and wasn't insured for, and that they knew damn well they wouldn't collect. On the wall of their house, wherever it was, probably hung Rosamund's deathbed picture, a little girl with a plain, sallow face and beautiful hair. Jesse saw his lawyer trudge up the courthouse steps, carrying his briefcase. Another lawyer, with an equally shabby briefcase, climbed in parallel several feet away. Between the two men, the courthouse steps made a white, empty space. Jesse climbed too, hoping to hell this wouldn't take too long. He had an infected compound femoral fracture, a birth with potential erythroblastosis fetalis, and an elderly phlebitis, all waiting. He was especially concerned about the infected fracture, which needed careful monitoring because the man's gene scan showed a tendency toward weak T-cell production. The guy was a day laborer, foul-mouthed and ignorant and brave, with a wife and 2 kids. He'd broken his leg working illegal construction. Jesse was determined to give him at least a fighting chance. Hopeful Monsters, the SF and Fantasy Films of 1992. Nick Lowe. Throughout the history of science fiction, it has been an article of faith among its readers that filmed SF was an abomination, states film historian John Baxter in his valuable little book, Science Fiction in the Cinema. That it degraded the field and provided nothing of interest to the serious mind. The problem with this assertion, to paraphrase Henry Fielding, is that it isn't true. Show me a fan of SF literature, and I'll show you someone who takes a conspicuous interest in science fiction movies, if not as a cheerful devotee of the genre per se, then as someone who actively laments that it so rarely rises to the heights of Blade Runner, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Forbidden Planet, The Day the Earth Stood Still, or, reaching back to the era covered by Frederick Pohl elsewhere in this volume, Things to Come and Metropolis. Among the genre's authors and editors, too, there has always been a feeling that filmed SF matters. During the last decade, a tradition has emerged whereby each Nebula anthology includes a survey of the year's science fiction and fantasy movies. For Nebula Awards 28, I was fortunate enough to obtain the services of a gentleman named Nick Lowe. Lowe is known primarily within the SF community for Mutant Popcorn, the witty and incisive film column he's been contributing to Interzone since 1985. In real life, he informs me, I'm a London University classics lecturer, so I spend my days banging ancient Greek verbs into the resistant heads of grunge-clad youth, before slipping away into phone booths to emerge, by moonlight, as a briefly glimpsed shadow in the preview theaters of Soho's media underworld. I've no explanation for my lifelong simultaneous passions for ancient literature and 20th century SF, except that, for me, they're self-evidently one and the same thing. The reason I enjoy writing about film for SF readers, indeed I couldn't imagine writing about it for any other audience, is the wonderful sense of a shared culture, community, and vantage. We all know the stuff we see on screen is decades behind what we read, but that fact doesn't inhibit our pleasure mechanism in the least. At the moment, the Interzone gig is about all the extramural writing I do, what with the treadmill of academic publications, the lure of backpack travel, and my continuing struggle to be the hottest palm wine guitarist in Hampstead. The big hits of 1992 were Batman Returns, Aladdin, and Bram Stoker's Dracula, with Alien 3, Death Becomes Her, Forever Young, The Lawnmower Man, and Universal Soldier performing well. The disasters were Radio Flyer, Free Jack, Cool World, and Toys. And the overwhelming impression was of a cinema desperately trying to reinvent itself. After 15 years as a key commercial genre, Hollywood SF has played out the easy options. None of the old formulas seem to work anymore, except as vehicles for dispiriting camp satire. Space opera, time travel, and future Earths have all regressed to the small screen, with nothing obvious emerging in their place. Film critics from our own future will no doubt glibly diagnose the 90s as suffering from a weird millennial psychosis that took the form of a tunnel-visioned refusal to confront, imagine, or even discuss the immensities of time and space that frame us. But the real, mundane truth is probably just that audiences have grown too sophisticated to accept the outdated, simplistic Hollywood notions of classical SF visions and themes, and that the film industry is thumping every button in reach, trying to find a switch that works. Whatever its cause, this identity crisis has pushed SF and fantasy movies into the paradoxical position of taking bigger creative risks in an ever more conservative and safe-playing general Hollywood climate. Thus, for example, 1992 saw a small but significant rise in the studio's willingness to give maverick auteurs unprecedented slack on very large, expensive productions in the hope of something new and profitable emerging. Interestingly, and perhaps encouragingly, two of these, Tim Burton's Batman Returns and Coppola's Dracula, paid back the gamble generously, with only Barry Levinson's Toys closing the year with a blast of frosty air. By contrast, the big pictures like Alien 3 and Death Becomes Her, that were largely assembled and packaged by the studios, fell distinctly short of expectation, with a visible feeling of dissipated energy and purpose. One symptom of the crisis was a significant delve into the back catalogue, with both Blade Runner and The Abyss re-released in director's cut form, presumably as promos for laser and video versions, though, as it turned out, the restored Blade Runner in particular did very good business, playing uninterrupted for over 8 months in London. This edition lost the hated happy ending and voice-over narration, resurrected an embarrassing and meaningless unicorn dream, and tweaked numerous other scenes in unobtrusive ways. But since it's never been any secret how Ridley Scott's original cut was supposed to end, or that the voiceovers were a studio-enforced afterthought, its significance was less in the restoration than in the chance for public reappraisal of the seminal SF movie of the 80s 10 years later. The script, lead performances, and shootouts don't always hold up. The atmosphere is diluted by familiarity with innumerable pastiches, and Philip K. Dick's novel has worn far better in the same time, but it's hard to imagine such a brooding, humane movie being made with this kind of budget and vision today. Much less happy was the recut Abyss, whose half-hour of extra footage revealed what we'd been spared in the ending originally released, amusingly dated Cold War world on brink of World War III, pulled back from edge by cute, twinkly aliens ex machina. All that's best in this often magnificent picture was already there in the 1989 version, whose first 2 hours are still some of the finest cinema James Cameron's ever done, and whose final 20 minutes lie beyond all hope of redemption. Less sinister, if only because by now so perennial, was the year's reliance on sequels. The least profitable, and the most by numbers, was Honey, I Blew Up the Kid, formerly Honey, I Blew Up the Baby, but apparently this was felt a touch too coarse for Disney, a determinedly bigger but not measurably better follow-up to the unassuming 1989 comedy about inventor dad Rick Moranis and his incredible shrinking ray. Like its predecessor, the sequel managed some quite savvy genre gags and deadpan absurdities of situation and dialogue in its marriage of a 50s SF movie concept, here a preschool amazing colossal man on a rampage through Vegas, to an all-ages domestic comedy. But audiences seemed to sense that once was enough. More of a mess, though far from a write-off, was Alien 3, a spectacular instance of the distinctive 90s genre of troubled project, in which the last survivor of the great 70s SF movie icons was finally packed off to its own undiscovered country. After script and production tussles had seen off, among others, William Gibson, Rennie Harlan, Vincent Ward, and David Warlock Toohey, the last of whom went on to make Timescape, a commendable if diluted video movie of C.L. Moore's classic novel Vintage Season, 27-year-old pop vid director David Fincher found himself precariously in charge of cooking something screenable out of a gristly hot pot of residues from different script versions. What we got was a curious downbeat parable, more thoughtful than exciting, about woman as alien in an all-male prison world of celibate English character actors, with Sigourney Weaver's Ripley, still very good, carrying the monster in her own body, and the perfidious company in cold pursuit. Much less effective was the thriller element, dutifully replicating the standard Aliens stock plot in a protracted and confusing video game middle section spent aimlessly charging down tunnels and notching up strikes on the scoreboard. But while a dismal failure as narrative, Alien 3 offered the trilogy's most sustained meditation on its wider allegories of sexuality, disease, and the body, and even in producer Weaver's on-screen struggle to save her aberrant baby from the clutches of corporate exploitation, on the process of filmmaking itself. But by far the best of the follow-ups was Tim Burton's Batman Returns, a sequel of such accomplished strangeness that even its own masquerade as a mainstream Hollywood blockbuster seemed a piece of dark and deviant role-play. With perfunctory gestures in the direction of action heroics, Returns went even further than its predecessor in using the Batman figure as merely a convenient peg for Burton's warped sense of Gothic irony and spectacle. With a sharper script and an expanded freak show of villains, Returns mirrored Batman's own divided personality in the gallery of soul masks modeled by his trio of double-lived antagonists. Christopher Walken's black-hearted industrialist, Danny DeVito's physically and morally deformed penguin, and, above all, Michelle Pfeiffer's oppressed and vengeful Catwoman, all three portrayed with unexpected generosity and pathos. The characters work much better as solo studies than they do as an interacting ensemble, and the attempt to hold all three plot lines together in something resembling a conventional comic book narrative is at best cosmetically successful. But this is a film of enormous individuality and wit, packed with quirky, unsettling images and ideas. It was also a year of unusually many literary adaptations, which itself could easily be read as a sign of creative panic. Besides Dracula, Candyman, Timescape, the Blade Runner reissue, and, allegedly at least, Lawnmower Man, there was Free Jack, from Robert Sheckley's first novel, Immortality Incorporated, and John Carpenter's version of H. F. Saint's Memoirs of an Invisible Man, while even Honey tucked in a grudging credit reading special recognition to Kit Reed for Attack of the Giant Baby, behind which doubtless lies a tale or two. Few of these pictures did right by their sources, with Free Jack and Memoirs both facing the same problem: how to make a movie out of a novel with no detectable plot and a fatally uncinematic central idea. Sheckley's 1958 book, with its characteristic non-structure of amiably rambling episodes that seem to have been made up as the author went along, postulated a society in which soul and afterlife have been scientifically verified, with the technical details of the breakthrough much less central than the social impact of their discovery. And the writers of Free Jack, including Ronald Shusett, the unusually SF literate co-scripter of Alien and Total Recall, came up with a radical response to the challenge of getting the metaphysical heart of Immortality Incorporated to work on screen, cheerfully ditching the whole of Sheckley's plot, characters, and setting, as well as, incredibly, deleting all the humor, and turning the original premise completely on its head. In the novel, the hero's mind is snatched from a fatal car crash to be implanted in a future body as a reluctant promotional gimmick for the resurrection industry. In Free Jack, it's race car driver Emilio Estevez's body that's snatched across time to house the mind of dying corporate chief Anthony Hopkins, with nonsensical implications that no amount of professional car chasing can quite cover up. Little of either the body or soul of Sheckley's novel is recognizable in The Transplant, with even the term spiritual switchboard applied here to something quite different. And it says a lot about the rest of the performances that Mick Jagger's is substantially the best in the picture. It's particularly sad to see the fine New Zealand director, Geoff Murphy, a past master of the three actors, no script, and no budget Antipodean quickie, whose credits include the haunting apocalypse movie The Quiet Earth, flounder so badly with this material after his able Hollywood debut on Young Guns 2. As for Memoirs of an Invisible Man, this was hobbled from the start by the source novels being, at best, marginally competent, a modest idea with nowhere to go inflated to 400 meandering, plotless pages. The much reworked script, to which William Goldman, among others, contributed, grapples hard with the narrator's deliberate lack of personality throughout the book, in which invisibility is not merely an optical handicap, but a metaphor for the loss of self. And though Carpenter's film does cope quite ingeniously and effectively with the slights of filmic convention required to give the hero a face on screen, in doing so it jettisons the already slim point of the novel. It doesn't help that Chevy Chase's necessarily bland performance has to be awkwardly supplemented in voiceover by the retained first person of the original, or that the new plot so laboriously grafted on is merely a desultory formulaic chase caper. Some intermittently clever cinephile gags are directed at the Claude Rains classic, but this sort of wearisome comedic send-up of soft genre targets, see Honey and Buffy and Mom and Dad below, is just another symptom of how hard Hollywood finds it to take SF films seriously anymore. The difficulty of translating a novelistic first-person narrator at all equivalently to the screen was just one of the challenges confronted in the adaptation of Dracula by James V. Hart, who did a similarly ambitious makeover on a period English classic for 1991's Hook. The Dracula and Hook screenplays have a lot in common in terms of approach, at once uncannily faithful to certain elements of their literary sources, while radically revisionary in the treatment of others, with the preserved parts generally coming over much more successfully than the new material's reheated Hollywood mush. It's hard to know whether to admire the daring or boggle at the crassness of an author who can, without a blink of irony, rewrite J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan as a homily on fathering, and Stoker's Dracula as a love story. Yet Hart's script undeniably preserves some of the most difficult and impressive elements of the novel, discarded in all previous film versions, such as Stoker's remarkably SF-like interest in contemporary advances at the boundaries of technology, medicine, and science, and the complex epistolary structure of interwoven voices. And even much of Hart's own embroidery, like the Vlad the Impaler legend and the cinematograph episode, is cleverly and successfully worked in. For better or worse, though, the main impact of Bram Stoker's Dracula is made not by the script itself, but by its execution. The extraordinary ensemble of performances, and especially the febrile invention of Coppola's bravura direction, all of which one either loved or loathed. I found both acting and direction consistently turgid and laughable, but it's only fair to say that many people whose judgment I generally respect a lot more than my own had quite the opposite reaction. In contrast, it was a much thinner year for the more traditional SF themes. Space, in particular, remained virtually off-limits, the classical interplanetary movie a dead genre. The only specimens in all of 1992 were the new Alien sequel, significantly the one series that has always used deep space backdrops purely as a design tool to create new forms of claustrophobia, and the tacky spoof Mom and Dad Saved the World, which sank without bubbles. More strikingly, even the future itself seemed increasingly passé. If you exclude the perverse and incomparable delicatessen, about which more later, only 3 1992 releases attempted to visualize even a near-future world, and all 3, in effect, were reissues of Blade Runner. Alongside The Real Thing and Free Jack, the dire British caper Split Second deserves glancing notice, if only for its temerity in casting Rutger Hauer himself as a deranged copper stalking a satanistic serial-killing humanoid mutant rat. You think I'm making this up? Through a 2008 London flooded by rising sea levels, though it looks perfectly okay in the aerial shots, with the Thames barrier comfortably intact. There's no evident reason for the futuristic setting, nor indeed for much else in this witless shambles of unfunny genre recyclings, and in practice the sense of futurity is limited to a few token puddles and a lot of standard-issue Ridley Scott diffused lighting. Even horror, one of the most stable, consistent, and in proportion to its costs, profitable fantasy genres of the past decade, had its worst year in recent memory. Stephen King's Sleepwalkers, his first writing direct for the big screen, was one of the sloppiest, silliest, least exciting things he's done, and, ironically, found itself massively outperformed by a straight SF movie he spent much of the summer suing to have his name taken off. The picture originally released as Stephen King's The Lawnmower Man. King's cisatlantic opposite number, Clive Barker, came off better, not only with the nonsensical yet quite entertaining Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth, but also, especially, with Candyman, Bernard Rose's impressive and scary adaptation of Barker's short story, The Forbidden, easily the most successful horror flick of the year both critically and commercially. But otherwise it was a lean year in which the longest-running horror series gave us no new entries, and in which the Hellraiser, Gate, and Scanners sequels were disappointing, even by the standards of their predecessors. The same went for Sam Raimi's long-awaited Army of Darkness, Evil Dead 3, a slapstick medieval gore farce with a lazy script and a depressing contempt for its genre. So what fantasy genres did make it against the odds in 1992? A few striking patterns emerge. The most prominent, hardly new, but doing strong business, was the dumb Valley People comedy, presumably riding the success of the Bill and Ted pictures. Thus we were introduced to laugh-along teenage half-wits in Encino Man. Inexplicably Caucasian-looking California caveman gets frozen in ice, dug out in 1992, discovers babes and the magic of rock and roll, creates havoc at senior prom, etc. Audience looks hard at watch. And to the really quite entertaining Buffy the Vampire Slayer. High school ditz queen turns out to be current incarnation of Van Helsing, swaps cheerleading for thrusting stakes through chest cavities of undead. Alas, the Bill and Ted writing team of Chris Matheson and Ed Solomon had less luck than either of the above, as they attempted to repeat the magic with adult leads in Mom and Dad Save the World. Mad Emperor John Lovitz kidnaps Terry Garr to planet of space idiots, obliging her and hopeless couch thing hubby Jeffrey Jones to overthrow usurping tyrant, etc. Audience stays resolutely home and orders pizza. A close relative of the last, with Seattle for L.A., and with Jones now the villain, was Peter Hyam's Stay Tuned, a mild and infantile Mad Magazine-style satire about parents duped into signing away Dad's soul for 666 channels of round-the-clock infernal cable action, leaping from one toothless TV spoof to the next, with the desperate energy of a film that knows speed is the only thing that can save it. There was also a curious boom, beginning with last year's Late for Dinner, in the fish-out-of-water popsicle people picture, including not only the aforementioned Encino Man, but the much more likable Universal Soldier and Forever Young. All of these involved fantastically implausible scenarios, by which characters from vanished epics are iceboxed and defrosted in the present day, where they, one way or another, escape the attentions of killjoy scientists and military folks to pursue their own historical fulfillments in the resolution of outstanding debts. Thus, Universal Soldier had unlikely all-American MIAs, Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme, deep frozen by the military, to be reanimated and reprogrammed in the 90s as an elite bioengineered cyborg SWAT force, a magnificently daft concept made palatable by some vigorous action sequences and an uncharacteristically humanoid performance from Van Damme as the dead man hunting down his memories of life. Still more shamelessly and enjoyably, the hanky romance Forever Young had 30s flying ace Mel Gibson volunteering for a cryogenic experiment after his best girl got knocked into a movie coma, to wake in 1992 with the tear-jerking task of finding his 80-something true love before irreversible make-up side effects lay waste to him. Well, future historians will probably take it as truism that not only these last two films, but at least 80% of all cinema fantasy in the 90s are thinly veiled allegories on AIDS, a possibility of which Alien 3 and Dracula were both at least discreetly aware, and with which both dealt rather more delicately than might have been expected. If so, they'll certainly have a field day with the miscast and overblown immortality farce Death Becomes Her, in which the rival efforts of Meryl Streep and Goldie Hawn to stave off the natural disintegration of the flesh lead to ever more grotesque and irreparable bodily decrepitude. Saddled, for once, with a lifeless script on an uninspiring concept, even the usually dependable Robert Zemeckis could do little more than plaster the cracks with cosmetic layers of forlorn zaniness and mayhem. Still, there's no concealing that forbidden sexual chemistry between inhabitants of different worlds, whether moral, temporal, or metaphysical, was one of the year's favorite motifs. If 1992's SF movies had a dominant theme, it was all the different sorts of people you're not supposed to have sex with. The most remarkable restriction was in Highway to Hell, a passable gag movie that had eloping virgin Christy Swanson abducted by Satan merely for permitting her beau to discuss the possibility that they might find a motel before they find a JP. But the long list also includes inhabitants of uncommon moral spaces, Batman Returns, tasty but regrettably undead ravening blood monsters, Dracula, Sleepwalkers, unkillable cyborg assassins, Universal Soldier, Charles Dance, Alien 3, and most emphatically, cartoon characters, Cool World. In Cool World, the latest in Ralph Bakshi's long line of bold but ultimately self-destructive attempts at an adult animated feature, convicted murderer Gabriel Byrne makes a new career in jail as a comics artist, falls in love with his sex doll heroine, and finds himself sucked into her universe for a bout of graphic hanky-panky that turns her into Kim Basinger and sends both back to the real world, where they find their unnatural lust has destabilized the dimensional boundary and unleashed a plague that turns flesh into grisly graphics. Beneath the weak, inadequately motivated plot and characters, an ending that respects no known narrative laws, and the unfailingly ugly, cliched, and garish Bakshi artwork, there do lurk some genuinely dark and provocative ideas about the roots of the comic's imagination, and about the kind of personality that might find it congenial to create universes of random violence, populated by wasteless sex kittens and grunting dwarfs. But, as always, Bakshi's ambitions far outreach his power to deliver as either storyteller or technician, and his crap detector seems to be switched permanently off. It's Bakshi's misfortune, of course, to have survived into the second golden age of Hollywood animation, with Disney's autumn fairy tale features the most consistent critical and box office overachievers since the decade began. After The Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast came Aladdin, latest in what, for all its charms, is looking increasingly like a formulaic series. Foreground the Barbie and Ken romance, anthropomorphize the furniture, correct the sexual politics. Aladdin at least dented the mold slightly, giving us a male lead and some looser, more adventurous characterizations and visuals. Interestingly, the attempt to animate the metamorphic style of Robin Williams' scattershot improvisations proved a good deal more satisfying than the equivalent live-action scenes in Toys, and Williams surfaced again in the year's major independent animated feature, the Australian Ferngully, The Last Rainforest. Ferngully is a nakedly didactic piece, based on Diana Young's stories about the guardian fairies of the Queensland rainforest, and their struggle to protect their ancient habitat against the human encroachment of logging and clearance. On paper, it sounds like the sort of thing to send even the most ecologically upright adult into spasms of projectile puking, but actually, the movie is a lot more bearable than it sounds, thanks to a brisk storyline, attractive backgrounds, and a remarkable tri-continental cast of unlikely voice characterizations, down to the ubiquitous Williams as a fruit bat. The queasy thing, of course, is the way that, for all of Ferngully's good intentions, the environmental crisis becomes an opportunity to make money out of children's consciences, and the coming generation that has the responsibility and, nascently, the will to do something about the problem is tacitly patronized with the insinuation that such concerns are for kids and thinking about solutions equivalent to belief in fairies. No such moral dilemmas for the British-backed Lawnmower Man, surely the year's most barefaced and calculated piece of movie-making opportunism. This, of course, was the Stephen King title, purchased in a package deal, and slapped onto a recycled version of an earlier, completely unrelated screenplay, Cyber God, by director Brett Leonard, who then brazenly rejigged his central character into a freelance grass cutter. The picture enjoyed a highly profitable release before a court ruled that little black stickers had to go up on all the remaining posters, covering the irate King's name. This amusing sideshow rather diverted attention from Leonard's scarcely less cheeky billing of this cybernetic retread of Charlie meets Carrie as the first virtual reality movie. Happily, in view of the current risible state of VR arcade technology, to say nothing of the practicalities of eating popcorn safely in a goggle helmet, this turned out to mean first movie to drop the words virtual reality extensively throughout its script. Despite weak plotting, underwritten characters, cover-your-ears dialogue, and a thoroughly ludicrous premise, Scientist makes half-wit gardener super-intelligent and psychic on a diet of concentrated VR games. It emerged as a surprisingly entertaining and competent movie, with some genuine touches of intelligence and pathos in the observation of its hero's rise to genius and subsequent psychotic disintegration. Some similar ideas about the impact of games technology surfaced in the ill-fated and much less forgivable Toys, Barry Levinson's 15 Years Brewing project, about a struggle between childlike Robin Williams and militaristic Michael Gambon for the soul of their deceased father's surrealistic toy company. Hugely unsatisfying, with its opulent sets and pervasive whimsy, and with its deliberate disdain of easy comedy, simple characterizations, and ordinary narrative momentum, this was, nevertheless, the film that tried hardest to say something about the world of 1992 and the cultural paradoxes that beset it. Despite the script's cobwebs, its fiercely moralistic discussion of play and the exploitation of childhood is dressed up in remarkably contemporary terms. The displacement of traditional toys by the new computer game culture and the phenomenon's behavioral implications. The new war, technologically and politically, that fortuitously premiered in the Persian Gulf as the project was emerging from turnaround, the coincidence of interest between the leisure market and the military-industrial complex, here fantasized as a bizarre conspiracy to reinvigorate the Department of Defense by secretly turning video kids into military cybernauts. It would be nice to be able to state that Toys managed, alone in its year, to say something of value about these massive issues. Instead, its deluge of whimsy merely buried them in inconsequentiality and incoherence. By and large, it wasn't a good year for portentous issue movies, and even sterner object lesson was Radio Flyer, a much-interrupted project that began as one of the high-profile million-plus scripts in the short-lived but frenetic bidding wars of 1990–91. Writer David Mickey Evans was replaced as director by Richard Donner, who recast and relocated the production. Even so, the bleak storyline about a pair of abused children who seek escape from their intolerable lives in a homemade flying machine was commercially risky in principle and inevitably softened and compromised in practice, with the horrors off-screened and the uneasy dialogue between fantasy and grim reality far from resolved by the problematic ending. The best and strangest SF films of 1992 came, not surprisingly, from farthest outside the Hollywood system, with 3 of the most extraordinary visions financed from beyond the English-speaking world altogether. Despite, or because of, the audience momentum generated by the stormy demise of its parent TV show, David Lynch's Twin Peaks' Fire Walk With Me had to go to a French company for backing, and was much more sympathetically received in Europe than in the U.S. People polarize over Lynch, of course. Some get a scary Jehovah's Witness look in their eyes at the merest drop of his name, while just as many use his reputation as target practice for withering sneers of contempt. But from any middle vantage, the Twin Peaks movie is extraordinarily fine work, at its most moving, as well as its funniest, when it distances itself farthest from the haphazard assortment of residual characters surviving from the original series, and in its central evocation of the nightmare of adolescence, one of the few truly resonant and haunting pictures of the year. Like many, including Lara Flynn Boyle, whose pivotal character had to be recast for the movie, I'm unhappy about Lynch's relentless interest in the abuse of women, however condemned, and by his easy, virgin whore categorizations. But the Laura Palmer character is certainly the most mature and sympathetic of his studies, and the emotional power of Cheryl Lee's astonishing performance here makes the incidental sillinesses effortless to forgive. Anyone readily put off by violence against women on film would be well advised to forget all about Shinya Tsukamoto's Tetsuo films, in the first of which, The Iron Man, Finally granted a limited U.S. release early in the year, the hero's girlfriend is raped to death by a gigantic rotating-bladed steel phallus, and in the second of which, Body Hammer, the same character watches his mother penetrated at gunpoint by his father, apparently with pleasure, until the moment where he blows away her throat as he climaxes. Nobody has to feel happy about this stuff, which has deep ancient cultural roots in the deranged and exhilarating manga comics tradition, and which is hard to discuss without analyzing the whole paradoxical role played by images of torture and sexual violence in the outwardly placid Japanese society. But simply as cinema, the Tetsuo movies are like nothing else on earth. Not even the animated manga features like Akira, which have become quite familiar and popular on sell-through in the UK, thanks to some vigorous promotion by Island Video. In both the Iron Man and Body Hammer, a demented bombardment of handheld live-action camera work, frenetic Svankmajer-esque stop-motion effects, and wall-to-wall thunderous sound combine with blitzkrieg editing, dizzily fragmented chronology, and weird subtitled dialogue that seems not quite of our dimension, to tell a minimal story. The second film is, in effect, the first, remade with a proper budget, of a staid Tokyo businessman who finds his flesh mutating into scrap metal and his sanity warping in and out of hallucination. Persecuted by an enigmatic and deadly man-machine opponent, he finds their paths inexorably converging toward a final explosive duel to the finish between rival metal mutants, as the truth of his own destiny intertwines with that of his nemesis. The Iron Man, a bare 65 minutes in black and white, closed with a victorious monstrosity of metal and flesh heading onto the Tokyo streets, intending to mutate the whole world into metal. Body Hammer makes a fair go of doing just that, with a vastly more ambitious and mercifully linear tale of bottled-down Oedipal psychosis erupting, at moments of stress, through the hero's horrified flesh in the form of ever more colossal guns ejaculating involuntary spasms of cannon fire. Best of all, though, was another mutant outgrowth of a thriving comics culture. Bande dessinée renegades Jean-Pierre Jeunet and Marc Carreau's amazingly accomplished feature debut, Delicatessen. Set in a grimy post-apocalyptic Paris, where cannibal enclaves survive on a treacherous black market in human meat, it follows the gruesomely farcical intrigues of a collapsing tenement ruled and terrorized by a psychotic butcher, who hires junior staff to slaughter and feed to his tenants, until one ex-circus assistant proves resourceful enough to threaten his grisly regime. A gorgeous cast of rubber-faced oddballs, and an unfailing abundance of offbeat visual and situational invention, not to mention the most surreal and exquisite music score in years, more than compensate for any shortcomings in logic and background. Entirely original and completely cinematic, it couldn't be further from a Hollywood that keeps trying to create new forms of life from the old recombinant techniques, and consistently ends up with half-functioning chimeras. With its bright eyes, shiny coat, and hyperactive, scampering gait, Delicatessen comes from a different gene pool altogether, and its confident parable of Quicksilver circus boy's triumph over bloated cannibal despot is one at which Hollywood itself might justifiably quake. Song of the Martian Cricket, David Lunde. The concept of science fiction poetry has always struck me as somewhat paradoxical. On the one hand, poetry, the oldest literary form. On the other, science fiction, the voice of futuristic speculation. Even at its most avant-garde, poetry partakes of the past. Even at its most hidebound, science fiction looks resolutely forward. Whenever I manage to overcome my cerebral objections to the notion of SF poetry, though, and actually read the stuff, I am often quite pleasantly surprised. In assembling last year's Nebula anthology, for example, I found myself enthusiastically including a Best Short Story finalist that was in reality a poem, W. Gregory Stewart's The Button and What You Know. In 1992, Stewart's astonishing parable was voted Best Long Poem, over 50 lines, by the judges of the Riesling Awards, a competition sponsored by the Science Fiction Poetry Association and named for the blind singer of the Spaceways, featured in Robert Heinlein's The Green Hills of Earth. Traditionally, each year's Riesling winners appear in the corresponding Nebula anthology, but because The Button has already graced this series, I'm unable to reprint it here. What I am about to offer you is the Riesling winner for Best Short Poem, under 50 lines, David Lunde's Song of the Martian Cricket. David Lunde was born in Berkeley, California in 1941 and grew up in Saudi Arabia. He is currently professor of English and director of creative writing at SUNY College in Fredonia, New York. His poems, short stories, and translations have been published in over 150 periodicals and anthologies, including the Iowa Review, Seneca Review, Tri-Quarterly, Mother Earth News, and Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine. A 5-time nominee for the Nebula Award, Lunde won the Academy of American Poets Prize in 1967. I was driving home from Fredonia one night when a particularly glorious full moon rose over the hills, Lunde tells us, lighting up the vineyards interspersed with patches of woods. I was wishing that my wife were with me to enjoy it, and missing her badly. She had been attending graduate school at the University of Utah for the last 4 years, and the long separations between visits were painful. Before my journey ended, I had managed to compose most of Song of the Martian Cricket in my head, transposing my longings to a science-fictional setting, a research station on the first Mars base. For Marilyn. I shouldn't come out here so many nights, turning my faceplate to the black sky, with the tasteless, artificial air whispering in and out of my lungs. The only sound, besides the directional beep from Mars base below, a sub-audial promise of security, but not comfort. It's not the pressure suit I mind so much, not even the bottomless black bucket of stars. I miss the moon, pregnant with promise, and the light, grassy breeze coasting over the hill to blow the soft strands of your hair across my lips, and the sound of crickets grinding their legs with need. Still, I come out too often and stare into the abyss of years, then rise, feeling almost bodiless in the low gravity, and drift back to the floodlit dome, small and forlorn, beneath its protective covering of dust. Vinland, the Dream. Kim Stanley Robinson. In 1984, the renowned SF editor Terry Carr undertook to revive his celebrated Ace Science Fiction Specials series, the publishing project that in the late 60s had premiered such award-winning novels as Alexei Panshin's Rite of Passage and Ursula K. Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness. It is a singular tribute to Kim Stanley Robinson that his first novel, The Wild Shore, was selected to inaugurate the new round of Ace Specials, appearing in advance of both Lucius Shepard's Green Eyes and William Gibson's Neuromancer. By the turn of the decade, it was clear that Robinson had conceived The Wild Shore, a poetic post-Holocaust story set in his native California, as the first volume of a cycle, the Orange County Trilogy, which continued with The Gold Coast and concluded with Pacific Edge. In 1983, he won a World Fantasy Award for his story Black Air, and 5 years later, The Blind Geometer earned him a Nebula for Best Novella. His short fiction is collected in The Planet on the Table and Remaking History. With his recent, critically acclaimed Red Mars, he begins an ambitious cycle of hard SF novels that will eventually include Green Mars and Blue Mars. I've always been fascinated by tales of the Norse exploration of Vinland, Robinson says of his Nebula-nominated story. But some of the greatest of these accounts aren't true. The fatal trek from Hudson Bay to Minnesota, as chronicled by the Kensington Stone, for instance, or the voyages implied by the truly beautiful Vinland map found in New Haven in the 60s. These were both hoaxes, alternate histories that pretended to be true histories. Abstract. It was sunset at Lens-aux-Meadows. The water of the bay was still. The boggy beach was dark in the shadows. Flat arms of land pointed to flat islands offshore. Beyond these a taller island stood, like a loaf of stone in the sea, catching the last of the day's light. A stream gurgled gently as it cut through the beach bog. Above the bog, on a narrow grassy terrace, one could just make out a pattern of low mounds, all that remained of sod walls. Next to them were 3 or 4 sod buildings, and beyond the buildings a number of tents. A group of people, archaeologists, graduate students, volunteer laborers, visitors, moved together onto a rocky ridge overlooking the site. Some of them worked at starting a campfire in a ring of blackened stones. Others began to unpack bags of food and cases of beer. Far across the water lay the dark bulk of Labrador. Kindling caught, and their fire burned, a spark of yellow in the dusk's gloom. Hot dogs and beer, around a campfire by the sea, and yet it was strangely quiet. Voices were subdued. The people on the hill glanced down often at the site, where the head of their dig, a lanky man in his early 50s, was giving a brief tour to their distinguished guest. The distinguished guest did not appear pleased. Introduction. The head of the dig, an archaeology professor from McGill University, was looking at the distinguished guest with the expression he wore when confronted by an aggressive undergraduate. The distinguished guest, Canada's Minister of Culture, was asking question after question. As she did, the professor took her to look for herself at the forge and the slag pit and the little midden beside Building E. New trenches were cut across the mounds and depressions, perfect rectangular slashes in the black peat. They could tell the minister nothing of what they had revealed, but she had insisted on seeing them, and now she was asking questions that got right to the point, although they could have been asked and answered just as well in Ottawa. Yes, the professor explained, the fuel for the forge was wood charcoal. The temperature had gotten to around 1200 degrees Celsius. The process was direct reduction of bog ore, obtaining about 1 kilogram of iron for every 5 kilograms of slag. All was as it was in other Norse forges, except that the limonites in the bog ore had now been precisely identified by spectroscopic analysis, and that analysis had revealed that the bog iron smelted here had come from northern Quebec, near Chicoutimi. The Norse explorers, who had supposedly smelted the bog ore, could not have obtained it. There was a similar situation in the midden. Rust migrated in peat at a known rate, and so it could be determined that the many iron rivets in the midden had been there only 140 years, plus or minus 50. "So," the minister said, in English with a francophone lilt, "you have proved your case, it appears?" The professor nodded wordlessly. The minister watched him, and he couldn't help feeling that despite the nature of the news he was giving her, she was somewhat amused. By him? By his scientific terminology? By his obvious and growing depression? He couldn't tell. The minister raised her eyebrows. "Lens-aux-Meadows? A hoax. Parc Canada will not like it at all." "No one will like it," the professor croaked. "No," the minister said, looking at him. "I suppose not, particularly as this is part of a larger pattern, yes?" The professor did not reply. "The entire concept of Vinland," she said. "A hoax." The professor nodded glumly. "I would not have believed it possible." "No," the professor said. "But—" he waved a hand at the low mounds around them. "So it appears." He shrugged. "The story has always rested on a very small body of evidence. 3 sagas, this site, a few references in Scandinavian records, a few coins, a few cairns. He shook his head. Not much. He picked up a chunk of dried peat from the ground, crumbled it in his fingers. Suddenly the minister laughed at him, then put her hand to his upper arm. Her fingers were warm. "You must remember it is not your fault." He smiled wanly. "I suppose not." He liked the look on her face, sympathetic as well as amused. She was about his age, perhaps a bit older, an attractive and sophisticated Quebecoise. "I need a drink," he confessed. "There's beer on the hill." "Something stronger. I have a bottle of cognac I haven't opened yet." "Let's get it and take it up there with us." Experimental methods. The graduate students and volunteer laborers were gathered around the fire, and the smell of roasting hot dogs filled the air. It was nearly 11, the sun a half-hour gone, and the last light of the summer dusk slowly leaked from the sky. The fire burned like a beacon. Beer had been flowing freely, and the party was beginning to get a little more boisterous. The minister and the professor stood near the fire, drinking cognac out of plastic cups. "How did you come to suspect the story of Vinland?" the minister asked as they watched the students cook hot dogs. A couple of the volunteer laborers, who had paid good money to spend their summer digging trenches in a bog, heard the question and moved closer. The professor shrugged. "I can't quite remember." He tried to laugh. "Here I am an archaeologist, and I can't remember my own past." The minister nodded as if that made sense. "I suppose it was a long time ago?" "Yes." He concentrated. "Now, what was it? Someone was following up the story of the Vinland map to try and figure out who had done it. The map showed up in a bookstore in New Haven in the 1950s, as you may know." "No," the minister said. "I hardly know a thing about Vinland, I assure you. Just the basics that anyone in my position would have to know." "Well, there was a map found in the 1950s called the Vinland map, and it was shown to be a hoax soon after its discovery. But when this investigator traced the map's history, she found that the book it had been in was accounted for all the way back to the 1820s, map and all. It meant the hoaxer had lived longer ago than I had expected." He refilled his cup of cognac, then the minister's. "There were a lot of Viking hoaxes in the 19th century, but this one was so early. It surprised me. It's generally thought that the whole phenomenon was stimulated by a book that a Danish scholar published in 1837, containing translations of the Vinland sagas and related material. The book was very popular among the Scandinavian settlers in America, and after that, you know, a kind of twisted patriotism, or the response of an ethnic group that had been made fun of too often. So we got the Kensington stone, the halberds, the mooring holes, the coins. But if a hoax predated Antiquitates Americanae, it made me wonder." "If the book itself were somehow involved?" "Exactly," the professor said, regarding the minister with pleasure. "I wondered if the book might not incorporate or have been inspired by hoaxed material. Then one day I was reading a description of the field work here, and it occurred to me that this site was a bit too pristine, as if it had been built but never lived in. Best estimates for its occupation were as low as one summer, because they couldn't find any trash middens to speak of, or graves." "It could have been occupied very briefly," the minister pointed out. "Yes, I know. That's what I thought at the time. But then I heard from a colleague in Bergen that the Kronlendinga saga was apparently a forgery, at least in the parts referring to the discovery of Vinland. Pages had been inserted that dated back to the 1820s. After that, I had a doubt that wouldn't go away." "But there are more Vinland stories than that one, yes?" "Yes, there are 3 main sources: the Kronlendinga saga, the saga of Eric the Red, and the part of the Hauksbok that tells about Thorfinn Karlsefni's expedition. But with one of those questioned, I began to doubt them all, and the story itself, everything having to do with the idea of Vinland." "Is that when you went to Bergen?" a graduate student asked. The professor nodded. He drained his plastic cup, felt the alcohol rushing through him. "I joined Nielsen there, and we went over Eric the Red and the House book, and damned if the pages in those concerning Vinland weren't forgeries too. The ink gave it away, not its composition, which was about right, but merely how long it had been on that paper, which was 13th century paper, I might add. The forger had done a super job, but the sagas had been tampered with sometime in the early 19th century. "But those are masterpieces of world literature," a volunteer laborer exclaimed, round-eyed. The ads for volunteer labor had not included a description of the primary investigator's hypothesis. "I know," the professor said irritably, and shrugged. He saw a chunk of peat on the ground, picked it up and threw it on the blaze. After a bit it flared up. "It's like watching dirt burn," he said absently, staring into the flames. Discussion. The burnt garbage smell of peat wafted downwind, and offshore the calm water of the bay was riffled by the same gentle breeze. The minister warmed her hands at the blaze for a moment, then gestured at the bay. "It's hard to believe they were never here at all." "I know," the professor said. "It looks like a Viking site, I'll give him that." "Him," the minister repeated. I know. This whole thing forces you to imagine a man in the 1820s and 30s traveling all over, Norway, Iceland, Canada, New England, Rome, Stockholm, Denmark, Greenland, crisscrossing the North Atlantic to bury all these signs." He shook his head. "It's incredible." He retrieved the cognac bottle and refilled. He was, he had to admit, beginning to feel drunk. "And so many parts of the hoax were well hidden. You can't assume we found them all. This place had 2 butternuts buried in the midden, and butternuts only grow down below the St. Lawrence. So who's to say they aren't clues, indicating another site down there? That's where grapevines actually grow, which would justify the name Vinland. I tell you, the more I know about this hoaxer, the more certain I am that other sites exist. The tower in Newport, Rhode Island, for instance. The hoaxer didn't build that, because it's been around since the 17th century, but a little work out there at night in the early 19th century. I bet if it were excavated completely, you'd find a few Norse artifacts." "Buried in all the right places," the minister said. "Exactly," the professor nodded. "And up the coast of Labrador, at Cape Porcupine, where the sagas say they repaired a ship. There, too, stuff scattered everywhere, left to be discovered or not." The minister waved her plastic cup. "But surely this site must have been his masterpiece. He couldn't have done too many as extensive as this." "I shouldn't think so." The professor drank deeply, smacked his numbed lips. "Maybe one more like this, down in New Brunswick. That's my guess. But this was surely one of his biggest projects." "It was a time for that kind of thing," the volunteer laborer offered. "Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria." The minister nodded. "It fulfills a certain desire." "Theosophy, most of that," the professor muttered. "This was different." The volunteer wandered off. The professor and the minister looked into the fire for a while. "You are sure?" the minister asked. The professor nodded. "Trace elements show the ore came from Upper Quebec. Chemical changes in the peat weren't right. And nuclear resonance dating methods show that the bronze pin they found hadn't been buried long enough. Little things like that. Nothing obvious. He was amazingly meticulous. He really thought it out. But the nature of things tripped him up. Nothing more than that." "But the effort," the minister said. "This is what I find hard to believe. Surely it must have been more than one man. Burying these objects, building the walls. Surely he would have been noticed." The professor stopped another swallow, nodded at her as he choked once or twice. A broad wave of the hand, a gasping recovery of breath. "Fishing village. Kilometer north of here. Boarding house in the early 19th century. A crew of 10. Rented rooms in the summer of 1842. Bills paid by a Mr. Carlson." The minister raised her eyebrows. "Ah." One of the graduate students got out a guitar and began to play. The other students and the volunteers gathered around her. "So," the minister said, "Mr. Carlson, does he show up elsewhere?" "There was a Professor Oman in Bergen, a Dr. Bergen in Reykjavik, in the right years, studying the sagas. I presume they were all him, but I don't know for sure." "What do you know about him?" "Nothing. No one paid much attention to him. I've got him on a couple transatlantic crossings, I think, but he used aliases, so I've probably missed most of them. A Scandinavian American, apparently Norwegian by birth. Someone with some money, someone with patriotic feelings of some kind, someone with a grudge against a university. Who knows? All I have are a few signatures, of aliases at that, a flowery handwriting, nothing more. That's the most remarkable thing about him. You see, most hoaxers leave clues to their identities, because a part of them wants to be caught, so their cleverness can be admired, or the ones who fell for it embarrassed, or whatever. But this guy didn't want to be discovered, and in those days, if you wanted to stay off the record—" He shook his head. "A man of mystery." "Yeah, but I don't know how to find out anything more about him." The professor's face was glum in the firelight as he reflected on this. He polished off another cup of cognac. The minister watched him drink, then said kindly, "There is nothing to be done about it, really. That is the nature of the past." "I know." Conclusions. They threw the last big logs on the fire, and flames roared up, yellow licks breaking free among the stars. The professor felt numb all over. His heart was cold. The firelit faces were smeary, primitive masks, dancing in the light. The songs were harsh and raucous. He couldn't understand the words. The wind was chilling, and the hot skin of his arms and neck goose-pimpled uncomfortably. He felt sick with alcohol, and knew it would be a while before his body could overmaster it. The minister led him away from the fire, then up the rocky ridge, getting him away from the students and laborers, no doubt, so he wouldn't embarrass himself. Starlight illuminated the heather and broken granite under their feet. He stumbled. He tried to explain to her what it meant to be an archaeologist whose most important work was the discovery that a bit of their past was a falsehood. "It's like a mosaic," he said, drunkenly trying to follow the fugitive thought. "A puzzle with most of the pieces gone. A tapestry, and if you pull a thread out, it's ruined. So little lasts. We need every bit we can find." She seemed to understand. In her student days, she told him, she had waitressed at a cafe in Montreal. Years later she had gone down the street to have a look, just for nostalgia's sake. The cafe was gone. The street was completely different, and she couldn't remember the names of any of the people she had worked with. "This was my own past, not all that many years ago." The professor nodded. Cognac was rushing through his veins, and as he looked at the minister, so beautiful in the starlight, she seemed to him a kind of muse, a spirit sent to comfort him, or frighten him, he couldn't tell which. Cleo, he thought, the muse of history, someone he could talk to. She laughed softly. "Sometimes it seems our lives are much longer than we usually think, so that we live through incarnations, and looking back later we have nothing but—" She waved a hand. "Bronze pins," the professor said. "Iron rivets." "Yes." She looked at him. Her eyes were bright in the starlight. "We need an archaeology for our own lives." Acknowledgements. Later he walked her back to the fire, now reduced to banked red coals. She put her hand to his upper arm as they walked, steadying herself, and he felt in the touch some kind of portent, but couldn't understand it. He had drunk so much. Why be so upset about it? Why? It was his job to find the truth. Having found it, he should be happy. Why had no one told him what he would feel? The minister said good night. She was off to bed. She suggested he do likewise. Her look was compassionate, her voice firm. When she was gone, he hunted down the bottle of cognac and drank the rest of it. The fire was dying, the students and workers scattered, in the tents or out in the night, in couples. He walked by himself, back down to the site. Low mounds, of walls that had never been. Beyond the actual site were rounded buildings, models built by the Park Service to show tourists what the real buildings had looked like. When Vikings had camped on the edge of the New World, repairing their boats, finding food, fighting among themselves, mad with epic jealousies, fighting the dangerous Indians, getting killed and then driven away from this land, so much lusher than Greenland. A creak in the brush, and he jumped, startled. It would have been like that, death in the night, creeping up on you. He turned with a jerk, and every starlit shadow bounced with hidden Skraelings, their bows drawn taut, their arrows aimed at his heart. He quivered, hunched over. But no, it hadn't been like that, not at all. Instead, a man with spectacles and a bag full of old junk, directing some unemployed sailors as they dug. Nondescript, taciturn, nameless. One night he would have wandered back there into the forest, perhaps fallen or had a heart attack, become a skeleton wearing leathers and sword belt, with spectacles over the skull's eye sockets, the anachronism that gave him away at last. The professor staggered over the low mounds toward the trees, intent on finding that inadvertent grave. But no, it wouldn't be there. The taciturn figure hadn't been like that. He would have been far away when he died, nothing to show what he had spent years of his life doing. A man in a hospital for the poor, the bronze pin in his pocket overlooked by the doctor, stolen by an undertaker's assistant. An anonymous figure to the grave and beyond. The creator of Vinland, never to be found. The professor looked around, confused and sick. There was a waist-high rock, a glacial erratic. He sat on it, put his head in his hands. Really quite unprofessional. All those books he had read as a child. What would the minister think? Grant money. No reason to feel so bad. At that latitude midsummer nights are short, and the party had lasted late. The sky to the east was already gray. He could see down onto the site and its long sod roofs. On the beach, a trio of long, narrow, high-ended ships. Small figures in furs emerged from the longhouses and went down to the water, and he walked among them and heard their speech, a sort of dialect of Norwegian that he could mostly understand. They would leave that day. It was time to load the ships. They were going to take everything with them. They didn't plan to return. Too many Skraelings in the forest. Too many quick arrow deaths. He walked among them, helping them load stores. Then a little man in a black coat scurried behind the forge, and he roared and took off after him, scooping up a rock on the way, ready to deal out a Skraeling death to that black intruder. The minister woke him with a touch of her hand. He almost fell off the rock. He shook his head. He was still drunk. The hangover wouldn't begin for a couple more hours, though the sun was already up. "I should have known all along," he said to her angrily. "They were stretched to the limit in Greenland, and the climate was worsening. It was amazing they got that far. Vinland," he waved a hand at the sight, "was just some dreamer's story." Regarding him calmly, the minister said, "I am not sure it matters." He looked up at her. "What do you mean?" "History is made of stories people tell, and fictions, dreams, hoaxes. They also are made of stories people tell. True or false, it's the stories that matter to us. Certain qualities in the stories themselves make them true or false." He shook his head. "Some things really happened in the past, and some things didn't." "But how can you know for sure which is which? You can't go back and see for yourself. Maybe Vinland was the invention of this mysterious stranger of yours. Maybe the Vikings came here, after all, and landed somewhere else. Either way, it can never be anything more than a story to us." "But—" he swallowed. "Surely it matters whether it is a true story or not." She paced before him. "A friend of mine once told me something he had read in a book," she said. "It was by a man who sailed the Red Sea, long ago. He told of a servant boy on one of the dhows who could not remember ever having been cared for. The boy had become a sailor at age 3. Before that, he had been a beachcomber." She stopped pacing and looked at the beach below them. Often I imagined that little boy's life, surviving alone on a beach. At that age, it astonished me. It made me happy. She turned to look at him. But later I told this story to an expert in child development, and he just shook his head. It probably wasn't true, he said. Not a lie, exactly, but a stretcher, the professor suggested. A stretcher, exactly. He supposed that the boy had been somewhat older, or had had some help, you know. The professor nodded. But in the end, the minister said, I found this judgment did not matter to me. In my mind, I still saw that toddler, searching the tide pools for his daily food. And so for me, the story lives. And that is all that matters. We judge all the stories from history like that. We value them according to how much they spur our imaginations. The professor stared at her. He rubbed his jaw, looked around. Things had the sharp-edged clarity they sometimes get after a sleepless night, as if glowing with internal light. He said, Someone with opinions like yours probably shouldn't have the job that you do. I didn't know I had them, the minister said. I only just came upon them in the last couple of hours, thinking about it. The professor was surprised. You didn't sleep? She shook her head. Who could sleep on a night like this? My feeling exactly. He almost smiled. So, a nuit blanche, you call it? Yes, she said, a nuit blanche for two. And she looked down at him with that amused glance of hers, as if she understood him. She extended her arms toward him, grasped his hands, helped pull him to his feet. They began to walk back toward the tents, across the site of Lanceau Meadows. The grass was wet with dew, and very green. I still think, he said as they walked together, that we want more than stories from the past. We want something not easily found, something, in fact, that the past doesn't have, something secret, some secret meaning, something that will give our lives a kind of sense. She slipped a hand under his arm. We want the Atlantis of childhood, but failing that— She laughed and kicked at a clump of grass. A spray of dew flashed ahead of them, containing for just one moment a bright little rainbow. Life regarded as a jigsaw puzzle of highly lustrous cats. Michael Bishop. So accustomed are we to thinking of science fiction as a genre, it's easy to forget that the field is in fact far more diverse than the so-called mainstream. If John Updike and Danielle Steele ever found themselves seated together at dinner, they might not have anything to say to each other, but the fact would remain that their novels share many more aesthetic and metaphysical assumptions than do those of, for example, Michael Bishop and the author of the latest trilogy about a galactic empire or a quest for a golden codpiece. To put it another way, while it's possible to imagine a mildly demented incarnation of Updike writing the story you are about to read, it's impossible to imagine our codpiece trilogist doing so. In 1982, Bishop's novelette The Quickening won the Nebula Award, and the following year that particular trophy also went to his astonishing time travel novel, No Enemy But Time. His more recent books include Philip K. Dick is Dead, Alas, Unicorn Mountain, Count Geiger's Blues, and, my personal favorite, the simultaneously moving and satiric Ancient of Days. His short fiction has been collected in Blooded on Arachne, One Winter in Eden, Close Encounters with the Deity, and emphatically not SF, Almost. And his editorial skills are on display in Light Years and Dark, Nebula Awards 23, 24, and 25, and with Ian Watson, Changes. In the spring of 1994, Bantam will publish his World War II baseball fantasy, Brittle Innings, which recently sold to the movies, as a mainstream title. Asked to describe the origin of Life Regarded as a Jigsaw Puzzle of Highly Lustrous Cats, the title, of course, is modeled on Samuel R. Delaney's Time Considered as a Helix of Semi-Precious Stones. Bishop replied, In 1990, editor and fiction writer Gene Shinto purchased reprint rights to a fairly early story of mine called Dogs' Lives for an Atlantic Monthly Press anthology, The Literary Dog. As its title probably suggests, this anthology features an unusual selection of stories by contemporary writers, among them Bobby Ann Mason, John Updike, Doris Lessing, and Tobias Wolff, in which dogs play a pivotal, if not always leading, narrative or thematic role. It pleased me immensely, and still does, to have a story of mine in such company. While compiling The Literary Dog, Miss Shinto proposed doing a companion volume centered on, you guessed it, cats, and she asked if I had a story that would fit that project too. I didn't, but shortly after she'd mentioned it, I began mulling over a companion piece to Dogs' Lives, and the scenes constituting Life Regarded started shifting in kaleidoscope fragments through my wakeful and even my dreaming brain. Miss Shinto liked the resultant story, but told me in a letter that her cat volume, owing to a surfeit of liked-theme anthologies, would never appear. At this point in my career, I've written and published nearly 100 pieces of short fiction, from short shorts to book-length novellas. Life Regarded ranks as my favorite, because I view it as the best, i.e. the most heartfelt, the most aesthetically successful, of the whole disorderly lot. Some have hinted that my affection for it betrays only my total lack of objectivity, but I always think they haven't read it very carefully. Your father-in-law, who insists that you call him Howie, even though you prefer Mr. Bragg, likes jigsaw puzzles. If they prove harder than he has the skill or the patience for, he knows a sneaky way around the problem. During the third Christmas season, after your marriage to Marty, you find Howie at a card table wearing a parka, a blue watch cap with a crown of burgundy leather, and fur-lined shoes. December through February, it's freezing in the Braggs' Tudor-style house outside Spartanburg. He is assembling a huge jigsaw puzzle, for the Braggs give him one every Christmas. His challenge is to put it together, unaided by drop-in company or any other family member, before the Sugar Bowl kickoff on New Year's Day. This year, the puzzle is of cats. The ESB procedure being administered to you by the zoo cop and his associates is keyed to cats. When they zap your implanted electrodes, cat-related memories parachute into your mind's eye, opening out like fireworks. The lid from the puzzle's box is Mr. Bragg's, Howie's, blueprint, and it depicts a population explosion of stylized cats. They are both mysterious beasts and whimsical cartoons. The puzzle lacks any background, it's so full of cats. They run, stalk, lap milk, tussle, tongue-file their fur, snooze, etc., etc. There are no puzzle areas where a single color dominates, a serious obstacle to quick assembly. Howie has a solution. When only a handful of pieces remain in the box, he uses a razor blade to shave any piece that refuses to fit where he wants it to. This is cheating, as even Howie readily acknowledges, but on New Year's Eve, with Dick Clark standing in Times Square and the Sugar Bowl game only hours away, a man can't afford to screw around. "Looking good," you say, as the crowd on TV starts its rowdy countdown to midnight. "You're almost there." Howie confesses, complains, that this puzzle has been a real mind-bender. He appreciates the challenge of 1,000+ pieces and a crazy-making dearth of internal clues, but why this particular puzzle? He usually receives a photographic landscape or a Western painting by Remington. "I'm not a cat fancier," he tells you. "Most of 'em are sneaky little bastards, don't you think?" Marty likes cats, but when you get canned at Piedmont Freight in Atlanta, she moves back to Spartanburg with your son, Jacob, who may be allergic to cats. Marty leaves in your keeping 2 calico mongrels that duck out of sight whenever you try to feed or catch them. You catch them eventually, of course, and drive them to the pound in a plastic animal carrier that Marty bought from Delta or Eastern or some other airline out at Hartsfield. Penfield, a.k.a. the zoo cop, wants to know how you lost your job. He gives you a multiple-choice quiz. A. Company-wide layoff. B. Neglect of duty and or unacceptable job performance. C. Personality conflict with the supervisor. D. Suspicion of disloyalty. E. All or none of the above. You tell him that there was an incident of alleged sexual harassment involving a female secretary whose name, even under the impetus of electrical stimulation of the brain, ESB, you cannot now recall. All you can recall is every cat, real or imaginary, ever to etch its image into your consciousness. After your firing, you take the cats, Springer and Ossie, short for Ocelot, to the pound. When you look back from the shelter's doorway, a teenage attendant is giving you, no doubt about it, the evil eye. Springer and Ossie are doomed. No one in the big, busy city wants a mixed-breed female. The fate-awaiting 9-year-old Jacob's cats, never mind their complicity in his frightening asthma, is the gas chamber. But today you are as indifferent to the cat's fate as a latter-day Eichmann. You are numb from the molecular level upward. "We did have them spayed," you defend yourself. "Couldn't you use that to pitch them to some nice family?" You begin to laugh. Is this another instance of inappropriate effect? Except for the laughing gas given you to sink the electrodes, you've now been off all medication for you don't know how long. On the street, only 3 years after your dismissal, you wept at hobos' bawdy jokes, got up and danced if the obituaries you'd been sleeping under reported an old friend's death. Once, you giggled when a black girl bummed a cigarette in the parking lot of Trinity United Methodist. "I got AIDS, man. Hain't no smoke gonna kill me. Hain't time enough for the old lung C to kick in, too." Now that Penfield's taken you off antipsychotics, is ye old inappropriate effect kicking in again? Or is this fallout from the ESB? After all, one gets entirely different responses, rage and affection, fear and bravado, from zapping hypothalamic points less than 2/100ths of an inch from each other. "Spill it, Adolf," Penfield says. "What's so funny?" "Cat juggling," you tell him. Your name has never been Adolf. "What?" "Steve Martin in The Jerk. An illegal Mexican sport. A joke, you know. Cat juggling." You surrender to jerky laughter. It hurts, but your glee isn't inappropriate. The movie was a comedy. People were supposed to laugh. Forget that. When you close your eyes, you see yourself as the outlaw juggler. Forget that the cats in their caterwauling orbits include Springer, Ossie, Tai-Tai, Romeo, and an anonymous albino kitten from your dead grandparents' grain crib on their farm outside Montgomery. As a boy in Hateville, the cat you like best is Tai-Tai, a male Siamese that your mama and you inherit from the family moving out. His name isn't Tai-Tai before your mama starts calling him that, though. It's something fake Chinese, like Lung Si or Mao Zedong. The folks moving out don't want to take him with them. Their daddy's got a job with Otero Steel in Pueblo, Colorado. Besides, Mao Zedong's not likely to appreciate the ice and snow out there. He's a Deep South cat, Dixie, born and bred. "You are who you are," Mama tells the Siamese, while he rubs her laddered nylons. "But from here on out, your name is Tai-Tai." "Why are you calling him that?" you ask her. "Because it fits a cracker Siamese," she says. It's several years later before you realize that Thailand is Siam's current name, and that there's a gnat-plagued town southeast of Albany called, Tai-Tai. Your mama's a smart gal, with an agile mind and a quirky sense of humor. How Daddy ever got it into his head that she wasn't good enough for him is a mystery. "It's her agile mind and her quirky sense of humor that did her in," the zoo cop says, pinching back your eyelid. Anyway, Daddy ran off to a Florida dog-track town with a chunky, bottle-blonde ex-hairdresser who dropped a few pounds and started a mail-order weight-loss tonic business. He's been gone 9 weeks and 4 days. Tai-Tai, when you notice him, is pretty decent company. He sheathes his claws when he's in your lap. He purrs at a bearable register. He eats leftover vegetables, peas, lima beans, spinach, as readily as he does bacon rinds or chicken scraps. A doll, Mama calls him, a gentleman. This ESB business distorts stuff. It flips events, attitudes, preferences upside down. The last shall be first, the first shall be last. This focus on cats, for example, is a major distortion, a misleading re-envisioning of the life that you lived before getting trapped by Rockdale Biological Supply Company. Can't Penfield see this? No way. He's too hot to screw Rockdale Biological's bigwigs. The guy may have right on his side, but to him, for the moment anyway, you're just another human oven cake. If you crumble when the heat's turned up, great. Zip-a-dee-zoo-cop. Pop me a cold one. Justice is served. Thing is, you prefer dogs. Even as a kid, you like them more. You bring home flea-bitten strays and beg to keep them. When you live in Alabama, you covet the liony chow, Simba, that waits every afternoon in the Nottasulga schoolyard for Wesley Duplantier. Dogs, not cats. Until Mauser tongue, Tai-Tai, all the cats you know prowl on the edges of your attention. Even Tai-Tai comes to you and Mama, over here in Georgia, as a kind of offhand housewarming gift. Dogs, Mr. Zoo-Cop, not cats. Actually, Penfield says, I'm getting the idea that what was in the forefront of your attention, Adolf, was women. After puberty, your attention never has a forefront. You are dive-bombed by stimuli. Girls' faces are billboards. Their bodies are bigger billboards. Jigsawed ad signs. A piece here, a piece there. It isn't just girls. It's everything. Cars, buildings, TV talking heads, mosquito swarms, jet contrails, interchangeable male callers at supper time, battle scenes on the 6 o'clock news, rock idols infinitely glitterized, the whole schmear fragmenting as it feeds into you, Mr. Teenage Black Hole of the Spirit. Except when romancing a sweet young gal, your head's a magnet for all the flack generated by the media-crazed 20th century. You're tomcatting, aren't you? Mama says. You're tomcatting just like Webb did. God! It's a way to stay focused. With their faces and bodies under you, they cease to be billboards. You're a human being again, not a radio receiver or a gravity funnel. The act imposes a fleeting order on the ricocheting chaos working every instant to turn you, the mind cementing it all together into a flimsy cardboard box of mismatched pieces. Is that tomcatting? Resisting, by a tender union of bodies, the consequences of dumping a jigsaw puzzle of cats into a box of pieces that, assembled, would depict, say, a unit of embattled flak gunners on Corregidor. Christ, the Zoo-Cop says, a more highfalutin excuse for chasing tail I've never heard. Your high school is crawling with cats. Cool cats, punk cats, stray cats, dead cats. Some are human, some aren't. You dissect a cat in biology lab. On a plaster of Paris base, guyed upright by wires, stands the bleached skeleton of a quadruped that Mr. Osteen, he's also the track and girls' softball coach, swears was a member of Felis catus, the common house cat. With its underlying gauntness exposed, and its skull gleaming brittle and grotesque, this skeleton resembles that of something prehistoric. Pamela Van Ryn and 2 or 3 other girls want to know where the cats in the lab came from. A scientific supply house, Coach Osteen says. Same place we get our bullfrogs, our microscope slides, the insects in that there display case. He nods at it. Where does the supply house get them? Pamela says. I don't know, Pammy. Maybe they raise 'em. Maybe they round up strays. You missing a kitty? In fact, rumor holds that Mr. Osteen found the living source of his skeleton behind the track field's south bleachers, chloroformed it, carried it home, and boiled the fur off it in a pot on an old stove in his basement. Because of the smell, his wife spent a week in Augusta with her mother. Rumor holds that cat lovers hereabouts would be wise to keep their pets indoors. Slicing into the chest cavity of the specimen provided by the supply house, you find yourself losing it. You are the only boy in Coach Osteen's lab to contract nausea and an overwhelming uprush of self-disgust. The only boy, clammy-palmed and light-headed, to have to leave the room. The ostensible shame of your departure is lost on Pamela, who agrees, in Nurse Mayhew's office, to rendezvous with you later that afternoon at the Huddle House. "This is the heart," you can still hear Osteen saying. "Looks like a wet rubber strawberry, don't it?" As a 7-year-old, you wander into the grain crib of the barn on the Powell farm. A one-eyed mongrel queen named Skye has dropped a litter on the deer hides, today stiff and rat-eaten, that Granby Powell stowed there 20 or more years ago. Skye one-eyes you with real suspicion, all set to bolt or hiss as you lean over a rail to study the blind quintetta for kittening. They're not much, mere lumps. "Turds with fur," Granby called them last night, to Meemaw Anita's scandalized dismay and the keen amusement of your daddy. They hardly move. One kitten gleams white on the stiff hide, in a nervous curl of Skye's furry belly. You spit at Skye, as another cat would spit, but louder, so that eventually, intimidated, she gets up, kittens falling from her like bombs from the open bay of a B-52, and slinks to the far wall of the crib. You climb over the rail and pick up the white kitten, the maybe albino, as Meemaw Anita dubbed it. "Won't know for sure," she said, "till its eyes are open." You turn the kitten in your hands. Which end is which? It's sort of hard to say. Okay, here's the starchy white potato print of its smashed-in pug of a face. Eyes shut, ears a pair of napkin folds, mouth a miniature crimson gap. You rub the helpless critter on your cheek. Cat smells, hay smells, hide smells. It's hard not to sneeze. It occurs to you that you could throw this maybe albino like a baseball. You could wind up like Denny McLean and fling it at the far wall of the grain crib. If you aim just right, you may be able to hit the wall so that the kitten rebounds and lands on Skye. You could sing a funny song. "Sky's being fallen on, oh, Sky's being fallen on, what you think 'bout that?" And nobody'll ever know if poor little maybe albino has pink eyes or not. This sudden impulse horrifies you, even as a kid, especially as a kid. You can see the white kitten dead. Trembling, you set the kitten back down on the cardboardy deer hide, climb back over the crib rail, and stand away from the naked litter while Skye tries to decide what to do next. Unmanfully, you start to cry. "Sorry, kitty. Sorry, Skye. I'm really sorry." You almost want Granby or Meemaw Anita to stumble in on you, in the churchly gloom and itch of their grain crib, to see you doing this heartfelt penance for a foul deed imagined but never carried out. It's okay to cry a bit in front of your mama's folks. "I'm touched," Penfield says. "But speak up. Stop mumbling." For several months after your senior year, you reside in the adolescent wing of the Quiet Harbor Psychiatric Center in a suburb of Atlanta. You're there to neutralize the disorienting stimuli, flak, you call it, burning out your emotional wiring, flying at you from everywhere. You're there to relearn how to live with no despairing recourse to disguises, sex, drugs. Bad drugs, the doctors mean. At QHPC, they give you good drugs. This is actually the case, not sarcastic bullshit. Kim Yan, one of the psychotherapists in the so-called wild child wing, assures you that this is so, that antipsychotics aren't addictive. You get 20 milligrams a day of haloperidol. You take it in liquid form in paper cups shaped like dollhouse-sized coffee filters. You're not an addict, Kim says. Everyone at QHPC calls her Kim. Think of yourself as a diabetic, of Haldol as insulin. You don't hold a diabetic off insulin. That'd be criminal. Not only do you get Haldol, you get talk therapy, recreational therapy, family therapy, crafts therapy. Some of the residents of the Wild Child Wing are druggies and sexual abuse victims as young as 12. They get these same therapies, along with pet therapy. The pets brought in on Wednesdays often include cats. "At last," Penfield tells an associate. "That last jolt wasn't a miss-hit after all." The idea is that hostile, fearful, or withdrawn kids who don't interact well with other people will do better with animals. Usually they do. Kittens under a year, tumbling with one another, batting at yarn balls, exploring the pet room with their tails up like the radio antennas on cars, seem to be effective four-legged therapists. One teenage girl, a manic depressive who calls herself Eagle Rose, goes gaga over them. "Oh," she says, holding up a squirmy, smoke-colored male and nodding at two kittens wrestling in an empty carton of extra-large Tide. "They're so soft, so neat, so highly lustrous." Despite Kim Yan's many attempts to involve you, you stand aloof from everyone. It's Eagle Rose who focuses your attention, not the kittens, and ER's an untouchable. Every patient here is an untouchable that way. It would be a terrible betrayal to think anything else. So, mostly, you don't. The year before you marry, Marty is renting a house on North Highland Avenue. A whole house. It's not a big house, but she has plenty of room. She uses one bedroom as a studio. In this room, on the floor, lies a large canvas on which she has been painting, exclusively in shades of blue, the magnified heart of a magnolia. She calls the painting, too explicitly, you think, Magnolia Heart in Blue. She's worked on it all quarter, often appraising it from a stepladder to determine how best to continue. Every weekend you sleep with Marty in the bedroom next to the studio. Her mattress rests on the floor, without box springs or bedstead. You sometimes feel that you're lying in the middle of a painting in progress, a strange but gratifying sensation that you may or may not carry into your next week of classes at GSU. One balmy Sunday, you awake to find Marty's body stenciled with primitive blue flowers, a blossom on her neck, more on her breasts, an indigo bouquet on the milky plain of her abdomen. You gaze at her in groggy wonderment. The woman you plan to marry has become, overnight, an arabesque of disturbing floral bruises. Then you see the cat, Romeo, a neighbor's gray Persian, propped in the corner, belly exposed, so much like a hairy little man in a recliner that you laugh. Marty stirs. Romeo preens. Clearly, he entered through a studio window, walked all over Magnolia Heart in Blue, then came in here and violated Marty. My wife-to-be as a strip of fin de siècle wallpaper, you muse, kissing her chastely on one of the paw-print flowers. You sleep on the streets. You wear the same stinking clothes for days on end. You haven't been on haloperidol for months. The city could be Lima, or Istanbul, or Bombay, as easily as Atlanta. Hell, it could be a bouldered, littered crater on the moon. You drag from one place to another like a zombie, and the people you hit up for hamburgers, change, MARTA tokens, old newspapers, have no more substance to you than you do to them. They could all be holograms or ghosts. They could be androids programmed to keep you dirty and hungry by dictating your behavior with remote control devices that look like wristwatches and key rings. Cats mean more to you than people do. The people may not be people. Cats are fellow survivors, able to sniff out nitrogenous substances from blocks away. Food. You follow a trio of scrawny felines down Ponce de Leon to the rear door of a catfish restaurant, where the dumpster overflows with greasy paper and other high refuse. The cats strut around on the mounded topography of this debris, while you balance on an upturned trash barrel, mindlessly picking and choosing. 7 rooms away from Coach Osteen's lab, Mr. Petty is teaching advanced junior English, poetry. He stalks around the room like an actor doing Hamlet, even when the poem's Something Dumb by Ogden Nash, or Something Beat and Surface Sacrilegious by Ferlinghetti, or Something Short and Puzzling by Carlos Williams. The Williams piece is about a cat that climbs over a cabinet, a jam closet, and steps into a flower pot. Actually, Mr. Petty says it's about the image created by Williams's purposely simple diction. Everyone argues that it isn't a poem at all. It's even less a poem, lacking metaphors, than that Carl Sandburg thing about the fog coming on little, for Christ's sake, cat's feet. You like it, though. You can see the cat stepping cautiously into the flower pot. The next time you're in Coach Osteen's class, trying to redeem yourself at the dissection table, you recite the poem for Pamela Van Ryn, Jessie Faye Culver, Kathy Morganow, and Cynthia Spivey. Coach Osteen, shaking his head, makes you repeat the lines so that he can say them too. Amazing. Cats are digitigrade critters, he tells the lab. That means they walk on their toes. Digitigrade. Cynthia Spivey catches your eye. Well, I'll be a pussy willow, she silently mouths. Who'd have thunk it? Unlike the dog or the horse, Coach Osteen goes on, the cat walks by moving the front and back legs on one side of its body, and then the front and back legs on the other. The only other animals to move that way are the camel and the giraffe. And naked crazy folks rutting on all fours, you think, studying Cynthia's lips, and wondering if there was ever a feral child raised by snow leopards or jaguars. Ty-Ty develops a urinary tract infection. Whenever he has to pee, he looks for Mama pulling weeds or hanging out clothes in the backyard and squats to show her that he's not getting the job done. It takes Mama 2 or 3 days to realize what's going on. Then you and she carry Ty to the vet. Mama waits tables at a Denny's near the expressway. She hasn't really got the money for the operation that Ty needs to clear up the blockage, a common problem in male Siamese. She tells you that you can either forfeit movie money for the next few months or help her pay to make Ty well. You hug Mama, wordlessly agreeing that the only thing to do is to help your cat. The operation goes okay, but the vet telephones a day later to report that Ty took a bad turn overnight and died near morning. Ty's chocolate and silver body has a bandage cinched around his middle, like a wraparound saddle. You're the one who buries Ty because Mama can't bring herself to. You put him in a Siamese-sized cardboard box, dig a hole under the holly in the backyard, and lay him to rest with a spank of the shovel blade and a prayer consisting of grief-stricken repetitions of the word, please. 2 or 3 months later, you come home from school to find a pack of dogs in the backyard. They've dug Ty-Ty up. You chase the dogs away, screeching from an irate crouch. Ty's corpse is nothing but matted fur and protruding bones. Its most conspicuous feature is the bandage holding the maggoty skeleton together at its cinched-in waist. This isn't Ty, you tell yourself. I buried Ty a long, long time ago, and this isn't him. You carry the remains, jacketed in the editorial section of the Atlanta Constitution, to a trash can and dump them with an abrupt, indifferent thunk. Pickup is tomorrow. One Sunday afternoon in March, you're standing with 200 other homeless people at the entrance to Trinity United Methodist Soup Kitchen near the state capitol. It's drizzling. A thin but gritty-looking young woman in jeans and sweatshirt, her hair lying in dark strands against her forehead, is passing out hand-numbered tickets to every person who wants to get into the basement. At the head of the outside basement steps is a man in pleated slacks and a plaid shirt. He won't let anyone down the steps until they have a number in the group of 10 currently being admitted. He has to get an okay from the soup kitchen staff downstairs before he'll allow a new group of 10 to pass. Your number, on a green slip of paper, already drizzle-dampened, is 126. The last group down held numbers 96 to 105. You think. Hard to tell with all the shoving, cursing, and bantering on the line. One angry black man up front doesn't belong there. He waves his ticket every time a new group of 10 is called, hoping, even though his number is 182, to squeeze past the man set there to keep order. "How many carries your ring?" he asks. "I sick. Mon, and lemme hear 'fore I fall out. Damn to see it rain. When the dude holding number 109 doesn't show, the stair guard lets number 182 pass, a good riddance sort of charity. You shuffle up with the next two groups. How many of these people are robots, human machines drawn to the soup kitchen, as you may have been, on invisible tractor beams? The stair guard isn't wearing a watch or shaking a keyring. It's probably his wedding band that's the remote control device. "My God!" he cries when he sees you. "Is that really you? It is, isn't it?" The stair guy's name is Dirk Healy. He says he went to school with you in Hateville. Remember Pamela Van Ryn? Remember Cynthia What's-Her-Name? When you go down into the basement and get your 2 white bread sandwiches and a styrofoam cup of vegetable soup, Dirk convinces another volunteer to take over his job and sits down next to you at one of the rickety folding tables where your fellow street folk are single-mindedly eating. Dirk, who, as far as you're concerned, could be the man in the moon, doesn't ask you how you got in this fix, doesn't accuse, doesn't exhort. "You're off your medication, aren't you?" Your hackles lift. "Hey," he soothes, "I visited you at Quiet Harbor. The thing to do is get you back on it." You eat, taking violent snatches of the sandwiches, quick sips of the soup. You one-eye Dirk over the steam the way that years ago Sky one-eyed you from her grain crib nest. "I may have a job for you," Dirk says confidentially. "Ever hear of Rockdale Biological?" One summer, for reasons you don't understand, Mama sends you to visit your father and his ex-hairdresser Floozy, whose name is Carol Grace, in the Florida town where they live off the proceeds of her mail-order business and sometimes bet the dogs at the local greyhound track. Carol Grace may bet the greyhounds at the track, but at home she's a cat person. She owns 7, a marmalade-colored tom, a piebald tom, 3 tricolor females, an orange Angora of ambiguous gender, and a Manx mix, with a tail 4 or 5 inches long, as if someone shortened it with a cleaver. "If Stubb was pure Manx," Carol Grace says, "he wouldn't have no tail. Must have been an alley tom in his mamma's kitty litter." Stroking Stubb, she chortles happily. She and your mother look a little alike. They have a similar feistiness, too, although it seems coarser in Carol Grace, whom your balding father, she calls him Webby, for Pete's sake, unabashedly dotes on. A few days into your visit, Carol Grace and you find one of her females, Hetty Lamar, lying crumpled under a pecan tree, shading the 2-story house's south side. The cat is dead. You kneel to touch her. Carol Grace kneels beside you. "Must have fell," she says. "Lots of people think cats are too jack-be-nimble to fall, but they can slip up, too. Guess my Hetty didn't remember that pretty thing. Now look." You are grateful that, today, Carol Grace does the burying and the prayer-saying. Her prayer includes the melancholy observation that anyone can fall. Anyone. "Enough of this crap," Penfield says. "Tell me what you did, and for whom and why, at Rockdale Biological." "Given what I can," you mumble, working to turn your head into the uncompromising rigidity of the clamps. "Adolf," Penfield says, "what you're giving me is cat juggling." Alone in the crafts room with Kim Yon, while the other kids in Blue Group, QHPC's Wild Child Wing has 2 sections, blue and gold, go on a field trip, you daub acrylics at a crude portrayal of a cat walking upside down on a ceiling. Under the cat, a woman and a teenage boy point and make hateful faces. "Are they angry at the cat or at each other?" Kim asks. You give her a look. What a stupid question. Kim comes over, stands at your shoulder. If she were honest, she'd tell you that you're no artist at all. The painting may be psychologically revealing, but it refutes the notion that you have any talent as a draftsman or a colorist. "Ever hear of British artist Louis Wain?" Kim says. "He lived with 3 unmarried sisters and a pack of cats. His schizophrenia didn't show up until he was almost 60. That's late." "Lucky," you say. He didn't have so long to be crazy. Listen now. Wayne painted only cats. He must have really liked them. At first he did smarmy, realistic kitties for calendars and postcards, popular crap. Later, thinking jealous competitors were zapping him with X-rays or something, the cats in his paintings got weird, really hostile and menacing. Weirder than mine? You jab your brush at it. Ah, that's a mere putty-tat. Then, in the 15 years he was institutionalized, Wayne painted scads of big-eyed, spiky-haired cats. He put bright neon auras and electrical fields around them. His backgrounds got geometrically rad. Today you might think they were computer-generated. Anyhow, Wayne's crazy stuff was better, fiercer, stronger than the crap he'd done sane. Meaning I'm a total loss unless I get crazier, you say. No, what I'm trying to tell you is that the triangles, stars, rainbows, and repeating arabesques that Wayne put into his paintings grew from a desperate effort to impose order on the chaos inside him. It's touching, really touching. Wayne was trying to confront and reverse, the only way he could, the disintegration of his adult personality. See? But you don't. Not exactly. Kim taps your acrylic cat with a burgundy fingernail. You're not going to be the new Picasso, but you aren't doomed to suffer as terrifying a schizophrenia as Wayne suffered either. The bizarre thing in your painting is the cat on the ceiling. The colors and the composition itself are reassuringly conventional, a good sign for your mental health. Another thing is, Wayne's doctors couldn't give him antipsychotic drugs. We can. Cheers. You pantomime knocking back a little cup of Haldol. Kim smiles. So, why'd you paint the cat upside down? Because I'm upside down, you say. Kim gives you a peck on the cheek. You're not responsible for a gone-awry brain chemistry or an unbalanced metabolism, hon. Go easy on yourself, okay? Dropping your brush, you pull Kim to you and try to nuzzle her under the jaw. Effortlessly, she bends back your hand and pushes you away. But that, she says, you're going to have to control. Friends, not lovers. Sorry if I gave you the wrong idea, really. If the pieces toward the end don't fit, Howie tells you, you can always use a razor blade. He holds one up. You try to take it. Double-edged, it slices your thumb. Some of your blood spatters on the cat puzzle. A guy in a truck drives up to the specimen prep platform and loading dock behind Rockdale Biological Medical Supply. It's an unmarked panel truck with no windows behind the cab. The guys who drive the truck change, it seems, almost every week. But you're a 2-month fixture on the concrete platform with the slide cages and the euthanasia cabinet. Back here, you're Dirk Healy's main man, especially now that he's off on a business trip somewhere. Your job is both mindless and strength-sapping. The brick wall around the rear of the RBMS complex and the maple trees shielding the loading dock help you keep your head together. Healy has you on a lower dosage of haloperidol than you took while you and Marty were still married. Says you were over-medicated before. Says you were, an apathetic drug slave. He should know. He's been a hot shot in National Medical Supply for years. We'll have you up in the front office in no time, he assured you. The platform job's a kind of trial. The guy in the truck backs up and starts unloading. Dozens of cats in slide cages. You wear elbow-length leather gloves and a heavy apron and feel a bit like an old-timey Western blacksmith. The cats are pieces of scrap iron to be worked in the forge. You slide the door end of each cage into the connector between the open platform and the euthanasia cabinet, then poke the cats in the butt or the flank with a long metal rod until they duck into the cabinet to escape your prodding. When the cabinet's full, you drop the safety door, check the gauges, turn on the gas. It hisses louder than the cats, climbing over one another, louder than their yowling and tumbling, which noises gradually subside and finally stop. By hand, you unload the dead cats from the chamber, slinging them out by their tails or their legs. You cease feeling like a blacksmith. You imagine yourself as a 19th century trapper, stacking fox, beaver, rabbit, wolf, and muskrat pelts on a travois for a trip to the trading post. The pelts are pretty, though many are blemished by vivid skin diseases and a thick black dandruff of gassed fleas. How much could they be worth? $9.50 a cat, Dirk Healy has said. That seems unlikely. They're no longer moving. They're no longer, if they ever were, highly lustrous. They're floppy, anonymous, and dead, their fur contaminated by a lethal gas. A heavy-duty wheelbarrow rests beside the pile of cats on the platform. You unwind a hose and fill the barrow with water. Dirk has ordered you to submerge the gassed cats to make certain they're dead. Smart. Some of the cats are plucky boogers. They'll mew at you or swim feebly in the cat pile even before you pick them up and sling them into the wheelbarrow. The water in the wheelbarrow ends it, indisputably. It also washes away fleas and the worst aspects of feline scabies. You pull the folding chair over and sort through the cats for the ones with flea collars, ID collars, rabies tags. You take these things off. You do it with your gloves on, a sodden cat corpse hammocked in your apron. It's not easy, given your wet glove fingers. If it's sunny, you take the dead cats to the bright part of the platform and lay them out in neat rows to dry. "Can't you get him to stop mumbling?" Penfield asks someone in the room, his testimonies almost unintelligible. "He's replaying the experience inwardly," an indistinct figure says, "but he's starting to go autistic on us." "Look," Penfield says, "we've got to get him to verbalize clearly, or we've wasted our time." 2 months after the divorce, you drive to Spartanburg, to the Braggs' house, to see Jacob. Mr. Bragg, Howie, intercepts you at the front gate, as if apprised of your arrival by surveillance equipment. "I'm sorry," he says, "but Marty doesn't want to see you, and she doesn't want you to see Jake. If you don't leave, I'll have to call the police to, remove you." You don't contest this. You walk across the road to your car. From there, you can see that atop the brick post on either side of Mr. Bragg's ornate gate reposes a roaring granite lion. You can't remember seeing these lions before, but the crazed and reticulated state of the granite suggests they've been there a while. It's a puzzle. As you lay out the dead cats, you assign them names. The names you assign are always Mehitabel, Felix, Sylvester, Tom, Heathcliff, Garfield, and Bill. These 7 names must serve for all the cats on the platform. Consequently, you add Roman numerals to the names when you run out of names before you do cats. Mehitabel 2, Felix 2, Sylvester 2, Tom 2, and so on. It's a neat, workable system. Once you cycled all the way to Sylvester 7 before running out of specimens. As a 5th grader in Notasulga, you sit and watch a film about the American space program. An old film clip shows a cat, really more a kitten than a cat, suspended from a low ceiling by its feet. It's a metal ceiling, and the scientist who devised the experiment, which has something to do with studying the kitten's reactions to upside-downness, then applying these findings to astronauts aboard a space station, has fastened magnets to the cat's feet so that they will adhere to the metal surface. The scientist has also rigged up a pair of mice in the same odd way to see if they will distract, entice, or frighten the hanging kitten. They don't. The kitten is terrified not of the mice, who seem to be torpid and unimaginative representatives of their kind, but of the alien condition in which it finds itself. In so far as it is able, the kitten lurches against the magnets, its ears back, its mouth wide open in a silent cry. On the soundtrack, a male voice explains the import and usefulness of this experiment. No one can hear him, though, because most of the other kids in Miss Beischer's class are laughing uproariously at the kitten. You look around in a kind of sick stupefaction. Millie Heckler, Agnes Lee Terrence, and a few other girls appear to be as appalled as you, but the scene doesn't last long. It's probably shorter than your slow-motion memory of it, and it seems for a moment that you are that kitten, that everything in the world has been wrenchingly upended. I know it seemed to you that evil people were trying to invade and control your thoughts. Dr. Hall, the director of Quiet Harbor, tells you. He pets a neutered male, just back from a visit to the gerontological wing. But that was just a symptom of the scrambled condition of your brain chemistry. The truth is— Fatigued, you slouch out the rear gate of Rockdale Biological. Your apartment, the three-roomer that Healy provided, is only a short distance away. A late-model luxury town car pulls alongside you as you walk the weed-grown sidewalk. The tinted window on the front seat passenger side powers down, and you catch your first glimpse of the raw-complexioned man who introduces himself as David Penfield. An alias? Why do you think so? If you like, he says, think of me as the zoo cop. It's a permission you don't really want. Why would you choose to think of a well-dressed, ordinary-featured man with visible acne scarring as something as déclassé as Jesus, the zoo cop? Is he a detective of some sort? What does he want? The next thing you know, you're in the car with Penfield and two other tight-lipped men. The next thing you know, you're on the expressway, and one of the zoo cop's associates, goons, has locked the suction-cup feet of one of those corny Garfield toys on his tinted window as a kind of, what? Mockery? Rebuke? Warning? The next thing you know, you're in a basement that clearly isn't the soup kitchen of Trinity United Methodist. The next thing you know, you're flat on your back on a table. The next thing you know, you don't know anything. Marty's body is stenciled with primitive blue flowers, a blossom on her neck, more on her breasts, an indigo bouquet on the milky plain of her abdomen. You gaze at her in groggy wonderment. The woman you one day marry has become, overnight, an arabesque of disturbing floral bruises. "Marty," you whisper. "Marty, don't leave me. Marty, don't take my son away." Penfield, a.k.a. the zoo cop, you realize during your descent into the puzzle box, isn't a real cop. He hates you because what you've been doing for Healy is vile, contemptible, evil. So it is. So it is. He wants to get Healy, who hasn't been around this last week at all, who's maybe skipped off to Barbados, or the Yucatan, or Saint-Tropez. Penfield is an animal rights eco-terrorist, well-financed and determined, and the ESB zappings to which he and his associates are subjecting you are designed to incriminate, pinpoint, and doom old Dirk and his associates, who obviously deserve it. You, too. You deserve it, too. No argument there. None. "Christ," Penfield says, "unhook the son of a bitch and carry him upstairs. Dump him somewhere remote." You visit the pound for a replacement for Springer and Aussie, gassed 3 or 4 years ago. The attendant tells you there are plenty of potential adoptees at the shelter. You go down the rows of cages to select one. The kittens in the fouled sawdust tumble, paw, and meow, putting on a dispirited show. "This one," you finally say. "Cute," the attendant approves. Well, they'd fire her if she didn't. The idea is to adopt these creatures out, not to let them lapse into expendability. "It's for Jake, my son," you tell her. "His asthma isn't that bad. I think he may be growing out of it." "Look at my puzzle," Howie says, yanking the razor blade away from you. "You've bled all over it." City of Truth, James Morrow. James Morrow was born, he is told, in 1947. He began writing fiction at age 7, dictating adventure stories to his mother as he paced around the dining room, and she lovingly committed his words to paper using her manual Royal typewriter. 30 years later, when he finally got around to finishing a novel, it emerged, somewhat to his surprise, as a work of science fiction, and he has stayed within the field ever since. Beyond his recent Nebula Award for City of Truth, Morrow garnered that same prize for Bible Stories for Adults, number 17, The Deluge. And in 1990, his 4th novel, Only Begotten Daughter, a sequel to the New Testament, earned him the World Fantasy Award. His other books include The Continent of Lies, which dealt with what today we would call virtual reality, and This is the Way the World Ends, a nuclear war fantasia selected by the British Broadcasting Company as the best SF novel of the year. Towing Jehovah, a Death of God nautical adventure, will be published by Harcourt Brace and Company in the spring of 1994. City of Truth traces to the short story Veritas that I wrote for the first volume of George Zabrowski's anthology series, Synergy. Morrow telepathically informs the present editor. In that particular yarn, I carefully delineated the concept of a truth-telling dystopia, but shortly after its publication, I began to feel the premise deserved something beyond the spy thriller plot I directed. When my then-current British editor, the estimable Deborah Beale, invited me to contribute to her Legend Novellas series, At Random Century, I began thinking more deeply about the conundrum of candor. Honesty is a good thing, I told myself, but what if my young son were dying? Wouldn't my first instinct be to hide the truth from him? And so I returned to Veritas, putting the main character through an ordeal far more intense than the one faced by his counterpart in the original story. 1. I no longer live in the City of Truth. I have exiled myself from Veritas, from all cities, from the world. The room in which I'm writing is cramped as a county jail and moist as the inside of a lung, but I'm learning to call it home. My only light is a candle, a fat butter-colored stalk from which nets of melted wax hang like cobwebs. I wonder what it would be like to live in that candle, in the translucent crannies that surround the flame. A fine abode, warm, safe, and snug. I imagine myself spending each day wandering waxen passageways and sitting in paraffin parlors, each night lying in bed listening to the steady drip, drip, drip of my home consuming itself. My name is Jack Sparray, and I am 38 years old. I was born in Truth's own city, Veritas, on the last day of its bicentennial year. Like many boys of my generation, I dreamed of becoming an art critic one day. The pure primal thrill of attacking a painting, the sheer visceral kick of savaging a movie or a poem. In my case, however, the dream turned into reality, for by my 22nd year I was employed as a deconstructionist down at the Wittgenstein Museum in Platoborough, giving illusion its due. Other dreams, wife, children, happy home, came harder. From the very first, Helen and I wrestled with the thorny Veritasian question of whether love was a truthful term for how we felt about each other. Such a misused notion, love, a kind of one-word lie, a problem we began ignoring once a more concrete crisis had taken its place. His sperm are lazy, she thought. Her eggs are duds, I decided. But at last we found the right doctor, the proper pill, and suddenly there was Toby, flourishing inside Helen's redeemed womb. Toby the embryo, Toby the baby, Toby the toddler, Toby the preschool carpenter, forever churning out crooked birdhouses, lopsided napkin holders, and asymmetrical bookends. Toby the boy naturalist, befriending every slithery, slimy, misbegotten creature ever to wriggle across the face of the earth. This was a child with a maggot farm, a roach ranch, a pet slug. I think I love him, I told Helen one day. Let's not get carried away, she replied. The morning I met Martina Coventry, Toby was off at Camp Ditch the Kids, in the untamed outskirts of Cantborough. He sent us a picture postcard every day, a routine that I realize in retrospect was a kind of smuggling operation. Once Toby got home, the postcards would all be there, waiting to join his vast collection. To wit, Dear Mom and Dad, today we learned how to survive in case we're ever lost in the woods, what kind of bark to eat and stuff. Counselor Rick says he never heard of anybody actually using these skills. Your son, Toby. And also, Dear Mom and Dad, there's a big rat trap in the pantry here, and guess who always sneaks in at night and finds out what animal got caught and then sets it free? Me. Counselor Rick says we're boring. Your son, Toby. It was early, Barely 7 a.m., but already booze before breakfast was jammed to its crumbling brick walls. I made my way through a conglomeration of cigarette smoke and beer fumes, through frank sweat and honest halitosis. A jukebox thumped out probity, singing Copingly Ever After. The saloon-keeper, Jimmy Breeze, brought me the usual, a raspberry Danish and a Bloody Mary, setting them on the splintery cedar bar. I told him I had no cash, but would pay him tomorrow. This was Veritas. I would. I spotted only one free chair, at a tiny circular table across from a young woman whose wide face and plump contours boasted, to this beholder's eye, the premier sensuality of a Rubens model. Peter Paul Rubens was much on my mind just then, for I'd recently criticized not only the Garden of Love, but also the Raising of the Cross. "Come here often?" she asked as I approached, my plastic-wrapped Danish poised precariously atop my drink. Her abundant terracotta hair was compacted into a modest bun. Her ankle-length green dress was made of guileless cambric. I sat down. "Uh-huh," I mumbled, pushing aside the sugar bowl, the napkin dispenser, and the woman's orange peels to make room for my bloody and Danish. "I always stop in on my way to the Wittgenstein." "You a critic?" Even in the endemic gloom of booze before breakfast, her smooth, unpainted skin glowed. I nodded. "Jack Sparry." "Can't say I'm impressed. It doesn't take much intellectual prowess, does it?" She could be as honest as she liked, provided I could watch her voluptuous lips move. "What line are you in?" I asked. "I'm a writer." Her eyes expanded, limpid, generous eyes, the cobalt blue of Salome's so-so contraceptive cream. "It has its dangers, of course. There's always that risk of falling into, what's it called? Metaphor? Metaphor." There were no metaphors in Veritas. Metaphors were lies. Flesh could be like grass, but it never was grass. Use a metaphor in Veritas, and your conditioning instantly possessed you, hammering your skull, searing your heart, dropping you straight to hell in a bucket of pain, so to speak. "What do you write?" I asked. "Doggerel, greeting card messages, advertising jingles, inspirational verses like you see in—" "Sell much?" A grimace distorted her luminous face. "I should say I'm an aspiring writer." "I'd like to read some of your doggerel," I asserted. "And I'd like to have sex with you," I added, wincing at my candor. It wasn't easy being a citizen. Her grimace intensified. "Sorry if I'm being offensive," I said. "Am I being offensive?" "You're being offensive." "Offensive only in the abstract, or offensive to you personally?" "Both." She slid a wedge of orange into her wondrous mouth. "Are you married?" "Yes." "A good marriage?" "Pretty good." To have and to hold, to love and to cherish, to the degree that these mischievous and sentimental abstractions possess any meaning. Helen and I opted for a traditional ceremony. "Our son is terrific. I think I love him." "If we had an affair," a furtive smile, "wouldn't you feel guilty?" "I've never cheated." "An affair," I mused. Scary stuff. "Guilt? Yes, of course." I sipped my Bloody Mary. "I believe I could tolerate it." "Well, you can drop the whole fantasy, Mr. Sparry," the young woman said, a declaration that filled me with an odd mixture of relief and disappointment. "You can put the entire thought out of your—" "Call me Jack." I unpackaged my Danish. The wrapper dragged away clots of vanilla icing like a Band-Aid pulling off a scab. "And you're—" "Martina Coventry, and at the moment I feel only a mild, easily controlled desire to copulate with you." "At the moment," I repeated, marveling at how much ambiguity could be wedged into a prepositional phrase. In a fashionably gauche move, I licked the icing off the Danish wrapper. The mendacity of manners had recently hit the top slot on the Times bestseller list. "Will you show me your doggerel?" I asked. "It's bad doggerel." "Doggerel is by definition bad." "Mine's worse." "Please." Martina's pliant features contracted into a bemused frown. "There's a great deal of sexual tension occurring between us now, wouldn't you say?" "Correct." She reached into her purse and pulled out a folded sheet of crisp white typing paper, pressing it into my palm with a sheepish smile. First came a Valentine's Day message. I find you somewhat interesting. You're not too short or tall, and if you'd be my Valentine, I wouldn't mind at all. A birthday greeting followed. Roses drop dead. Violets do too. With each day, life gets shorter. Happy birthday to you. I have no illusions about earning a living from my doggerel, said Martina, understating the case radically. What I'd really like is a career writing political speeches. My borough rep almost hired me to run his re-election campaign. Cold in person, but highly efficient. That was the slogan I worked out. In the end, his girlfriend got the job. Do you like my verses, Jack? They're awful. I'm going to burn them. Martina kissed an orange slice, sucked out the juice. No, don't. I'd like to have them. You would? Why? Because I'm anticipating you'll write something else on the page. From my shirt pocket I produced a ballpoint pen. Paradox Pen Company. Random leaks common. Like, say the information I'll need to find you again. So we can have an affair? The thought terrifies me. You are fairly attractive, Martina observed, taking the pen. Indeed. It's the eyebrows that do it. Great bushy extrusions, suggesting a predatory mammal of unusual prowess. Wolf, bear, leopard, though they draw plenty of support from my straight nose and square jaw. Only when you get to my chin, a pointy, pimply knoll, forever covered with stubble, does the illusion of perfection dissolve. I'm warning you, Jack. I have my own Smith & Wesson liberal stopper. She signed her name in bold curlicues across the bottom of the page, added her address and phone number. Try to force yourself on me, and I'll shoot to kill. I lifted the doggerel from the table, flicking a Danish crumb from the word Valentine. Funny, you almost told a lie here. Roses don't drop dead, they wither. If I were you, Martina, I wouldn't take such chances with my sanity. If you were me, she replied, you would take such chances with your sanity, because otherwise you'd be someone else. True enough, I said, pocketing Martina Coventry's stultifying verses. Galileo Square was clogged with traffic, a dense metallic knot betokening a delay of at least 20 minutes. I flipped on my Plymouth Adequate's radio, tuned in WTRU, and began waiting it out. 18th Street, 19th Street, 20th. Fact that I accepted a $50,000 kickback during the Ablethorpe tariff scandal should not, I feel, detract from my record on education, the environment, and medical. 25th Street, 26th Street, 27th. For while we do indeed divert an enormous amount of protein that might help relieve world hunger, the psychological benefits of dogs and cats have been proved almost beyond the shadow of a 30th Street, 31st, displeased with the unconscionable quantities of sugar we were putting into children's cereals, and so we're happy to announce a new policy of, at last, the Wittgenstein Museum, a one-story brick building sprawling across a large concrete courtyard, flanked by a brutality squad station on the north side and a cafe called the Dirty Dog on the south. The guard, a toothy, clean-cut young man, with a Remington metapenis strapped to his waist, waved me through the iron gates. I headed for the parking lot. Derek Popkis of the Egyptian Relics Division had beaten me to my usual space, usurping it with his Ford Sufficient, so I had to drive all the way to the main incinerator and park by the coal bin. Channel your violent impulses in a salutary direction. Become a Marine. Purge your natural tendency toward— I silenced the radio, killed the engine. What had life been like during the Age of Lies? How had the human mind endured a world where politicians misled, advertisers overstated, clerics exaggerated, women wore makeup, and people professed love at the drop of a tropological hat? How had humanity survived the epic we'd all read about in the history books, those nightmare centuries of casuistic customs and fraudulent rites? The idea confounded me. It rattled me to the core. The Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, Frosty the Snowman, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Staggering. "You're late," observed the chief curator, bald and portly Arnold Cook, as I strolled into the front office. "Heavy traffic?" "Yes." I slid my card into the time clock, felt the jolt of its mechanism imprinting my tardiness. "Bumper to bumper." Every so often you'd experience an urge to stop short of total candor, but then suddenly it would come, a dull neurological throb that, if you didn't tell the whole truth, would quickly bloom into a psychosomatic explosion in your skull. I also wasted a lot of time getting a young woman's address. "Do you expect to copulate with her?" Mr. Cook asked, following me to the changing room. Early morning, yet already he was coated with characteristic sweat, droplets that, as I once told him in a particularly painful exercise of civic duty, put me in mind of my cat's litter-box. Denim overalls drooped from the lockers. I selected a pair that looked about my size. "Adultery is deceitful," I reminded the curator. "So is fidelity," he replied, "in its own way." "In its own way," I agreed, donning my overalls. I followed a non-literal rat maze of dark, dusty corridors to my workshop. It was packed. As usual, the items I was supposed to analyze that day divided equally into the authentic objets d'artifice, unearthed by the archaeologists, and the ersatz output of the city's furtive malcontents, its dissemblers. For every statue from ancient Greece there was a clumsy forgery. For every Cézanne, a feeble imitation. For every 18th-century novel, the effluvium of a vanity press. The dissemblers. Even now, after all I've been through, the word sends a cold wind through my bones. The dissemblers, Veritas's own enemy within, defacing its walls with their oil paintings, befouling its air with their songs, and, most daringly, turning its pristine streets into forums for Sophocles, Shakespeare, Ibsen, and Shaw, each production a ragged, jerry-built affair, frantically staged before the brutality squad could arrive and chase the outlaw actors into their holes and hideouts. Only once had a dissembler been caught, and then the squad had bungled it, clubbing the woman to death before they could ask the crucial question: how do you tell lies without going mad? How? What I loved about this job was the way it got my head and my hands working together. True, the raw existential act of deconstruction was rather crude, but before that moment you had to use your mind. You had to decide that the artifact in question, whether original or forgery, was indeed inimical to the public good. I turned toward a piece of classical mendacity labeled Nike of Samothrace. A lie? Yes, manifestly. Those wings. Merely to behold such a creature nauseated me. No wonder Plato had banned artists and playwrights from his hypothetical utopia. 3 removes from nature, he'd called them. 3 removes from factuality. Art is a lie, the electric posters in Circumspect Park reminded us. Truth might be beauty, but it simply didn't work the other way around. Like an agoraphobic preparing for an indoor picnic, I spread my canvas dropcloth on the concrete floor. I took down a number 7 sledgehammer. The Nike had arrived headless, and now, as I wielded my critical apparatus against her, she became wingless as well, now breastless, now hipless. Amorphous chunks of marble littered the dropcloth. My overalls stank of sweat. My tongue felt like a dried fig wedged into my mouth. An exhausting enterprise, criticism, grueling work, analysis. I deserved a break. A note lay on the desk in my coffee cubicle. Dear Mr. Sperry, last Friday, you might recall, you offered to write a letter on my behalf. I read as the water boiled. I hope Mr. Cook might receive it by the end of the week. Fairly sincere regards, Stanley Marcus. I took down my mug, dumped in a heaping teaspoonful of semi-instant crystals, Donaldson's drinkable coffee, my favorite brand, added hot water from my kettle, and began mentally composing a recommendation for Stanley. He'd been assisting in my sector for over a year now, servicing a dozen of us critics, sharpening our axes, fueling our blowtorches, faithfully sweeping up our workshops and cubicles, and now he was looking to get promoted. In all honesty, I believe Stanley would prove reasonably competent at running the main incinerator. Of course, he is something of a drudge and a toady, but those qualities may actually serve him well. One thing you'll notice about Stanley is that he farts a great deal, but here again, we're not talking about a characteristic that would hinder. I glanced at my beat-off magazine calendar, and a good thing, or I might have forgotten about meeting my wife for lunch. Helen, said the July 9th square, 1 p.m., No Great Shakes. No Great Shakes on 29th Street had marvelous submarine sandwiches and terrific Waldorf salads. Its shakes were not so great. Miss July, Wendy Warren, according to the accompanying profile, leered at me from the glossy paper. Being an intellectual, ran her capsule biography, Wendy proved most articulate on the subject of posing for us. It's at once tawdry and exhilarating, humiliating and energizing, she said. If not for the quick 5,000, I never would have considered it. When we learned how smart she was, that interborough chess championship and everything, we almost disqualified her. However, we knew that many of you would enjoy masturbating to good old Wendy. My hypothetical id was ticking, and suddenly I realized there'd be a minor but irrefutable thrill in simply looking at Martina Coventry's handwriting, as if its twists and turns were the lines of her Rubensian flesh. I took a long sip of Donaldson's drinkable, and, pulling Martina's doggerel from my pocket, flattened the crumpled sheet on the desk. The verses were as terrible as ever, but the signature indeed held a certain eroticism. I even got a mild charge from the contours of the subsequent information. 7 Lackluster Lane, Descartes Borough, she'd written. Phone 610-400. Something caught my eye, a web of thin, shallow grooves in the paper, occupying the space between the Valentine message and the birthday greeting, and I realized that the object in my possession had backstopped one of Martina's earlier creative convulsions. Curious, I seized the nearest pencil and began rubbing graphite across the page, causing the older verses to materialize like a photographic image appearing in a tray of developer. Within seconds, the entire composition lay before me, and my nervous system vibrated with intermingled disbelief, horror, and fascination. Lies. Gruesome and poetic lies, in Martina Coventry's own hand. I hide my wings inside my soul, their feathers soft and dry, and when the world's not looking, I take them out and fly. Sweat erupted in my palms and along my brow. Wings. Martina didn't have wings. No one did. Who did she think she was, the Nike of Samothrace? One might as well assert the reality of Santa Claus or Lewis Carroll's Alice. As for the soul, that soggy construct. Perhaps my eyes were deceiving me. I resolved to read the poem aloud. Hearing is believing. To sense these astonishing words resounding in my head would be to know they in fact existed. I hide my wings, I said in a hoarse whisper, but I couldn't go on. A primordial terror surged up, bringing a migraine so severe I almost fainted. My critical instincts took hold. I seized Martina's poem, dashed out of the museum, and ran across the courtyard to the main incinerator. Skull throbbing, I thrust the page toward the same seething pit where, the day before, I had deconstructed a dozen books on reincarnation and the last 200 issues of the Journal of Psychic Healing. I stopped. Was I, in fact, ready to cast Martina Coventry out of my life? Was I truly willing to consign her identity to the flames? No, I wasn't. I fixed on her address, massaging it into my memory. How did she tell lies without going mad? How? Phone 610-400. No problem. For his 6th birthday, we'd given Toby a 10-speed bike, but 4 months went by before I put it together, and he hardly ever rode it, so the whole experience was rather null. A 0. 2, in fact. 610-400. My fingers parted, and the poems floated toward their fate, joining the Homer epics, the Racine plays, the Dickens novels, and the mushy, gushy, pseudo-scientific rantings of the Journal of Psychic Healing. "It's absolutely incredible," I told Helen as we sat in no great shakes, burrowing into the day's special. Murdered cow sandwich, wilted hearts of lettuce, high cholesterol fries, a quite reasonable $5.99. 4 hours ago I was having breakfast with a dissembler. I could have reached out and touched her. "But you didn't," said Helen, in a tone more apprehensive than assured. She slid her sunglasses upward into her frothy, graying hair, the better to scrutinize my face. "I didn't." "She's definitely one of them?" "I'm positive, more or less." My wife looked straight at me, a shred of lettuce drooping over her lips like a green tongue. "Let's not get carried away," she said. "Let's not get carried away." That was Helen's motto. It belonged on her tombstone. She was a woman who devoted her life to not getting carried away. In her career, in our bed, anywhere. It was her job, I believe, that made her so sedate. As a stringer for the celebrated supermarket tabloid Sweet Reason, Helen moved among the skeptics and logicians of the world, collecting scoops. Controlled study negates new arthritis cure. Slain Bigfoot revealed as schizophrenic in suit. Top psychics' predictions fall flat. 10 years of writing such stories, and you acquire a bit of a chill. I said, "You have a better interpretation, ostensible darling?" "Maybe she found the paper on the street, supposed sweetheart," Helen replied. A beautiful woman, I'd always thought. Large, pleading eyes, soft, round cheeks you wanted to rub against your hands like balm. "Maybe somebody else composed the poem." It was in Martina's handwriting. Helen bit into her murdered cow. "Let me guess. She gave you her name and address, right?" "Yes, she wrote them on the page." "Did she say she wanted to have sex with you?" "Not in so many words." "Did you say you wanted to have sex with her?" "Yes." "You think you will?" "I don't know," I said. "I hope so. I hope not. You know how it is." I licked the grease from a French fry. "I'd hate to hurt you," I added. Helen's eyes became as dark and narrow as slots in a gun turret. "I probably feel as conflicted as you. Part of me wants you to turn this Martina over to the brutality squad, the better to get her out of our lives forever. The other part, the woman who feels a certain undeniable affection for you, knows that would be a stupid thing to do, because if the lady senses the police are on her trail, well, she might also sense how they got there, right? These dissemblers, I've heard, are no non-literal pussycats. They've got assassins in their ranks." "Assassins," I concurred. "Assassins, terrorists, lunatics. You want me to burn the paper?" "Burn it, critic." I did. My wife smiled. "In veritas, one never asked, 'Really? Are you kidding? Do you mean that?'" She finished her cow and said, "You're a somewhat better man than I thought." We filled the rest of the hour with the usual marital battles. Such ironically allied words, marital, martial. Helen and I loved to fight. My erections were becoming increasingly less substantive, she asserted, truthfully. The noises she made when chewing her food were disgusting, I reported, honestly. She told me she had no intention of procuring the obligatory gift for my niece's brain-burn party on Saturday. Connie wasn't her niece. I didn't want her to get the gift, I retorted, because she'd buy something cheap, obvious and otherwise emblematic of the contempt in which she held my sister. And so we continued, straight through coffee and dessert, nibbling at each other like mice, picking each other off like snipers. Such fun, such pathological fun. Helen reached into her handbag and pulled out a crisp sheet of computer paper speckled with dot matrix characters. "This came today," she explained. "A rabbit bit Toby," she announced evenly. "A what? Rabbit? What are you talking about?" "He's probably forgotten the whole thing by now. It bit him?" Ralph Kitto, Executive Director, Camp Ditch the Kids, Box 145, Kant Borough. Mr. and Mrs. Sperry, As you may know, your son makes it his annoying mission to release all the animals caught in our rat trap. Yesterday, in performing one such act of ambiguous compassion, he was attacked by a rare species called Hobbs hare. We dressed his wound immediately, and, checking his medical records, confirmed that his tetanus immunizations are up to date. As a safety precaution, we retained the rabbit and placed it under quarantine. I am moderately sorry to report that today the animal died. We forthwith froze the corpse, then shipped it to the Kraft Epidemiological Institute. The Kraft doctors will contact you if there's anything to worry about, though I suspect you've started worrying already. Yours, up to a point, Ralph Kitto. Why didn't you show me this right away? Helen shrugged. It's not a big deal. Smooth, nervy Helen. There were times when I wondered whether she liked Toby. Aren't you bothered that the rabbit died? Maybe it was old. My teeth came together in a tight, dense grid. The thought of Toby's pain troubled me. Not his physical pain. It might have even done him some good, toughening him up for his brain burn. What distressed me was the sense of betrayal he must have felt. My son had always negotiated with the world in good faith, and now the world had bitten him. "There's something I should tell you," I admitted to my wife. "Before burning Martina's doggerel, I memorized her address and phone number." Helen appeared to be experiencing a bad odor. "How readily you exhibit the same disgusting qualities one associates with anuses. Honestly, Jack, sometimes I wonder why we got married. Sometimes I wonder the same thing. I wish that rabbit hadn't died. Forget the rabbit. We're talking about why I married you." "You married me," I said, telling the truth, "because you thought I was your last chance." 2. Saturday. Pigs have wings, dogs can talk, money grows on trees. Like some mindless and insistent song, the litany wove through me, rolling amid the folds of my cerebrum, as it always did when one of my nieces was scheduled to get burned. Stones are alive, rats chase cats, 10 lies all told, a decalogue of deceit, resting at our city's core like a dragon sleeping beside a subterranean treasure. Salt is sweet, the Pope is Jewish, and suddenly the child has done it. Suddenly she's thrown off the corrupt mantle of youth and put on the innocence of adulthood. Suddenly she's a woman. I awoke aggressively that morning, tearing the blankets away as if nothing else stood between myself and total alertness. Across the room my wife slept peacefully, indifferent to the world's sad truths, its dead rabbits. Ours was a 2-bed marriage. The symbolism was not lost on me. Often we made love on the floor, in the narrow, neutral territory between our mattresses, our conjugal Geneva. Yawning, I charged into the shower stall, where warm water poured forth the instant the sensors detected me. The TV receiver winked on, the Enduring Another Day program. Grimacing under the studio lights, our Assistant Secretary of Imperialism discussed the city's growing involvement in the Hegelian Civil War. "So far, over 4,000 Veritasian combat troops have died," the interviewer noted as I lathered up with bourgeois soap. "A senseless loss," the secretary replied cheerfully. "Our policy is impossible to justify on rational grounds, which is why we've started invoking national security and other shibboleths." I left the shower and padded bare-assed into the bedroom. Clothes per se were deceitful, of course, but nudity carried its own measure of compromise, a continual tacit message of provocation and come hither. I dressed. Nothing disingenuous. Underwear, a collarless shirt, a gray Age of Lies suit with the lapels cut off. Our apartment was similarly sparse, peeled to a core of rectitude. Many of our friends had curtains, wall hangings, and rugs, but not Helen and I. We were patriotic. The odor of stale urine hit me as I approached the elevator. How unfortunate that some people translated the ban on sexually segregated restrooms — privacy is a lie, the huge flashing billboard on Voltaire Avenue reminded us — into a general fear of toilets. Hadn't they heard of public health? Public health was guileless. I descended, crossed the lobby, encapsulated myself in the revolving door, and exited into Veritas's thick and gritty air. Sprinkled with soot, my adequate lay on the far side of 82nd Street. In the old days, I'd heard, you never knew for sure that your car would be unmolested, or even there when you left it overnight. Dishonesty was so rampant you started your engine with a key. I zoomed past the imperially functional cinder blocks that constituted City Hall, reaching the market district shortly before noon. Bless my luck, a parking spot lay directly in front of Molly's rather expensive toy store. Such joy in emptiness, I mused. Such satisfaction in a void. "My, aren't you a pretty fellow?" a hawk-faced female clerk sang out as I strode through Molly's door. Pricey marionettes dangled from the ceiling, like victims of a mass lynching. "Except, of course, for that chin." "Your body's arousing enough," I replied, casting a candid eye up and down the clerk. A Bertrand Russell University T-shirt molded itself around her breasts. Grimy white slacks encased her thighs. "But that nose," I added forlornly. "A demanding business, citizenship." She tapped my wedding ring and glowered. "What brings you here? Something for your mistress's kid sister?" "My niece is getting burned today." "And you're waiting till the last minute to buy her a present?" "True." "Roller skates are popular. We sold 15 pairs last month. 3 were returned as defective." "Lead the way." I followed her past racks of baseball gloves and stuffed animals, and up to a bin filled with roller skates, the new six-wheeler style, with miniature jets in the heels. "The laces break in 10% of cases," the clerk confessed. "Last April an engine exploded. Maybe you saw the story on TV. And the poor girl, you know what happened? She got pitched into a culvert and cracked her skull and died." "I believe Connie likes yellow," I said, taking down a pair of skates the color of Mom's middling margarine. "One size fits all?" "More or less." "Your price as good as anybody's else?" "You can get the same thing for $2 less at Marchand's." "Haven't the time. Can you gift wrap them?" "Not skillfully." "Sold." I'd promised Gloria I wouldn't just go to Connie's post-treatment party. I would attend the burn as well, doing what I could to keep the kids' morale up. Normally both parents were present, but that deplorable person, Peter Raymond, couldn't be bothered. "I've seen better parenting at the zoo," Helen liked to say of my ex-brother-in-law. "I know alligators who were better fathers." You could find a burn hospital in practically every neighborhood, but Gloria had insisted on the best, Veterans Shock Institute in Spinoza Borough, a smoke-stained pile of bricks overlooking the Giordano Bruno Bridge. Entering, I noticed a crowd of 10-year-olds jamming the central holding area. It seemed more like the platform of a train station than the waiting room of a hospital, the girls hanging together in nervous, chattering clusters, trying to comfort each other, the boys engaged in mock gunfights around the potted palms, distracting themselves with pseudo-violence, pretending not to be terrified of what the day would bring. Securing the indifferently wrapped skates under my arm, I ascended to the second floor. Warning, this elevator maintained by people who hate their jobs. Ride at your own risk. My niece was already in her glass cell, dressed in a green smock and bound to the chair via leather thongs, one electrode strapped to her left arm, another to her right leg. Black wires trailed from the copper terminals like threads spun by some vile and poisonous spider Toby would have adopted. She welcomed me with a brave smile, and I pointed to her gift, hoping to raise her spirits, however briefly. Clipboard in hand, a short, cherubic doctor with Merrick affixed to his tunic entered the cell and snugged a copper helmet over my niece's cranium. I gave her a thumbs-up signal. "Soon it'll be over, kid. Snow is hot, grass is purple, all of it." "Thanks for coming," said Gloria, taking my arm and guiding me into the observation booth. "How's the family?" "A rabbit attacked Toby." "A rabbit?" "And then it died." "I'm glad somebody besides me has problems," she admitted. My sister was a rather attractive woman. Glossy black hair, pristine skin, a better chin than mine, but today she looked terrible. The anticipation, the fear. I was actually present when her marriage collapsed. The three of us were sitting in booze before breakfast, and suddenly she said to Peter, "I sometimes worry that you copulate with Ellen Lambert. Do you?" And Peter said yes, he did, and Gloria said, "You fucker," and Peter said, "Right." And Gloria asked, "How many others?" And Peter said, "Lots." Gloria asked, "Why? Did he do it to strengthen the marriage?" Peter replied, "No, he just liked to ejaculate inside other women." After patting Connie on her rust-colored bangs, Merrick joined us in the booth. "Morning, folks," he said, his cheer a precarious mix of the genuine and the forced. "How are we doing here?" "Do you care?" my sister asked. "Hard to say." The doctor fanned me with his clipboard. "Your husband?" "Brother," Gloria explained. "Jack Sperry," I said. "Glad you could make it, Sperry," said the doctor. "When there's only one family member out here, the kittles sometimes go catatonic on us." Merrick shoved the clipboard toward Gloria. "Informed consent, right?" "They told me the possibilities." She studied the clipboard. Cardiac arrest, cerebral hemorrhage, respiratory failure, kidney damage," Merrick recited. Gloria scrawled her signature. "When was the last time anything like that happened?" "They killed a boy over at Veritas Memorial on Tuesday," said Merrick, edging toward the control panel. "A freak thing, but now and then we really screw up. Everybody ready?" "Not really," said my sister. Merrick pushed a button, and "Pigs Have Wings" materialized before my niece on a lucite tachistoscope screen. Seeing the falsehood, the doctor, Gloria, and I shuddered in unison. "Can you hear me, lassie?" Merrick inquired into the microphone. Connie opened her mouth, and a feeble "Yes" dribbled out of the loudspeaker. "You see those words?" Merrick asked. The lurid red characters hovered in the air like weary butterflies. "Yes." "When I give the order, read them aloud." "Is it going to hurt?" my niece quavered. "It's going to hurt a lot. Will you read the words when I say so?" "I'm scared. Do I have to?" "You have to." Merrick rested a pudgy finger on the switch. "Now, pigs have wings." And so it began, this bris of the human conscience, this electro-convulsive rite of passage. Merrick nudged the switch. The volts ripped through Connie. She let out a sharp scream and turned the color of cottage cheese. "But they don't!" she gasped. "Pigs don't—" My own burn flooded back. The outrage, the agony. "You're right, lass, they don't." Merrick gave the voltage regulator a subtle twist, and Gloria flinched. "You did reasonably well, girl," the doctor continued, handing the mic to my sister. "Oh, yes, Connie," she said. "Keep up the awfully good work." "It's not fair." Sweat speckled Connie's forehead. "I want to go home." As Gloria surrendered the mic, the tachistoscope projected, "Snow is hot." My brain reeled with the lie. "Now, lass, read it." "Snow is hot." Lightning struck. Connie howled. Blood rolled over her lower lip. During my own burn, I'd practically bitten my tongue off. "I don't want this any more," she wailed. "It's not a choice, lass." "Snow is cold." Tears threaded Connie's freckles together. "Please stop hurting me." "Cold. Right. Smart girl." Merrick cranked up the voltage. "Ready, Connie? Here it comes. Horses have 6 legs." "Why do I have to do this? Why?" "Everybody does it. All your friends." "Horses have... They have 4 legs, Dr. Merrick." "Read the words, Connie." "I hate you. I hate all of you." "Connie!" She raced through it. Zap! 200 volts. The girl coughed and retched. A coil of thick white mucus shot from her mouth. "Too much!" gasped Gloria. "Isn't that too much?" "You want the treatment to take, don't you?" said Merrick. "Mommy! Where's my mommy?" Gloria tore the mic away. "Right here, dear." "Mommy, make them stop." "I can't, dear. You must try to be brave." The 4th lie arrived. Merrick upped the voltage. "Read it, lass." "No." "Read it." "Uncle Jack! I want Uncle Jack!" My throat constricted. My stomach went sour. "You're doing quite well, Connie," I said, grabbing the mic. "I think you'll like your present." "Take me home." "I got you a pretty nice one." Connie balled her face into a mass of wrinkles. "Stones!" she screamed, spitting blood. "Are," she persisted. "Alive!" She jerked like a gaffed flounder, spasm after spasm. A broad urine stain bloomed on her smock, and despite the mandatory enema, a brown fluid dripped from the hem. "Excellent!" Merrick increased the punishment to 300 volts. "The end is in sight, child." "No, please, please, enough." Foam leaked from Connie's mouth. "You're almost halfway there." "Please." The tachistoscope kept firing. Connie kept lying. Falsehood after falsehood, shock after shock, like a salvo of armed missiles cruising along her nerves, detonating inside her mind. My niece asserted that rats chase cats. She lied about money, saying it grew on trees. The Pope is Jewish, Connie insisted. Grass is purple, salt is sweet. As the final lie appeared, she fainted. Even before Gloria could scream, Merrick was inside the glass cell, checking the child's heartbeat. A begrudging admiration seeped through me. The doctor had a job to do, and he did it. A single dose of ammonium carbonate brought Connie around. Easing her face toward the screen, Merrick turned to me. "Ready?" "Huh? You want me?" "Hit it when I tell you." Reluctantly, I rested my finger on the switch. "I'd rather not." True, I wasn't inordinately fond of Connie, but I had no wish to give her pain. "Read, Connie," muttered Merrick. "I can't." Blood and spittle mingled on Connie's chin. "You all hate me. Mommy hates me." "I like you almost as much as I like myself," said Gloria, leaning over my shoulder. "You're going to have a satisfactory party." "One more, Connie," I told her. "Just one more, and you'll be a citizen." The switch felt sharp and hot against my finger. "A highly satisfactory party." A single droplet rolled down Connie's cheek, staining it like a trail left by one of Toby's beloved slugs. This was, I realized, the last time she would ever cry. Brain burns did that to you. They drained you of all those destructive and chaotic juices. Sentiments, illusions, myths, tears. "Dogs can talk," she said, right before I pierced her heart with alternating current. And it truly was a highly satisfactory party, filling the entire visitors' lounge and overflowing into the hall. All 4 of Connie's older sisters came, along with her reading teacher and 8 of her girlfriends, half of whom had been cured that month, one on the previous day. They danced the upright, while a compact disc of the newest probity hit wafted through the ward. When skies are gray and it starts to rain, I like to stand by the window pane and watch each raindrop bounce and fall, then smile, 'cause I'm not getting wet at all. The hospital supplied the refreshments, a case of Olga's OK Orangeade, a tub of ice cream from No Great Shakes, and a slab of chocolate cake the size of a welcome mat. All the girls, I noticed, ate in moderation, letting their ice cream turn to soup. Artificially induced slenderness was, of course, disingenuous, but that was no reason to be a glutton. The gift-giving ceremony contained one disturbing moment. After opening the expected succession of galoshes, reference books, umbrellas, and cambric blouses, Connie unwrapped a fully working model of an amusement park. Happy Land, it was called, complete with roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and merry-go-round. She blanched, seized by the panic that someone who's just been brain-burned invariably feels in the presence of anything electric. Slamming her palm against her lips, she rushed into the bathroom. The friend who'd bought her the Happy Land, a stumpy, frizzy-haired girl named Beth, reddened with remorse. "I should have realized," she moaned. Was the Happy Land a lie? I wondered. It purported to be an amusement park, but it wasn't. "I'm so stupid," whined Beth. No, I decided. It merely purported to be a replica of an amusement park, which it was. Connie hobbled out of the bathroom. Silence descended like a sudden snowfall, not the hot snow of a brain burn, but the cold, dampening snow of the objective world. Feet were shuffled, throats cleared. The party, obviously, had lost its momentum. Someone said, "We all had a reasonably good time, Connie," and that was that. As her friends and sisters filed out, Connie hugged them with authentic affection, all except Alice Lawrence, whom she evidently disliked, and offered each a highly personalized thank you, never forgetting who'd given what. Such a grown-up young lady, I thought. But her greatest display of maturity occurred when I said my own goodbye. "Take care, Connie." "Thanks for coming, Unc, and thanks for the roller skates. Thing is, I already have a pair, better than these. I'll probably swap them for a sweater." A citizen now. I was proud of her. Back at the apartment, the phone answering machine was blinking. 3 flashes, pause, 3 flashes, pause, 3 flashes, pause. I grabbed a bottle of Paul's Passable Ale from the fridge and snapped off the top. 3 flashes, pause. I took a sizable swallow. Another. The late afternoon light poured through the kitchen window and bathed our major appliances in the iridescent orange you see when facing the sun with eyes closed. I finished my beer. 3 flashes, pause. 3 flashes, pause. A staccato, insistent signal. A cry of distress, I realize in retrospect, like a call beamed semaphorically from a sinking ship. I pushed play. Toby had written and produced our outgoing message, and he also starred in it. "My folks and I just want to say we'd like to talk with you today. So speak up when you hear the beep, and we might call back before we sleep." Beep, and a harsh male voice zagged into the kitchen. Amusing message, sort of, about what I'd expect from a 7-year-old. "This is Dr. Bamford at the Kraft Institute, and I presume I'm addressing the parents of Toby Sperry. Well, the results are in. The Hobbs hair that bit your son was carrying high levels of Xavier's plague, an uncommon and pathogenic virus. We shipped the specimen to Dr. Prendergast at the Center for the Palliative Treatment of Hopeless Diseases in Lockborough. If you have any questions, I'll be only mildly irritated if you call me. From now on, though, the matter is essentially in the Center's synecdochic hands." Beep. "John Prendergast speaking, Center for the Palliative Treatment of Hopeless Diseases. You've probably heard Bamford's preliminary report by now, and we've just now corroborated it down here at Hopeless. Please call my office at your earliest convenience, and we'll arrange for you to come by and talk, but I'm afraid no amount of talk can change the fact that Xavier's is 100% fatal. We'll show you the statistics." Beep. "Hi, it's Helen. I'm at the office working on that neuropathology of spiritual possession piece. Looks like it'll be a long day and a longer night. There's some chicken in the freezer." My reaction was immediate and instinctual. I ran into the study, grabbed Helen's unabridged dictionary, and looked up fatal, bent on discovering some obscure usage peculiar to Prendergast's profession. When the doctor said fatal, I decided, he didn't mean fatal. He meant something far more ambiguous and benign. Fast, fasten, fat. Fatal, adjective, causing death, mortal, deadly. Fatalism, fatality, fatally. No, the dictionary was lying. Just because Prendergast's forecast was pessimistic, that didn't make it true. Fata Morgana, noun, a mirage consisting of multiple images. And indeed, a vision now presented itself to my vibrating brain. One of the few copies of the Journal of Psychic Healing that I'd elected to spare, a special issue on psychoneuroimmunology, its cover displaying a pair of radiant hands massaging a human heart. Fatuous, adjective, silly, unreal, illusory. Psychoneuroimmunology wasn't fatuous, I'd decided. Not entirely. Even the peripatetic prose of the Journal of Psychic Healing hadn't concealed the scientific validity of cures spawned by the mind-body connection. So there was hope. Oh yes, hope. I would scour the city's databanks, I vowed. I would learn about anyone who'd ever beaten a fatal illness by tapping into the obscure powers of his own nervous system. I would tutor myself in sudden remissions, unexpected recoveries, and the taxonomy of miracles. Fault, Faust, favor, fawn. Noun, a young deer. Because, you see, it was like this. On his 5th birthday, we'd taken Toby to the imprisoned animals garden in Spinoza Borough. Fawns roamed the petting zoo at will, prancing about on their cloven hoofs, noses thrust forward in search of handouts. Preschoolers swarmed everywhere, feeding the creatures peanut brittle, giggling as the eager tongues stroked their palms. Whenever another person's child laughed upon being so suckled, I was not especially moved. Whenever my own did the same, I felt something else entirely, something difficult to describe. I believe I saw the alleged God. 3. Appropriately, the Center for the Palliative Treatment of Hopeless Diseases occupied a terminal location, a rocky promontory extending from the southern end of Loch Borough into the choppy gunmetal waters of Beckett Bay. We arrived at noon on Sunday, Helen driving, me navigating, the map of Veritas spread across my knees, its surface so mottled by rips and holes it seemed to depict the aftermath of a bombing raid. A fan-folded mile of computer paper lay on the back seat, the fruit of my researches into psychoneuroimmunology and the mind-body link. I knew all about miracles now. I was an expert on the impossible. We parked in the visitor's lot. Tucking the printout under my arm, I followed Helen across the macadam. The structure looming over us was monumental and menacing, tier upon tier of diminishing concrete levels, frosted with grimy stucco, as if Prendergast's domain were a wedding cake, initiating a marriage destined to end in wife abuse and murder. In the lobby, a stark sign greeted us. Attention! We realize the decor here does nothing to ameliorate your sorrow and despair. Write your borough representative. We'd like to put in decent lighting and paint the walls. A bristle-jawed nurse told us that Dr. Prendergast, you'll know him by his eyes, they look like pickled onions, was expecting us on the 11th floor. We entered the elevator, a steamy box crowded with morose men and women, like a cattle boat bearing war refugees from one zone of chaos and catastrophe to another. I reached out to take Helen's hand. The gesture failed. Oiled by sweat, my fingers slipped from her grasp. No one was waiting in the 11th floor waiting room, a gloomy niche crammed with overstuffed armchairs and steel engravings of famous cancer victims, a gallery stretching as far back in history as Jonathan Swift. Helen gave our names to the receptionist, a spindly young man with flourishing gardens of acne on his cheeks, who promptly got on the intercom and announced our arrival to Prendergast, adding, "They look pale and scared." We sat down. Best-selling self-help books littered the coffee table. You can have somewhat better sex. How to find a certain amount of inner peace. The Heisenberg uncertainty diet. It's a mean system, isn't it? The receptionist piped up from behind his desk. He's in there, you're out here. He seems to matter, you don't. He keeps you waiting, you wait. The whole thing's set up to intimidate you. I grunted my agreement. Helen said nothing. A door opened. A short, round, onion-eyed man in a white lab coat came out, accompanied by a 50-ish couple, a blobby woman in a shabby beige dress, and her equally fat, equally disheveled husband, rumpled golf cap, oversized polyester polo shirt, baggy corduroy pants. They looked like a pair of bookends they'd failed to unload at their own garage sale. "There's nothing more I can say," Prendergast informed them in a low, tepid voice. A Hickman catheter is our best move at this point." "She's our only child," moaned the wife. "Leukemia's a tough one," said Prendergast. "Shouldn't you do more tests?" asked the husband. "Medically, no. But if it would make you feel better—" The couple exchanged terse, pained glances. "It wouldn't," said the wife, shambling off. "True," said the husband, following. A minute later we were in Prendergast's office, Helen and I seated on metal folding chairs, the doctor positioned regally behind a mammoth desk of inlaid cherry. "Would you like to put some sugar in your brain?" he asked, proffering a box of candy. "No," said Helen tonelessly. "I guess the first step is to confirm the diagnosis, right?" I said, snatching up a dark chocolate nugget. I bit through the outer shell. Brandy trickled into my throat. "When your son gets back from camp, I'll draw a perfunctory blood sample," said Prendergast, sliding an open file folder across his desk. Beneath Toby's name, a gruesome photograph of the deceased Hobbs Hare lay stapled to the inside front cover, its body reduced by the autopsy to a gutted pelt. "The specimen they sent us was loaded with the virus," said the doctor. "Absolutely loaded. The chances of Toby not being infected are perhaps 1 in a million." He whisked the file away, slipping it into his top desk drawer. "A rabbit killing your child. It's all faintly absurd, don't you think? A snake would make more sense, or a black widow spider, even one of those poisonous toads. Can't remember what they're called, but a rabbit." "So what sort of therapy are we looking at?" I asked. "I hope it's not too debilitating." "We aren't looking at any therapy, Mr. Sperry. At best, we'll relieve your son's pain until he dies." "Toby's only 7, I said, as if I were a lawyer asking a governor to reprieve an underage client. "He's only 7 years old." "I think I'll sue that damn camp," Helen grunted. "You'd lose," said Prendergast, handing her a stark pamphlet, white letters on black paper, "Xavier's Plague and Xavier's Related Syndrome. The news is all bad." I wish I could remember what those toads are called. Had my brain burn not purged me of sentimentality and schmaltz, had it not, as it were, atrophied my tear ducts, I think I would have wept right then. Instead, I did something almost as unorthodox. "Dr. Prendergast," I began, my hands trembling in my lap like 2 chilly tarantulas, "I realize that, from your perspective, our son's chances are nil." "Quite so." I deposited the computer printout on Prendergast's desk. "Look here, over 20 articles from the Holistic Health Bulletin, plus the entire proceedings of the 8th Annual Conference on Psychoneuroimmunology, and the collected minutes of the 5th International Mind-Body Symposium. Story after story of people thinking their way past heart disease, zapping malignant cells with mental bullets, you name it. Surely you've heard of such cases." "Indeed," said Prendergast icily. "Jack, please," groaned Helen, wincing with embarrassment, my wife, the Sweet Reason reporter. "Miracles happen," I persisted. "Not commonly, not reliably, but they happen." "Miracles happened," said Prendergast, casting a cold eye on the printout. "These incidents all come from the nightmare era. They're all from the age of lies. We're adults now." "It's basically a matter of giving the patient a positive outlook," I explained. "Please," hissed Helen. "People can cure themselves," I asserted. "I believe it's time we returned to the real world, Mr. Sperry." Prendergast shoved the printout away as if it were contaminated with Xavier's. "Your wife obviously agrees with me." "Maybe we should bring Toby home next week," Helen suggested, fanning herself with the pamphlet. "The sooner he knows," she sighed, "the better." Prendergast slid a pack of cancer roulettes from the breast pocket of his lab coat. "When's your son scheduled to leave?" "On the 27th, said Helen. "The symptoms won't start before then. I'd keep him where he is. Why spoil his summer?" But he'll be living a lie. He'll go around thinking he's not dying." "We all go around thinking we're not dying," said the doctor with a quick little smile. He removed a cigarette, set the pack on the edge of the desk. "Warning. The Surgeon General's crusade against this product may distract you from the myriad ways your government fails to protect your health." God, what a depraved species we are! I'm telling you that Toby is mortally ill, and all the while I'm thinking, hey, my life is really pretty good, isn't it? No son of mine is dying. Fact is, I take a certain pleasure in these people's suffering. "And when the symptoms do start?" Helen folded the pamphlet into queer, tortured origami shapes. "What then?" "Nothing dramatic at first. Headaches, joint pains, some hair loss. His skin may acquire a bluish tint," Helen said. "And then?" "His lymph nodes will become painful and swollen. His lungs will probably fill with pneumocystis carinii. His temperature—" "Don't go on," I said. The doctor ignited his cigarette. "Each case is different. Some Xaviers linger for a year, some go in less than a month. In the meantime, we'll do everything we can, which isn't much. Demerol, IV nourishment, antibiotics for the secondary infections." "We've heard enough," I said. "The worst of it is probably the chills." Prendergast took a drag on his cigarette. "Xaviers, they just can't seem to get warm. We wrap them in electric blankets, and it doesn't make any—" "Please stop," I pleaded. "I'm merely telling the truth," said the doctor, exhaling a jagged smoke ring. All the way home, Helen and I said nothing to each other. Nothing about Toby, nothing about Xaviers, nothing about miracles, nothing. Weirdly, cruelly, my thoughts centered on rabbits. How I would no longer be able to abide their presence in my life. How I would tremble with rage from now on whenever my career required me to criticize a copy of Peter Rabbit, or an Easter card bearing some grinning bunny. I might even start seeking the animals out, leaving a trail of mysterious mutilated corpses in my wake, whiskers plucked, ears torn off, tails severed from their rumps and stuffed down their throats. Total silence. Not one word. We entered the elevator, pushed 30. The car made a sudden, rapid ascent, like a pearl diver clambering toward the air. 2nd floor, 7th, 12th. "How are you feeling?" I said at last. "Not good," Helen replied. "Not good? Is that all? Not good? I feel horrible." In my case, horrible would not be a truthful word. "I feel all knotted and twisted, like I'm a glove and somebody's pulled me inside out." A bell rang. The numeral 30 flashed above our heads. "And my vital parts, my heart and lungs, they're naked and—" "You've been reading too many of the poems you deconstruct." "I hate your coldness, Helen." "You hate my candor." I left the car, started down the hall. Imagined exchanges haunted me, spectral words, ghostly vocables, scenes from an intolerable future. "Dad, what are these lumps under my arms?" "Swollen lymph nodes, Toby." "Am I sick, Dad?" "Sicker than you can imagine. You have Xavier's plague." "Will I get better?" "No." "Will I get warm?" "No." "Will I die?" "Yes." "What happens when you die, Dad? Do you wake up somewhere else?" "There's no objective evidence for an afterlife, and anecdotal reports of heaven cannot be distinguished from wishful thinking, self-delusion, and the effects of oxygen loss on the brain." The apartment had turned against me. Echoes of Toby were everywhere, infecting the living room like the virus now replicating in his cells. A child-sized boot, a dozen stray checkers, the miniature crusader's castle he'd built out of balsa wood the day before he went to camp. "How do you like it, Dad?" he'd asked, as he set the last turret in place. "It's somewhat ugly," I'd replied, flinching at the truth. "It's pretty lopsided," I'd added, sadly noting the tears welling up in my son's eyes. On the far wall, the picture window beckoned. I crossed our rugless floor, pressed my palms against the glass. A mile away, a neon sign blazed atop the cathedral in Galileo Square. Assuming God exists, Jesus may have been his son. Helen went to the bar and made herself a dry martini, flavoring it with 4 olives skewered on a toothpick like kebabs. "I wish our son wasn't dying," she said. "I truly wish it." An odd, impossible sentence formed on my tongue. "Whatever happens, Toby won't learn the truth." "Huh?" "You heard Prendergast. In the nightmare era, terminal patients sometimes tapped their body's natural powers of regeneration. It's all a matter of attitude. If Toby believes there's hope, he might have a remission." "But there isn't any hope." "Maybe. There isn't. I'll go to him and I'll say, 'Buddy, soon the doctors, any day now, they'll cure you.' But instead my conditioning kicked in, a hammer blow in my skull, a hot spasm in my chest. "I know the word, Jack. Stop kidding yourself. It's uncivilized to carry on like this." Helen sipped her martini. "Want one?" "No." I fixed on the metropolis, its bright towers and spangled skyscrapers rising into a misty, starless night. Within my disordered brain a plan was taking shape, as palpable as any sculpture I'd ever deconstructed at the Wittgenstein. "They're out there," I said. "Who?" "They can lie, and maybe they can teach me to lie." "You're talking irrationally, Jack. I wish you wouldn't talk irrationally." It was all clear now. "Helen, I'm going to become one of them. I'm going to become a dissembler." I pulled my hand away, leaving my palm imprinted on the glass like a fortune-teller's logo. "And then I'm going to convince Toby he has a chance." "I don't think that's a very good idea." "Somehow they've gotten around the burn, and if they can, I can." Helen lifted the toothpick from her martini glass and sucked the olives into her mouth. "Toby's hair will start shedding in 2 weeks. He's certain to ask what that means." 2 weeks. Was that all I had? "I'll say it means nothing. A common illness, I'd tell him. A disease easily licked." "Jack, don't!" "A mere 2 weeks. A feeble 14 days. I ran to the kitchen, snatched up the phone. "I need to see you," I'd tell her. "This isn't about sex, Martina." 610-400. It rang 3 times, then came a distant click, ominous and hollow. "The number you have reached," ran the recorded operator in a harsh, gravelly voice, "is out of service." My bowels became as hard and cold as a glacier. "Probably an unpaid bill," the taped message continued. "We're pretty quick to disconnect in such cases." "Out of service," I told Helen. "Good," she said. 7 Lackluster Lane, Descartes Borough. Helen polished off her martini. "Now let's forget this ridiculous notion," she said. "Let's face the future with honesty, clear-headedness, and—" But I was already out the door. Girding the gray and oily pathogen river, Lackluster Lane was alive with smells. Scum, guano, sulfur, methane, decaying eels, a cacophony of stench blaring through the shell of my adequate. "And, of course, at the center of my opposition to abortion," said the somber priest on my car radio, "is my belief that sexual intercourse is a fundamentally disgusting practice to begin with." This was the city's frankest district, a mass of defunct fish markets and abandoned warehouses piled together like dead cells waiting to be sloughed off. "You might even say that, like many of my ilk, I have an instinctive horror of the human body." And suddenly there it was, number 7, a corrugated tin shanty sitting on a cluster of pylons rising from the pathogen like mortally ill trees. Gulls swung through the summer air, dropping their guileless excrement on the dock. Water lapped against the moored hull of a houseboat, the Average Josephine, a harsh sucking sound, as if a pride of invisible lions were drinking there. I pulled over. A series of narrow, jackknifing gangplanks rose from the nearest pier like a sliding board out of the cabinet of Dr. Caligari, one of my most memorable forays into film criticism, eventually reaching the landing outside Martina's door. I climbed. I knocked. Nothing. I knocked again, harder. The door drifted open. I called, "Martina?" The place had been stripped, emptied out like the Hobbs hare whose photo I'd seen that morning in Prendergast's office. The front parlor contained a crumpled beer can, a mousetrap baited with calcified cheddar, some cigarette butts, and nothing else. I went to the kitchen. The sink held a malodorous broth of water, soap, grease, and cornflakes. The shelves were empty. "Martina? Martina?" In the back room, a naked set of rusting bed-springs sat on a pine-wood frame so crooked it might have come from Toby's workshop. I returned to the hot, sour daylight, paused on Martina's landing. A wave of nausea rolled through me, straight to my putative soul. Out on the river, a brutality squad cutter bore down on an outboard motorboat carrying 2 men in green ponchos. Evidently they were attempting to escape. Every paradise will have its dissidents, every utopia its defectors. An ambition abruptly thwarted as a round of machine-gun fire burst from the cutter, killing both fugitives instantly. Their corpses fell into the pathogen, reddening it like dye markers. I felt a quick rush of qualified sympathy. Such fools! Didn't they know that for most intents, and a majority of purposes, Veritas was as good as it gets? Some people. I looked toward the dock. A tall 40-ish, excruciatingly thin man in hip boots and a tattered white sweatshirt stood on the foredeck of Average Josephine. "Are so naive," he continued. "Imagine trying to run the channel in broad daylight." He reached through a hole in his shirt and scratched his hairy chest. "Your girlfriend's gone." "Are you referring to Martina Coventry?" I asked. "Uh-huh." "She's not my girlfriend." "The little cynic docket cunt owes me $200 in rent." I descended through the maze of gangplanks. "You're her landlord?" "Mister, in my wretched life I've acquired 3 things of value. This houseboat, that shanty, and my good name." Martina's landlord stomped his boot on the deck. He had an extraordinarily chaotic and unseemly beard, like a bird's nest constructed under a bid system. "You know how much a corporation vice president typically pulls down in a month? 12,000. I'm lucky to see that in a year. Clamming's a pathetic career." "Clamming?" "Well, you can't make a living renting out a damn shanty, that's for sure," said Martina's landlord. "Of course, you can't make one clamming either. You from the squad? Is Coventry wanted by the law?" "I'm not from the squad." "Good. But I have to find her. It's vital." I approached within 5 feet of the landlord. He smelled like turtle food. "Can you give me any leads?" "Not really. Want some clam chowder? I raked 'em up myself." "You seem like a highly unsanitary person. How do I know your chowder won't make me ill?" He smiled, revealing a severe shortage of teeth. "You'll have to take your chances." And that's how I ended up in the snug galley of Average Josephine, savoring the best clam chowder I'd ever eaten. His name was Boris the clam digger, and he knew almost as little about Martina as I did. They'd had sex once, in lieu of the rent. Afterwards he'd read some of her doggerel, and he thought it barely suitable for equipping an outhouse. Evidently she'd been promised a job writing greeting-card verses for Cloying and Coy. They'd reneged. She'd run out of cash. She'd panicked and fled. "Vital," Boris muttered. "You said vital, and I can tell from your sad eyes, which are a trifle beady, a minor flaw in your moderately handsome face. I can tell vital was exactly what you meant. It's a heavy burden you're carrying around, something you'd rather not discuss. Don't worry, Jack, I won't pry. You see, I rather like you, even though you probably make a lot of money. How much do you make?" I stared at my chowder, lumpy with robust clams and bulbous potatoes. 2,000 a month. "I knew it," said Boris. Of course, that's nothing next to what a real estate agent or a borough rep pulls down. What field? Art criticism. I've got to get out of clams. I've got to get out of Veritas, actually. A dream I don't mind sharing with somebody who's not a squad officer. It's a big planet, Jack. One day I'll just pull up anchor and whoosh, I'm gone. The shock and indignation I should have felt at such perverse musings would not come. "Boris, do you believe in miracles?" I asked. "There are times when I don't believe in anything else. How's the chowder?" "Terrific." "I know. May I have some more?" "No. I want to save the rest for myself." "I don't see how you'd ever escape," I said. "The squad would shoot you down." "Probably." My host swallowed a large spoonful of his exquisite chowder. "At least I'd be getting out of clams." 4. Monday. Back to work, my flesh like lead, my blood like liquid mercury. I'd spent the previous week locked in the Wittgenstein's tiny screening room, scrutinizing the fruit of Hollywood's halcyon days, and confirming the archaeologist's suspicions that these narratives contained not one frame of truth, and now it was time to deconstruct them. Singin' in the Rain, Dr. Zhivago, Rocky, the whole deceiving lot. Hour followed hour, day melded into day, but my routine never varied, filling the bathtubs, dumping in the 35mm negatives, watching the triumph of Clorox over illusion. Like souls leaving bodies, the Technicolor emulsions floated free of their bases, disintegrating in the potent, purifying bleach. My heart wasn't in it. Cohn, Warner, Mayer, Thalberg, Selznick, these men were not my enemies. Au contraire, I wanted to be like them. I wanted to be them. Whatever one might say against Hollywood's moguls, they could all have blessed their ailing children with curative encouragement and therapeutic falsehoods. Stanley Marcus stayed away until Thursday, when he suddenly appeared in my coffee cubicle as I was dispiritedly consuming a tuna fish sandwich and attempting, without success, to drown my sorrows in caffeine. Saying nothing, he took up his broom and swept the floor with slow, morose strokes. "That recommendation letter was pretty nasty," he said at last, sweating in the July heat. "I wish you hadn't called me a toady." "I had a choice. I didn't get the promotion." "It's not easy for me to pity you," I said through a mouthful of tuna, mayo, and respectable rye. "I have a sick son. Only lies can cure him." Stanley rammed his broom into the floor. "Look, I'm a ridiculous person. We all know that. Women want nothing to do with me. I'm a loner. Don't talk to me about your home life, Mr. Sperry. Don't talk about your lousy son." I blanched and trembled. "Fuck you figuratively, Stanley Marcus." "Fuck you figuratively, Jack Sperry." He clutched the broom against his bosom, pivoted on his heel, and fled. I finished my coffee and decided to make some more, using a double helping of crystals from my Donaldson's drinkable jar. Back in the shop, yet another stack of 35mm reels awaited my review, a celluloid tower stretching clear to the ceiling. As Donaldson's drinkable cavorted, so to speak, through my neurons, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. I dissolved The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind, stripped Citizen Kane and King Kong down to the acetate, rid the world of Top Hat, A Night at the Opera, and, how blatant can a prevaricator get, It's a Wonderful Life. The end-of-day whistle blew, a half-dozen steamy squeals echoing throughout the Wittgenstein. As the sixth cry faded away, a seventh arose, human, female, familiar. "Way to go, critic!" I glanced up from my tub of Clorox, where Casablanca was currently burbling toward oblivion. The doorway framed her. Martina? Martina? "Hello, Jack." Her silver lame dress hugged her every contour like some elaborate skin graft. A matching handbag swung from her shoulder. I'd never seen a Veritasian outfitted so dishonestly before, but then, of course, Martina was evidently much more than a Veritasian. "The guard let you through?" I asked, astonished. After I agreed to copulate with him tomorrow, yes. The truth? A half-truth? There was no way, I realized with a sudden pang of anxiety, to gauge this woman's sincerity. "I'm extraordinarily happy to see you," I said. "I went to that address you gave me, but just once I'd like to meet a man whose genitalia didn't rule his life. I wanted to talk with you, that's all. A talk. I ran into Boris the clam-digger." Opening her silver handbag, Martina retrieved a 1-liter bottle of Charlie's Cheap Drunk and a pair of styrofoam cups. "Did he mention anything about $200? "Uh-huh. He's not going to get it." She set the cups on my workbench and filled them with mud-colored wine. "I suppose he told you we had sex?" "Yes." "Hell, Jack, you know more about my private life than I do." She seized her cup of Charlie's and sashayed around the shop, breasts rolling like channel buoys on Beckett Bay, hips swaying like mounds of dough being hefted by a pizza chef. It was all lost on me, every bounce and bob. My urges had died when Prendergast said fatal. I'd been gelded by an adjective. Grabbing my wine, I swilled it down in one gulp. "So, this is where it all happens." Martina stopped before my tool rack, massaging my axes, fondling my tin snips, running her fingers over my saws, pliers, and drills. "Impressive." "Where are you living now?" I asked, refilling my cup. "With my girlfriend. I can't afford anything better. Cloying and Coy turned down my Mother's Day series." She finished off her Charlies. "Which reminds me, you know that page of doggerel I gave you?" Like a chipmunk loading up on acorns, I inflated my cheeks with wine. I swallowed. "Those verses have never left my mind, as it were." Martina frowned severely, apparently puzzled by the notion that her doggerel was in any way memorable. "I want them back. You never liked them in the first place." The wine was everywhere now, warming my hands and feet, massaging my brain. "They're somewhat appealing in their own vapid way." Hips in high gear, she moved past the seething remains of Casablanca, reached the door, and snapped the deadbolt into place. "I don't know what I was thinking when I let them go. I always save my original manuscripts. I'll gladly give you a copy." So there it was, the final proof of Martina's true colors. The cunning little liar had deduced the poems were dangerous. In her justified paranoia, she'd imagined me spotting the flagrant falsehoods embedded in the page. Buzzing with Cheap Drunk, I didn't resist when Martina ushered me across the shop to my assignment for the upcoming week, a mountainous pile of Cassini gowns, Saint Laurent shirts, and Calvin Klein jeans. "So, anyway," she said, as we eased into the fraudulent fabrics, "if you could give me those verses—" Her full wet lips came toward me, her eager puppyish tongue emerged. She kissed me all over. It was like being molested by a marshmallow. We hugged and fondled, clutched and tussled, poked and probed. My genitalia, to use Martina's word, might as well have been on the moon, for all they cared. I said, "Martina, I know why you want that doggerel." "Oh?" Icy vibrations passed through her, the tremors of her guilt. "You want it because the paper's riddled with lies," I said. The skin tightened on her bones. "You're a dissembler." "No," she insisted, extricating herself from our embrace. "How do you counteract the conditioning?" I persisted. She stood up. "I'm not one." "You wrote about having wings. You wrote about a soul." Scrambling to my feet, I squeezed her large Rubensian hand. "My son means a great deal to me. Love, even. He's just a boy. Ever hear of Xavier's plague? He mustn't learn the truth. If he doesn't realize it's fatal, he might go into remission, or even—" She ran to the door as if fleeing some act of the alleged god, a forest fire, tidal wave, cyclone. "You've got the wrong woman," she shouted, throwing back the bolt. "I won't go to the squad. I promise. Please, Martina, teach me how you do it." She tore open the door, started into the hot dusk. "I tell only the truth. Liar! Sweating and shaking, she fumbled into her shiny Toyota Functional and backed out of the parking lot. Her rubbery face was bloodless. Her eyes flashed with fear. Martina Coventry, dissembler. Oh, yes, truer words had never been spoken. She will not escape, I silently vowed, clasping my hands together in that most dangerous of postures and disingenuous of gestures. With God as my witness, I added, with a nod to the late great Gone with the Wind. Heaven answered me with a traffic jam, the full glory of the Veritasian rush hour. I ran into its dense, screeching depths, weaving around pedestrians like a skier following a slalom course, never letting Martina's Functional out of my sight. She crawled down Voltaire Avenue, turned east onto River Lane. By the time she reached the bridge, the traffic had halted completely, like a wave of molten lava solidifying on the slope of a volcano. She pulled into a parking space, started the meter, and ducked into a seedy-looking bar and grill called Dolly's Digestibles. A pay telephone stood at the Schopenhauer Avenue intersection. The thing worked perfectly. In the age of lies, I'd heard, public phones were commonly the targets of criminal behavior. I told Helen I wouldn't be home for supper. I'm tracking a dissembler, I explained. The Coventry woman? Yes. I peered through the bar's grubby window. Martina sat in the back, sipping an Olga's OK Orangeade and eating a murdered cow. Helen said, "Did you have sex with her?" "No." A mild but undeniable pain arose in my temples. "We kissed." "On the lips?" "Yes. We also hugged." "Come home, Jack." "Not before I'm one of them." "Jack!" Click. I stood in the silvery, sulphurous rain and waited. Within the hour, Martina left Dolly's Digestibles and set out on foot, striding eastward into the twilit depths of Nietzsche Borough, once the linchpin of the Veritas Trolley Company, an enterprise that in its heyday shuttled both freight and humans around the metropolis. Nietzsche had of late fallen victim to the revolution in private transportation, becoming underpopulated and inert, an urban moonscape. I followed Martina to a depot, its tracks now deserted but for the occasional rusting Pullman or decaying boxcar. How stealthy I was, how furtive, how like a dissembler already. A roundhouse loomed up, its turntable lying before the switchyard like an enormous Lazy Susan, its barns sealed with slabs of corrugated steel. A diesel locomotive sat on the nearest siding, hulking into the wet summer air like the fossilized remains of some post-industrial dinosaur. Martina drummed on the door, a swift, snappy paradiddle, and a tall, devil-bearded man answered, his gaunt features softened by the dusk. "I'm Spartacus, come to free the slaves," she told him. A code phrase, evidently. I flinched at the falsehood. "This way, brave Thracian," he replied, stepping aside to let her pass. Sneaking around back, I groped along the sooty, rust-stained walls. A high open window beckoned. I was all instinct now, piling the handiest junk together, pickle barrel, apple crate, 55-gallon drum, scrambling upward like the swashbuckling hero of some cinemascope illusion. I reached the sill and peered in. Liars. Everywhere, liars. There were over 400 of them, chattering among themselves as they gripped kerosene lanterns and drifted amid the empty rails, gradually converging upon a makeshift wooden podium, suspended several feet above the ground on stilts. The women were dressed outrageously, in low-cut sequined blouses and spangled stretch pants, like chorus girls out of a Fred Astaire movie. Martina fit right in. The men's attire was equally antisocial. They wore tuxedos with white gloves, riding cloaks and jodhpurs, lavender jackets that might have been stolen from pimps. A burly man in a zoot suit mounted the steps of the podium, carrying a battery-powered bullhorn. "Settle down, everybody," came his electrified bellow. The mob grew quiet. "Take it away, Sebastian," somebody called from the floor. The liars' leader, Sebastian, strutted back and forth on the podium, flashing a jack-o'-lantern grin. "What is snow?" he shouted. I fixed on Martina. "Snow is hot!" she screamed along with her peers. A dull ache wove through my belly. I closed my eyes and jumped into the thick creosote-clogged air. "What chases cats?" Sebastian demanded. "Rats chase cats," the liars responded in a single voice, a mighty shout drowning out the thud of my boots striking the roundhouse floor. Rats chase cats. God! My discomfort increased, nausea pounding deep within me. I backed against a rivet-studded girder, my body camouflaged by shadows, my footfalls masked by the rumble of the crowd. "Now," said Sebastian, "down to business." Gradually the sickness passed, and I was able to monitor the schemes now unfolding before me. The dissemblers, I quickly learned, were planning yet another attack on Veritas's domestic tranquillity. For one astonishingly disruptive afternoon, they would revive what Sebastian called that vanished and miraculous festival known as Christmas. Anything to demoralize the city, evidently, anything to rot it from within. At 2 p.m. on December 25th, when Circumspect Park was packed with families out for a jolly afternoon of skating on the duck pond and drinking hot chocolate by bonfires, the liars would strike. Costumed as angels, elves, gnomes, and sugar-plum fairies, they would swoop into the park and cordon it off with snow fences, discreetly taking a dozen hostages to discourage police intervention. Sebastian's forces would next erect a so-called Christmas tree on the north shore of the pond, a Scotch pine as big as a windmill, immediately inviting Veritas's presumably awestruck children to decorate it with colored glass balls and tinsel. Then, as evening drew near, the dissemblers would perform a 3-act adaptation of a Charles Dickens story called A Christmas Carol. I knew all about that story, and not just because I'd read a copy of the first edition prior to burning it. A Christmas Carol had entered history as one of the falsest fables of all time, a glib embodiment of the lie that the wicked can be made to see the errors of their ways. Finally, the climax. A loading gantry would appear on the scene, and suddenly, look, here comes old Santa Claus himself, descending from the sky in a shiny red sleigh, harnessed to 8 audio-animatronic reindeer, and jammed with gifts wrapped in glittery gold paper. As the children gathered around, their hearts pounding with delight, their faces aglow with glee, their poor defenseless minds dizzy with delusion, the elves would shower them with the stuff of their dreams, with scooters and 10-speeds, doll-houses and electric trains, teddy bears and toy soldiers. Sebastian held up the red suit, pillow, and fake beard he intended to wear as Santa Claus, and the roundhouse broke into instant, thunderous applause. I studied the crowd, shuddering each time I came upon a familiar face. Good heavens! Jimmy Breeze, the bartender from Booze Before Breakfast. Who would have picked him for a liar? Or my plumber, Paul Irving? Or my barber, Bill Mumford? Sebastian divided his legions into the necessary task forces. Jimmy Breeze ended up on the Ornaments Committee. My plumber was cast as Ebenezer Scrooge. My barber volunteered to be an elf. Martina agreed to write Santa's opening oration. The closing litany caught me by surprise. "What can dogs do?" Sebastian shouted abruptly. "They can talk," answered the mob. My brain began to throb. "What color is grass?" "Purple." The pounding in my skull intensified. "Stones are alive." "Stop!" I cried, squeezing my head between my palms. "Stop! Please stop!" 400 faces turned toward me. 800 eyes blazed with anger and indignation. "Who's that?" someone asked. "Spy," a voice called. Another voice, "Brutality Squad." Another, "Get him." I raised my open palms. "Listen, I want to join you." The liars rushed toward me like the hordes in the most impressive Renaissance oil I'd deconstructed during my apprenticeship. Altdorfer's Battle of Issus. "I want to become a dissembler." A leathery hand curled around my mouth. I bit into it, tasting the liar's salty blood. A boot jabbed my side. snapping one of my ribs like a dry twig. Groaning, reeling with fear, I dropped to my knees. I'd never before felt so much of that ultimate truth, that quintessential fact, pain. The last thing I saw before losing consciousness was my tax advisor's fist moving swiftly toward my jaw. I woke up alive. Alive, and no better than alive. My lips felt like two fat snails grafted onto my face. My torso, it seemed, had recently been employed as the ball in some particularly violent contact sport. Pain chewed at my side. Gradually, the gooey film slid from my eyes. I took stock. Foam mattress, eiderdown pillow, the adamant odor of rubbing alcohol. Adhesive tape encircled my chest as if it were the handle of a tennis racket. A middle-aged doctor in a white lab coat fidgeted beside me, stethoscope dangling from her neck. "Good morning," she said, apparently meaning it. A thin, vivid face, beaky nose, sharp chin, high cheeks, a face that, while not beautiful, would probably always retain a certain fascination for anyone obliged to behold it regularly. "Morning. Is it Friday already?" "Very good," the doctor answered merrily. Her smile was as crisp and bright as a gibbous moon. "I'm Felicia Krakauer, and I truly, sincerely hope you're feeling better." Across the room an old man, with skin the color of oolong tea, sat upright on his mattress, his head wrapped in a turban of brilliant white bandages. "My rib hurts," I said. "I'm terribly sorry to hear that," said Dr. Krakauer. "Don't fret. You're in Satarev now." "Satarev?" "Off the map." Dr. Krakauer waved a thermometer around as if conducting an orchestra. "Spell it backwards," my roommate suggested. "I'm Louie, by the way. Brain cancer. No big deal. It just grows and grows up there, like moss. And then one day, I'm gone. Death is an extraordinary adventure." I slid the thermometer between my lips. Satarev. Veritas. Satarev. Veritas. My accommodations were coated with lurid yellow paint and equally lurid lies. A poster-sized edition of Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn, a reproduction of Van Gogh's Sunflowers, a print of Salvador Dali's notorious landscape of trees fruited with pocket watches. I glanced through a rose-tinted window. Outside, a rank of Corinthian columns supported a carved lintel, reading Center for Creative Wellness. As Felicia Krakauer removed the thermometer, I pressed my staved-in side and said, "Doctor, you've heard of psychoneuroimmunology, haven't you? The mind-body connection? Right. The patient adopts such a cheerful outlook that his sickness never takes hold. Does that ever happen?" "Of course it happens," the doctor replied, sliding her index finger along the bright yellow tubing of her stethoscope. "Miracles happen every day. The sun comes up, a baby gets born, and don't you ever forget it, Jack Sparry." How marvelous to be among people who weren't afraid of hope. "Bless you, doctor. Am I running a fever?" "Maybe a tiny one. Not to worry. In Satarev, one never stays ill for long." "I should call my wife." Against all odds, the doctor's smile grew even larger. "You have a wife? Wonderful. Lovely. I'll relay your request to Internal Security immediately. Open your mouth, would you?" "Why?" "Something for your own good." I moved my wounded lips apart. The doctor deposited a sugary, kidney-shaped capsule on my tongue, handed me a glass of water. "How do I know it's for my own good?" "Trust me," said Dr. Krakauer. "In Satarev, people trust each other," said Louis. "Sleeping pill?" I asked, swallowing. "Could be," said the doctor. Sleeping pill. When I returned to awareness, Martina Coventry was leaning over me, still packaged in her lascivious silver dress. Beside her stood a tall, lanky, coarse-skinned man in a green dinner jacket, fitted over a sweatshirt that said, "When life gives you lemons, make lemonade." He looked like a cactus. "Martina!" She laid a plump hand on my forehead. "Say hello to Franz Beecham." "Hello," I said to the cactoid man. I'm in charge of making sure you don't wander off, Franz explained, in a voice that seemed to enter the room after first traveling through a vat of honey. It's no big deal. Just give me your Veritasian word you won't wander off. I won't wander off. Good for you. My guardian's grin was as spectacular as Felicia Krakauer's. I'd fallen in with a community of smilers. I have a feeling we're going to be great friends, he said. Martina was gaudier than ever. She'd worked her terracotta hair into a sculpted object, a thick braid that lay on her shoulder like a loaf of challah. Her eyes had become cartoons of themselves, boldly outlined and richly shaded. "Even though this is Satirev," she said, "I am Veritasian enough to speak frankly. I saved your ass, Jack. You're alive because good old Martina Coventry argued your case back at the roundhouse." "I'm grateful," I said. "You should be." "You told them about Toby?" She nodded. "Yes, and I must say the story was an instant hit. A Xavier's child with a shot at remission. You have no idea what appeal that sort of situation holds down here." "It's all so amazingly touching," said Franz. "A father fighting for his son's life. My goodness, that's touching." "Can you teach me to lie?" I asked. "It depends," said Martina. "On what?" "On whether you're accepted into the program, on whether the treatment takes. Not everyone has the stuff to become a dissembler." "If it were up to me, I'd let you in." Franz snapped his fingers. "Like that." "Unfortunately, it's not up to us," said Martina. "You're going to need some luck." She reached into her madras bag and took out, of all things, a horseshoe. Opening the drawer in my nightstand, she dropped in the shoe. Thud. "Horses have 6 legs," she said matter-of-factly. I gritted my teeth. "Good luck charms are lies," I countered. "Perhaps," said Martina. "I understand you wish to make a phone call," said Franz brightly. "Speaking on behalf of internal security, I must tell you we're delighted to grant that particular request." Franz and Martina helped me to my feet, inch by painful inch. I'd never realized I owned so many vulnerable muscles, so many assaultable bones. At last I stood, the cold floor nipping at my bare feet, my baggy and absurdly short hospital gown brushing my rump. The Center for Creative Wellness was a modest affair. A dozen paces down a hall, hung with photographs of ecstatic children. A dozen more across a lobby loaded with Monet's paintings of water lilies. And suddenly we were moving through the main entrance and into a small private park. Graffiti coated the smooth brick walls. "Jesus loves you. Everything is beautiful in its own way. Today is the first day of the rest of your life." I looked up. No sun. No clouds. No sky. The whole park was covered by a concrete arch, suggesting the vaulted dome of a cathedral. 3 mercury vapor searchlights lay suspended from the roof, technological suns. "We're under the ground," Martina explained, noting the confusion on my face. "We're under Veritas," she said, launching her index finger upward. Her nails were painted a fluorescent green. "So far we've colonized only 100 acres, but we're expanding all the time." Compact, enclosed, and yet the park was not claustrophobic. Indeed, I had never before stood in such a soothing and airy space. It smelled of pine sap. The omnipresent birdsong boasted the exhilarating intricacy of a fugue. Butterflies representing a dozen species, each more colorful than the next, fluttered about like patches attempting to fuse themselves into a crazy quilt. A flagstone footpath meandered amid neat little gardens planted with zinnias, gladioli, tulips, and peonies. Martina said, "We'll never grow as big as Veritas, of course, but that's not the point." I studied the ceiling, its curving surface crisscrossed with Veritas's innards, her concrete intestines, gushing lead veins, buzzing nerves of steel and gutta percha. Something peculiar glided over my head. "The point is that Satirev is here," Martina continued, "and that it works." A pig. A pig? Yes, there it was, sailing through the air like a miniature dirigible, flapping its little cherub wings. A machine of some kind. A child's bizarre toy? No, its squeal was disconcertingly organic. "Pigs have wings," said Franz. His lie sent a chill through my flesh. A scrawny yellow cat sidled out from behind a forsythia bush, its hairs erect with feline anxiety. It molded itself into an oblong of fur and shot toward the center for creative wellness. An instant later, its pursuer appeared. A dog, I assumed at first. But no, wrong shape. And that tail, long and rope-like. The shudder began in my lower spine and expanded. A rat. A rat the size of a pregnant badger. Chasing a cat. "This is a very strange place," I said, staring into Martina's exotically adorned eyes. "Wouldn't you say?" "Strangeness is relative," she replied. "I'm bewildered," I said. "It's not hard to make a lie. Avant-garde microbiology will give you a flying pig, an outsized rat, anything you want." I'm still bewildered. "Satyrev takes some getting used to," said Franz, smiling prolifically. "I'm sure you'll be able to master it. You look like a champ to me, Jack." The telephone booth sat on a knoll smothered in purple grass and five-leaf clovers. Slowly I limped through the odd flora. My body felt like a single gigantic bruise, and pushed the sliding door against the jamb. Martina and Franz stood beside me, well within earshot. "Do you understand how you must conduct yourself?" my guardian asked. "I think so." "Drop the slightest hint, and bang, you're back in Veritas, awash in scopolamine. You'll never remember you've been here, not one detail. That would be most unfortunate, wouldn't it?" The phone was a deceitful affair, secretly wired into the Veritas system, blatantly looting its services. I extended my index finger, pressed the appropriate buttons. Helen didn't answer till the 7th ring. Obviously I'd awakened her. "Hello?" she said groggily. "Did I wake you?" "Of course you woke me," she mumbled, "whoever you are." "Listen," I told her abruptly. "Don't ask me anything." "Jack? Is that you?" "It's me. Don't ask me where I am, Helen. Everything depends on it." My wife exhaled in frustration. It's good to hear your voice, Jack." "I'm among them. Do you know what I'm talking about?" "I think so." "They're considering my case, Helen. They might let me in. I hope you're not still against me on this." "I'm against you," she grunted. I looped the phone cord around my arm, forcing it tight against my skin like a phylactery strap. "Have you heard anything from Toby?" "Postcard came today." "Did he mention his health? Joint pains or anything?" "He simply said he was in a canoe race. I'm supposed to pick him up at the bus station on the 27th. "Nothing about headaches?" "No." I kissed the plastic mouthpiece. "I'll call you back as soon as I can. Goodbye, Helen. I'm terribly fond of you." "I'm terribly fond of you too, Jack. But please, get out of there. Please." I hung up and turned toward Martina and Franz. Behind them, a shaggy black rat pinned a Siamese cat to the ground and began tearing out its throat. "You did fine," said my guardian. 5. The weather engineers had just turned up their rheostats, flooding the Saturday morning sky with a dazzling emerald sunrise, when Martina came bouncing into my hospital room. She opened the drawer of my nightstand and removed her ludicrous horseshoe. "It worked," she insisted, holding out the shoe as if it were a wishbone we'd agreed to split. "Oh?" I said sneeringly, skeptically. I refused to descend into superstition. Psychoneuroimmunology was for real. She dropped the horseshoe into her handbag. I was lucky, she told me. The typical supplicant was commonly sequestered for a full month in the Hotel Paradise while the government decided his fate, but not I. Instead, assuming Dr. Krakauer agreed to release me, I would meet that very afternoon with Manny Ginsberg himself. Imagine, Jack, you've been granted an audience with the Pope. 20 minutes later, Dr. Krakauer appeared, accompanied by the eternally unctuous Franz Beecham. As Martina looked on with seemingly genuine concern, Franz, with a kind of smarmy pity, the doctor inspected my infirmities. She removed the bandage from my head wound, palpated my broken rib through the adhesive tape. "This might hurt a bit," she warned, before sending me into paroxysms of pain, and cheerily pronounced me fit to travel, though she wanted me back by sundown for another check-up. I got into the denim overalls I'd worn to work on Thursday. How far away that Thursday seemed, how remote and unreal. Martina and Franz guided me through the hospital lobby and across the park to the banks of a wide canal labeled Jordan River, its waters clean, clear, and redolent of some happy mixture of root beer and maple syrup. Golden trout flashed beneath the surface like reflected moonbeams. Sparkling with fresh paint, a red gondola lay moored to the wharf. We got on board. As my guardian poled us forward, pushing his oar into the sweet waters, Martina briefed me on the intricacies of dealing with Pope Manny. To begin with, he's a year-rounder, lives here all the time. For most dissemblers, Martina elaborated, Saderev was a pied-à-terre, locus of the periodic pilgrimages through which one renewed one's talent for mendacity, whereas Manny Ginsberg never left. "It's made him a little nuts," she explained. "I'm not surprised," I said as an aquatic ferret leaped out of the Jordan and snatched an unsuspecting polka-dotted frog from the shore. "Play up your devotion to your kid," Martina advised. "How you'd move heaven and earth to cure him. The man's a sucker for sentiment." "And don't look him in the eyes," said Franz. "He hates directness." My guardian landed us at a trim, sturdy, immaculately whitewashed dock, its pilings decorated with ceramic replicas of pelicans and seagulls. An equally clean and appealing structure rose from the shore, a bait shack or possibly a fisherman's hut. A German shepherd sprawled on the welcome mat, head bobbing in languid circles as it tracked a dragonfly. "The Holy See," said Martina, pointing. "It's a bait shack," I corrected her. "It's the Holy See," said Franz, as he lashed his gondola to the dock. "Maybe we don't have the budget we'd like around here," said the dog, "but it's still the Holy See." I didn't bat an eye. I was getting used to this sort of thing. The door swished open on well-oiled hinges, and a short, nervous, wall-eyed man in his 60s stepped onto the dock, wearing a brilliant white polyester suit and a yarmulke. He told Martina and Franz to come back for me in an hour. "Care for a cup of fresh-perked coffee?" asked Manny Ginsberg, as he led me into his one-room riverfront abode. The German shepherd followed, claws clicking on the wooden floor. "It's quite tasty." "Sure," I said, glancing around. Manny's shack was as spotless within as without. "Pull up a chair." There were no chairs. I sat on the rug. "I'm Ernst, by the way," said the dog, offering me his paw. "Jack Sperry," I said, shaking limb extremities with Ernst. "You talk," I observed. "A bioelectronic implant, modifying my larynx." Manny sidled into the kitchenette. Lifting a copper kettle from his kerosene stove, he filled a pair of earthenware mugs with boiling water, then added heaping spoonfuls of Donaldson's drinkable coffee crystals. "You said fresh," I noted with Veritasian candor. "It's fresh to us," said the Pope. "Want to hear a talking dog joke?" Ernst inquired. "No," I replied truthfully. "Oh," said the dog, evidently wounded by my frankness. Manny returned from the kitchenette with a Coca-Cola tray, bearing the coffee mugs, plus a cream pitcher and a canister marked salt. "It's a sterile world up there. Sterile, stifling, spiritually depleting." Manny set the tray beside me and rolled his eyes heavenward. "And before long it will all be ours. You doubt me? Listen. Already we've placed 20 dissemblers in the legislature. A person with our talents has no trouble getting elected." "You mean you're going to conquer Veritas?" I asked, making a point of not looking Manny in the eye. The Pope slammed his palms against his ears. "Please!" "Don't say conquer," admonished the dog. "We're going to reform, Veritas," said Manny. I stared at the rug. "Truth is beauty, Your Holiness." Splaying my fingers, I ticked off a familiar litany. In the age of lies, politicians misled, advertisers overstated, clerics exaggerated. Satyrev's founders had nothing against telling the truth, Manny tapped his yarmulke, but they hated their inability to do otherwise. Honesty without choice, they said, is slavery with a smile. He pointed toward the ceiling with his coffee mug. Truth above. He set his mug on the floor. Dignity below. He chuckled softly. In Satyrev, we opt for the latter. Do you like it sweet? Huh? Your coffee sweet? I would like some sugar, matter of fact. The Pope handed me the salt canister. I shook some grains into my palm and licked. It was sugar. My heart is broken, said Manny, laying a hand on his chest. I feel absolutely devastated about your Toby. You do? I asked, adding Satyrevian salt to my coffee. I'm crushed. You don't even know him. What you're doing is so noble. I think so too, said Ernst, and I'm only a dog. I have just one question, said Manny. Listen carefully. Do you love your son? That would depend on... I don't mean love him. I mean love him. Crazy, unconditional, non-Veritasian love. Surprisingly, to myself, if not the Pope, I didn't have to think about my answer. I love him, I asserted, looking Manny in the eye. Crazy, unconditional, non-Veritasian. Then you're in, said Manny. Congratulations, said the dog. I must warn you, the treatment doesn't take in all cases. Manny sipped his Donaldson's. I advise you to throw everything you've got into it, your very soul, even if you're convinced you don't have one. Please, don't look me in the eye. I turned away, uncertain whether to rejoice at being admitted or to brood over the possibility of failure. What are my chances, would you say? First rate, said Manny. Truly excellent, Ernst agreed. I'd bet money on it, the Pope elaborated. Of course, said the dog. We could be lying. On Sunday morning, Martina and I hiked through the flurry of five-leaf clovers outside the Center for Creative Wellness, and, reaching the top of the hill, placed a call to Arnold Cook at his home in Lochborough. After claiming to be my wife, Martina told him I'd been diagnosed with double pneumonia and wouldn't be coming to work for at least a week. Her fabulation gave me a terrible headache, and also, truth to tell, a kind of sexual thrill. The chief curator offered his qualified sympathy, and that was that. What a marvelous tool, lying, I thought. So practical and uncomplicated. I was beginning to understand its pervasive popularity in eras gone by. Together, Martina and I strolled through the park, Franz Beecham hovering blatantly in the background. She grasped my right hand. My fingers became 5 erogenous zones. Today she would return to Veritas, she explained, where she'd finally lined up a job writing campaign speeches for Doreen Hutter, a Descartes Borough representative. I'll miss you, I said. I'll be back, she said, massaging her Baroque braid with her free hand. Like all dissemblers, I'm obliged to immerse myself in Satyrev 90 days a year. I'll be spending next Friday on the Jordan, fishing for ferrets. Will you visit me? I asked this zoftig and exotic woman. She stared into the sky and nodded. With luck, you'll be a liar by then, she said, tracking a pig with her decorous eyes. If you have any words of truth for me, you'd better spill them now. Truth? We dissemblers can handle it every now and then. Well, I suppose I'd have to say... The reality of my condition dawned on me even as I spoke it. I'd have to say I'm a little bit in love with you, Martina. Only a little bit? She asked, leading me to the riverbank, Franz at our heels. These things are hard to quantify. 2 gondolas were lashed to the dock, riding the wake of a passing outboard motorboat. May I ask how you feel about me?" "I'd prefer not to say." Martina splayed her fingers, working free of my grasp. "Ultimately, there'd be nothing in it for either of us. Nothing but grief." She climbed into her gondola and, assuming the pilot's position in the stern, lowered her oar. "I'm certain you'll become a Satarevian," she said, casting off. "I have great faith in you, Jack," she called, as she vanished into the 3,000-watt sunrise. The current carried Franz and me south, past a succession of riverfront cottages encrusted with casuistry, welcome mats, flower boxes, plaster lawn ornaments, and the forms of cupids and little Dutch girls. My guardian landed the gondola before a 2-story clapboard building, painted a bright pink and surmounted by the words Hotel Paradise in flashing neon. A stone wall hemmed the grounds, broken by a massive gateway in which was suspended an iron portcullis, also painted pink. Bars of pink iron crisscrossed the hotel windows like strokes of a censor's pen. A sudden scree, the portcullis ascending with the grinding gracelessness of an automated garage door. Franz led me beneath the archway, up a pink cement path, and through the central portal to the front desk. He gave my name to the clerk, Leopold, according to his badge, a horse-faced, overweight, 40-ish man dressed in a loud Hawaiian shirt. After confirming that they were indeed expecting a Jack Sparrow from Platoborough, Leopold issued me a pink tunic with novitiate stamped on the chest. It was as baggy as a gown from the Center for Creative Wellness, and I had no trouble slipping it on over my street clothes. "You look real spiffy in that," said Leopold. "You're one of the homeliest people I've ever met," I felt bound to inform him. The chief bellhop, a spidery old man whose skin resembled a cantaloupe rind, guided me down a long hallway decorated with Giotto and Rembrandt reproductions, Franz following, as always, my eternal shadow. We paused before a pink, riveted door that seemed more likely to lead to a bank vault than to a hotel room. It even had a combination lock. "Your suite," the bellhop said as the three of us stepped inside. Suite. Sure. It was smaller than the Holy See, and sparser. No rugs, no chairs, no windows. The walls were clean and predictably pink. 2 male novitiates, one tall, one short, rested on adjacent cots, smoking cigarettes. "Your roommates," said the bellhop as he and Franz exited. The door thudded shut, then came the muffled clicks of the tumblers being randomized. "I'm William," said my tall roommate. He could have been a power forward with the Platoborough competence. "William Bell." "Ira Temple," said his scrawny companion. "Jack Sparrow," I said. We spent the next hour swapping life stories. Ira, I learned, was a typical dissembler in training. He hated Veritas. He had to get out. Anything, he argued, even dishonesty, was superior to what he called his native city's confusion of the empirical with the true. William's story was closer to my own. His older sister Charlotte, the one person on Earth who mattered to him, had recently landed on Amaranth, a planet that existed only in her mind. By learning to lie, William reasoned, he might travel to Charlotte's mythic world and either release her from its mad gravity or take up residence there himself. The door swung open, and in came a small, dusky, stoop-shouldered man with a bald head and a style of walking that put me in mind of a duck with osteoporosis. "During the upcoming week, you're all going to fall in love with me," he said abruptly, waving his clipboard. "I'm going to treat you so well, you'll think you've died and gone to heaven." He issued a wicked little wink. "That's a lie. I'm Gregory Harness, Manny Ginsberg's liaison. You may call me Lucky," he said with an insistent rapid-fire bonhomie. "The Pope deeply regrets not being here to orient you personally, but his busy schedule did not permit. Anyhow, you get the drift of his bullshit. Which one of you's Sperry?" I raised my hand. "I heard about your sick child," said Lucky. "Heart-rending, tragic. Believe me, Sperry, I'll be rooting for you all the way." And so it was upon us, our absorption in lies, our descent into deception, our headlong, brain-first plunge into Satarevian reality. At the crack of dawn, Lucky herded us into his pickup truck and took us to a place where money grew on trees, a pecuniary orchard. so vast it could have paid the interest on Veritas's national debt. We spent a sweaty, grueling day under the celestial lamps, harvesting basket after basket of $5 bills. On Tuesday morning the weather engineers contrived a fearsome blizzard, squall upon squall of molten snow bringing Satarev to a total standstill, and inspiring Lucky to issue us broad-scooped shovels. "Clean it up," he demanded. "Every highway, street, alley, path, sidewalk, and wharf." And so we did, our skin erupting in second-degree burns as we carried great heaps of steaming precipitate to the Jordan and dropped them over the banks. Lucky mopped our brows with towels dipped in ice water, slaked our thirst with lemonade, soothed our blistered backs with eucalyptus oil, but he kept us on the job all day. Wednesday, a tedious morning of shoeing six-legged horses, a wearying afternoon of arranging and rearranging the contents of a Satarevian rock garden. My companions and I felt that, for stones, these creatures were extraordinarily loquacious and singularly self-pitying. The stones lamented their lack of mobility and prestige. They said it was hell being a stone. Cut them, they claimed, and they would bleed. Further lies. Thursday's lies. Our taskmaster loaded his truck with cans of spray paint and shunted us across Satarev, stopping at every public park along the way and ordering us to turn the grass purple, the roses blue, and the violets red, an ordeal that left my co-apprentices and me so speckled we looked like amalgams of all the Jackson Pollocks I'd ever criticized. That night, as I lay on my cot in the Paradise, my stunned brain swirled with deceptions, with lavender cabbages and crimson potatoes, with indigo jungles and chartreuse icebergs, with square baseballs, skinny whales, tall dwarfs, and snakes with long, pale, supple legs. More lies. Lies, lies, lies. On Friday, Lucky gave us .22 caliber hunting rifles, instructed us in their use, and, exploiting the handicap of our Veritasian upbringings, made us swear we wouldn't use them to escape. "Before the day is out, you must each bring down a flying pig. Don't let the low comedy of their anatomy fool you. They're smarter than they look." Thus did I find myself crouched behind a forest of cat-o'-nine tails on the banks of the Jordan, my .22 poised on my knees, my mind turning over the manifest rationale behind my deconditioning. A black, bulbous shape glided across the river, like the shadow that might be cast by a gigantic horsefly, and I recalled the perusal I'd made of Alice in Wonderland before criticizing it. "The time has come," the walrus said, "to talk of many things." I grabbed the rifle, took aim. The shape flew along the equator of my telescopic sight, eastward to the axis. Of shoes and ships and sealing-wax, of cabbages and kings. I fired, and why the sea is boiling hot. The bewildered animal fell, squealing, and whether pigs have wings. My bleeding prey hit the water. When your every muscle aches with the effects of a currency harvest, you do not doubt that money grows on trees. When your entire epidermis is branded with the aftermath of 200-degree snowflakes, you cannot but accept their reality. When every ounce of your concentration is fixed upon blasting a winged pig out of the sky, you do not question its species' ontological status. The Hotel Paradise had only one eatery, an immaculate malt shop called the Russian Tea Room, and on Friday night Lucky took us there for dinner. Brilliant white tiles covered the walls. The stools, red vinyl cushions poised on glistening steel stalks, resembled Art Deco mushrooms. The menu featured murdered cows, euphemistically named cheesesteaks, hot dogs, hamburgers, and beef tacos. Lucky told us to order whatever we liked. "I've been driving you all pretty hard," he confessed after our meals arrived. "An understatement," I replied. Lucky twisted the cap off a bottle of quasi-tomato ketchup from Veritas. "Tell me, men, do you feel any different?" "Different?" said Ira Temple, voraciously consuming a beef taco. "Not really." William Bell bit into his cheeseburger. "I'm the same man I always was." "Saturday's schedule is pretty intense," said Lucky, shaking blobs of ketchup onto his French fries. You'll be digging sugar out of the salt mines, attending a linguistics seminar with some golden retrievers, carrying steer haunches over to the Pope for him to bless. In my experience, though, if you're not a liar by now, you never will be." With a directness rarely found in Satarev, Lucky looked William in the eye. "What do pigs have, son?" "Huh? Pigs. What do they have? You've been dealing with pigs lately. You know about them." William stared at his half-eaten cow. He pondered the question for nearly a minute. At last he raised his head, closed his eyes tightly, and let out the sort of delighted yelp an Age of Lies child might have issued on Christmas morning. "Pigs have wings." "What did you say?" "Wings." William leaped from his chair and danced around the table. "Wings," he sang. "Wings. Pigs have wings." "Good job, William," Ira shouted, his face betraying a mixture of envy and anxiety. Lucky smiled, ate a fry, and thrust his fork toward Ira. "Now, you, tell me about money, Ira. Where does money grow?" Ira took a deep breath. "Well, that's not an easy question. Some people would say it doesn't grow at all. Others might argue—" "Money, son. Where does money grow?" "On trees!" Ira suddenly screamed. "On what?" "Money grows on trees." "And I'm the Queen of Sheba," said William. "I'm the King of France," said Ira. "I can fly," said William. "I can walk on water," said Ira. "God protects the innocent. The guilty never go free. Love is eternal. Life is, too." Lucky laid his knobbly hand on my shoulder. "What's the deal with snow, Jack?" he asked. "What is snow like?" The appropriate word formed in my brain. I could sense it riding the tip of my tongue like a grain of sand. It's... "Is it hot, for example?" asked Lucky. "Snow is hot? Cold!" I shrieked. "Snow is cold!" I moaned. William shot me an agonized glance. "Jack, you've got it all wrong." "Don't you remember that blizzard?" asked Ira. I quivered with nausea, reeled with defeat. Damn. Shit. "The stuff they make here is a fraud." Jack Sparrow versus Xavier's plague, and now the disease would win. "It's not snow at all." "Snow is hot," said Ira. "It's cold." Rising from my chair, I stumbled blindly around the Russian tea-room. "Pigs don't fly. Dogs don't talk. Truth is beauty." I left. The hotel lobby was dark and pungent, suffused with the Jordan's sugary aroma. The night clerk slept at his post. Franz Beecham sat in a wicker chair beside a potted palm, his long face shadowed by a Panama hat. I staggered to the front door. It was locked. But, of course, one left Satarev filled with either lies or scopolamine, illusion or amnesia. There was no third path. "Treatment isn't taking, huh?" said Franz as he approached. "Don't be discouraged." "I'm beaten," I groaned. Now, you still have tomorrow." Franz removed his Panama, placing it over his heart, a gesture of grief, I decided, anticipatory mourning for Toby Sperry. "Someone wants to see you," he said. "Huh? You have a visitor." "Who?" "This way." He led me past the sleeping clerk and down the east corridor to a steel door uncharacteristically free of catches, bolts, and locks. The sign said video games. Franz turned the handle. There were no video games in the video games room. There was a blood-red billiard table, a print of Picasso's The Young Women of Avignon. Martina Coventry. "Hi, critic. We had a date, remember?" To tell the truth, I'd forgotten. "To tell you the truth, what kind of talk is that for a Satarevian?" Martina came toward me, her extended hand fluttering like a hummingbird. "You look unhappy, dear." "I'm no Satarevian." I reached out and captured her plump fingers. "Never will be." Martina tapped the brim of Franz's Panama. "Mr. Sperry and I require privacy," she told him. "Don't worry, we're not going to have sex or anything." Though convulsed with misery and self-loathing, I nevertheless noticed how Martina was dressed. If employed as a lampshade, her miniskirt wouldn't have reached the socket. The strap of her madras bag lay along her cleavage, pulling her life as a banquet T-shirt tight against her body and making her breasts seem like two adjacent spinnakers puffed full of wind. Franz tipped his hat and ducked out of the room. "Let's get your mind off your deconditioning." Martina hopped onto the table and stretched out. She looked like a relief map of some particularly lewd and mountainous nation. "Lie down next to me." "Not a good idea," I said. True, a roll on the felt wasn't going to solve my problems. I should be pumping Martina's mind, and no other part of her. I should be trying to learn how she herself had managed the crucial transition from Veritasian to liar. She said, "You don't want to?" I gulped loudly. "No, I don't." My blood lurched toward the temperature of Satyrevian snow. "No?" "I'm married, remember? I don't want to have sex with you." I did, of course. In my heart of hearts I did. And now came the correlative of my desire, drawing both Martina's attention and my own. "I don't want to have sex with you," I'd said. Yet here was the resolute little hero, shaping the crotch of my overalls into a denim sculpture. So I'd lied. For the first time since my brain burn, I'd lied. I pulled off my tunic, slipped out of my overalls. "I hide my wings inside my soul," I quoted, climbing atop Martina. Deftly she removed my undershorts. My erection broke free, a priapic jailbreak. I'd done it, by damn. I might have a Veritasian penis, but I'd finally acquired a Satyrevian tongue. "Their feathers soft and dry," I cried, shucking off Martina's skirt. "And when the world's not looking," she whooped, "I take them out and fly." I had to apply the brakes on my adequate almost a dozen times as I descended the southern face of Mount Prosaic and headed into the lush green valley below. Cabin after cabin, tent after tent, Camp Ditch the Kids was strung along a strip of pine barren, midway between the swiftly flowing Wishy-Washy and a placid oxbow lake. For the first time, it occurred to me that Toby might not like the idea of leaving 2 days early. With its fearsome dedication to frivolity, its endless amusements and diversions, Ditch the Kids was the sort of place a 7-year-old could easily imagine living in forever. As I pulled up behind the administration building, a gang of pre-adolescent children in yellow Ditch the Kids T-shirts marched by, clutching fishing rods. I studied their faces. No Toby. Snatches of the counselor's pep talk drifted toward me, something to the effect that acid rain was sterilizing Lake Commonplace, so it really didn't matter how much they caught. The fish were all doomed anyway. I entered the building, a slapdash pile of tar paper and cedar shingles. A grizzled man with a 3-day beard sat behind the desk, reading the August issue of Beat Off. "I'm Toby Sperry's father," I said, "and you're—" "Ralph Kiddo." The camp director eyed me suspiciously. "Look, Mr. Sperry, there's no question we were pretty irresponsible, leaving that rat trap out in the open as we did, but I don't believe you have a criminal case against us." "It's not my intention to sue you," I told him, savoring the spectacle of joy and relief blossoming on his face. Little did he know I could have been lying. "Will Toby be okay? I've been feeling a certain amount of guilt about this matter. Nothing I can't handle, but—" "I'm here to bring him home," I said. "He's going into the hospital tomorrow." "Life is a tough business, isn't it?" Ralph Kiddo fanned himself with Beat Off. "Take me, for example. Sure wish I could find a better line of work." "I imagine these kids drive you crazy, figuratively crazy." "Vodka helps. I get drunk frequently." Kiddo consulted his master schedule and told me Toby was probably still on the archery field, a half-mile south down the Wishy-Washy. I paid the balance due on my son's tuition, thanked the director for his willingness to take on such an unrewarding job, and set out along the river. When I reached the field, my son had just missed the bull's-eye by less than an inch. "Nice shooting, Toby, old buddy." He maintained his bowman's stance, transfixed not only by the fact of my arrival, but also, no doubt, by the content of my greeting. "Dad, what are you doing here?" I hadn't seen him in a month. He seemed taller, leaner, swarthier, older, standing there in his grimy yellow T-shirt and the blue jeans he'd shredded into shorts last spring. "I've come for you," I told him, moving as close as I could without making it obvious I was scanning him for symptoms. His hair was as thick, dark, and healthy-looking as ever. His eyes sparkled. His frame looked firm. His tanned skin held no trace of blue. "No, I'm taking the bus Sunday." He knocked an arrow. "Mom's picking me up." "The plan's been changed. She had to go out of town. There's a big UFO story breaking in the Hegelian desert." I experienced a small but irrefutable pleasure, the sweet taste of truth bending in my mouth. "We'd better get your stuff packed. Where's your cabin?" Toby unknocked the arrow and used it to indicate a cluster of yurts about 20 yards from the targets. The archery instructor approached, a woodsy, weathered fellow with a mild limp. Toby introduced me as the best father a boy'd ever had. He said he loved me. So strange, I thought, the spontaneous little notions that run through the heads of pre-burned children. My son turned in his bow, and we started toward his cupcake-shaped cabin. "You've got a nice tan, Toby. You look real healthy. Gosh, it's good to see you." "Dad, you're talking so funny." "I'll bet you feel healthy, too." "Lately I've been getting headaches." I gritted my teeth. "I'm sure that's nothing to worry about." "Wish I wasn't leaving so soon," he said, as we climbed the crooked wooden steps to his room. "Barry Maxwell and I were supposed to hunt snakes tomorrow." "Listen, Toby, this is a better deal than you think. You're going to get an entire second vacation." The space was only slightly more chaotic than I'd anticipated. Clothes in ragged heaps, Encyclopedia Britannica comics in amorphous piles. "We're going to live in a magic kingdom under the ground, just you and me." "What sort of magic kingdom?" he asked skeptically. "Oh, you'll love it, Toby. We'll go fishing and eat ice cream." Toby smiled hugely, brightly, a Satyrevian smile. "That sounds neat." He opened his footlocker and started cramming it full. Crafts projects, T-shirts, dungarees, poncho, comics, flashlight, canteen, mess kit. "Will Mom be coming?" "No." "She'll miss all the fun." "She'll miss all the fun," I agreed. My son held up a hideous and lopsided battleship, proudly announcing that he'd made it in woodworking class. "How do you like it, Dad?" "Why, Toby," I told him, "it's absolutely beautiful." 6. 12 gates lead to the City of Lies. Every year, as his commitment to mendacity becomes increasingly clear, his dishonesty more manifestly reliable, the Satyrevian convert is told the secret location of yet another entrance. Mere novitiates like myself knew only one, the storm drainage tunnel near the corner of 3rd and Hume in Nietzsche Borough. So many ways to descend, I thought, as Toby and I negotiated the dank, mossy labyrinth beneath Veritas. Ladders, sloping sewer pipes, narrow stone stairways, we used them all, our flashlights cutting through the darkness like machetes clearing away underbrush. My son loved every minute of it. "Wow!" he exclaimed whenever some disgusting wonder appeared. A slug the size of a banana, a subterranean lake filled with frogs, a spider's web as large and sturdy as a trampoline. "Neat!" Reaching our destination, we settled into the Hotel Paradise. Unlike my previous accommodations, our assigned suite was sunny and spacious, with glass doors opening onto a wrought-iron balcony from which one could readily glimpse the local fauna. "Dad, the horses around here have 6 legs." Toby hopped up and down with excitement. "The rats chase the cats. The pigs have wings. This really is a magic kingdom." It soon became obvious that the whole of Satyrev had been anticipating our arrival. We were the men of the hour. The Paradise guards immediately learned our faces, letting us come and go as we pleased. Franz and Lucky gushed over Toby as if he were a long-lost brother. Whenever we strolled around the community, total strangers would come up to us and, confirming our identities, give Satarev's tragic child a candy bar or a small toy, his father a hug of encouragement and affirmation. Even Felicia Krakauer was prepared. After drawing a sample of Toby's blood, we told him the kingdom had to make certain the tourists weren't carrying germs, she retired to her office and came back holding a stuffed animal, an astonishingly comical baboon with acrobatic eyes and a squarish, dog-like snout. "This is for you, Rainbow Boy," she said. Toby's face grew knotted and tense. He gulped audibly. He was not too old for stuffed animals, merely too old to enjoy them without shame. "He needs a name, don't you think?" said Dr. Krakauer. "Not a silly name, I'd say. Something dignified." I performed my survey, the one I took every hour. The facts were becoming irrefutable. The bluish cast of his skin, the thinness of his hair. Toby relaxed and smiled. "Dignified," he said. "Not silly. Oh, yes." Clearly he'd sensed the truth of his new home. In Satarev everything was permitted. In Satarev no boy grew up before his time. "His name is Barnaby Baboon." Frowning, Toby rammed the tip of his tongue into the corner of his mouth. "I think he might be carrying some germs." "Rainbow Boy, you're absolutely right." Dr. Krakauer pried a wad of cotton batting out of Barnaby's arm with her syringe. "We'd better take a stuffing sample." That night, the minute my son fell asleep, I ran to the phone booth outside the Paradise and called the Center for Creative Wellness. Krakauer told me exactly what I expected to hear. The Xavier's test was positive. "There's still plenty of hope," she insisted. "I know what you mean," I said, shivering in the hot summer darkness. Positive. Positive. If we give Toby the right outlook, his immune system will kick in and bang, remission. Exactly. How many years might a remission last? You can't tell about remissions, Jack. Some of them last a long, long time. I placed a call to Veritas. "Hi, Helen." "Jack? Now you call? Now, after 10 whole days?" "I've been busy." "Your curator sent a get-well card. Are you sick?" "I'm feeling better." "This is a bad time to talk," she said. "I'm due at the bus station." "No, you're not. I picked up Toby on Sunday." "You what?" "He's got to be with me now. I can give him the right outlook." "You mean you're one of them?" "Dogs can talk, Helen." I pictured her turning white, cringing. "Shut up!" she screamed. "I want my son back. Bring me my son, you tropological shithead." "I love him." "Bring him back. I can cure him." "Jack!" As the hot, soggy July melded into a hotter, soggier August, my son and I began spending long hours in the outdoors, or rather in those open spaces that in Satarev functioned as the outdoors. Together we explored the community's swampy frontiers, collecting bugs and amphibians for Toby's scale model zoo. The money orchards, meanwhile, proved excellent for archery. We would knock our arrows and aim at the $5 bills, while the broiling snowfields soon became littered with the results of our sculpting efforts: snowmen, snow dogs, snow cows, snow baboons. It was all a matter of having a good pair of insulated gloves. Finally there was the Jordan, perfect for swimming, and when we could borrow a gondola, fishing. "Do you like this place?" I asked Toby, as I threaded my line with a double-barbed hook. "It's pretty weird." Furiously he worked his reel, hauling an aquatic armadillo on board. "You're having a terrific time, though, aren't you, buddy? You're feeling cheerful?" "Oh, yeah," he said evenly. "What do you like? Do you like making snowmen?" "The snowmen are great." "And the fishing?" "I like the fishing." Placing his boot on the armadillo's left gill, Toby yanked the hook out of its mouth. "And you like our archery tournaments, too, don't you?" I marveled at the armadillo's design, its lozenge-shaped body, sleek scales, dynamic fins. "And the swimming?" "Uh-huh. I wish Mom were here." I baited my own hook with the Satarevian snail. So do I. What else do you like?" "I don't know." In a spasmodic act of mercy, he tossed the armadillo overboard. "I like the way strangers give me candy." "And you like the fishing, too, right?" "I already said that," Toby replied patiently. "Dad, why is my hair falling out?" "What?" "My hair. And my skin looks funny, too." I shuddered, pricking my thumb with the fishhook. "Buddy, there's something we should talk about. Remember that blood sample Dr. Krakauer took? It seems you've got a few germs in you. Nothing serious. Xavier's plague, it's called." "Whose plague?" "Xavier's. Then how come I got it instead of Mr. Xavier?" "Lots of people get it." Toby impaled a snail on his fishhook. "Is that why my hair—" "Probably. They might have to give you some medicine. You're not really sick." God, how I loved being able to say that. Such power. "The thing is to stay cheerful. Just say to yourself, 'Those bad old Xavier's germs can't hurt me. My immune system's too strong.'" "My what?" "Immune system. Say it, Toby. Say, 'Those bad old Xavier's germs can't hurt me.' Go ahead." "Those bad old Xavier's germs can't hurt me," he repeated haltingly. "Is that true, Dad?" "You bet. You aren't worried, are you?" Toby rubbed his blue forehead. "I guess not." "That's my buddy." If my son wasn't too old for stuffed animals, then he wasn't too old for bedtime stories. We read together every night, snuggling amid the Appendices' soft buttery sheets and smooth cotton blankets, working our way through a stack of volumes that had somehow escaped the Wittgenstein's predations: Tom Sawyer, Treasure Island, Corbeau the Pirate, and, best of all, a leather-bound, gilt-edged collection of fairy tales. Perusing the Brothers Grimm, I trembled not only with the thrill of forbidden fruit, how daring I felt, acting out material I'd normally be reading only in prelude to burning it, but with the odd amoralities and psychosexual insights of the stories themselves. Toby's favorite was Rumpelstiltskin, with its unexpected theme of an old man's hunger for a baby. My own preference was Sleeping Beauty. I roundly identified with the father, with his mad, Herod-like campaign to circumvent his daughter's destiny by destroying every spinning wheel in the kingdom. I thought him heroic. "Why did Rumpelstiltskin want a baby?" Toby asked. "A baby is the best thing there is," I replied. I felt I was telling the truth. Rumpelstiltskin knew what he needed. Whenever Martina was in Satarev, she joined our expeditions, hiking, swimming, fishing, bug-collecting, and I couldn't quite decide what Toby made of her. They got along famously, even to the point of scatological private jokes involving Barnaby Baboon, but occasionally I caught a glimmer of unease in my son's eyes. Were he a post-burn kid, of course, he would have been frank. "Dad, is Martina your mistress? Dad, do you and Martina have sex?" To which the truthful answer would have been no. Since Toby's arrival I had lost my urge for erotic adventures. Martina did not protest. Like me, she rather regretted our romp on the billiard table. Adultery was wrong, after all. Even a dissembler knew that. Thus had Martina and I entered that vast population of men and women whose friendship had crossed the copulation barrier but once, followed by retrenchment and retreat, an entire affair compacted into one memorable screw. Most nights the three of us went to dinner in the Russian tea-room. The staff doted on Toby. He got all the hamburgers he could eat, all the hot dogs, all the French fries, all the milkshakes. Nobody could say the tea-room wasn't doing its part to keep Toby cheerful. Nobody could say it wasn't putting him in a salubrious mood. The manager was a thin, wiry, exuberant man in his early 50s, named Norbert Vore. Evidently he did not partake of his own fattening and enervating menu. And upon sensing that, from the boy's viewpoint, the restaurant was deficient in desserts, he immediately read up on the matter, soon learning how to prepare transcendent strawberry shortcake and ambrosial lemon meringue pie. Norbert's baked Alaska, fudge brownies, and Bing cherry tarts kept Toby grinning ear to ear. His chocolate parfaits were so lush and uplifting, they seemed in themselves a cure. It was in the Russian tea-room that Toby and I first noted a curious fashion among Satarevians. About a quarter of them wore sweatshirts emblazoned with a Valentine-style heart, poised above the initials H-E-A-R-T. Heart? What's that? My son asked Martina one evening as we were plowing through a particularly outrageous ice cream treat, a concoction Norbert had dubbed a month of Sundays. It's a kind of club. The members get together and talk about philosophy, Martina replied. You know what philosophy is, Toby? No. The H stands for happiness, the E for equals, and the A-R-T? Asked Toby. Art, reason, and truth. H-E-A-R-T. It was, Martina explained after Toby went to bed, an organization the year-rounders had formed for the sake of, as she put it, thinking good thoughts about your son and thereby hastening his cure. Heart, the Healing and Ecstasy Association for the Recovery of Toby. They met every Tuesday evening. They were planning to start a newsletter. I had never been so profoundly moved, so totally touched, in my life. My soul sang. My throat got hard as a crab-apple. Martina, that's terrific. Why didn't you tell me about Heart? Because it gives me the creeps, that's why. The creeps? Your son is sick, Jack. Sick. He's going to need more than Heart. He's going to need, well, a miracle. Heart is a miracle, Martina. Don't you get it? It is a miracle. There is nothing quite so exhilarating as spending large amounts of time with your child, and nothing quite so tedious. I'll be honest. When Martina offered to relieve me of Toby for an hour or two, she wanted to help him find specimens for his miniature zoo, I told her to take all day. Even Sleeping Beauty's father, I'm sure, grew bored with her on occasion. It was an hour past his bedtime when Toby returned to the paradise, laden with the day's haul, a dozen bottles and cages filled with rubbery newts, glutinous salamanders, spiky centipedes, and disgruntled tree frogs whose cries sounded like bicycle bells. He could not enjoy them. "Dad, I don't feel so good," he said, setting the various terrariums on the coffee table. "Oh? So here it comes," I thought. "Now it begins." "What do you mean?" "My head hurts." Toby clutched his belly. "And my stomach. Is it those germs, Dad?" "Just remember, in the long run they can't hurt you." "'Cause of my immune system?" "Smart boy." Toby woke up repeatedly that night, his temperature lurching toward 103, flesh trembling, bones rattling, teeth chattering. He sweated like a bill-picker laboring in the money orchards. I had to change the sheets 4 times. They stank of brine. "I think we'd better drop by the hospital tomorrow," I told him. "Hospital? I thought I wasn't really sick." "You aren't really sick. Oh, the power, the power. Dr. Krakauer wants to give you some medicine, that's all." "I don't think I can sleep, Dad. Will you read to me about Rumpelstiltskin, or pirates or something?" "Of course. Sure. Just stay happy and you'll be fine." The next morning I took Toby to the Center for Creative Wellness, where he was assigned a place in the children's ward, a large private room that, despite its spaciousness, quickly seemed to fill with my son's disease, a sickly, sallow aura radiating from the bed-frame, covering the nightstand, smothering the sway-backed parent's cot in the far corner. His skin got bluer. His temperature climbed, 103, 104, 104.5, 105, 105.5. By nightfall, the lymph nodes under his arms had grown to resemble clusters of ossified grapes. "We can get the fever down with acetaminophen and alcohol baths," said Dr. Krakauer as she guided me into her office. "And I think we should put him on pentamidine. It's been known to work wonders against pneumocystis carinii." "Genuine wonders?" "Oh, yes. We'd better set him up for intravenous feeding. I want to try pure oxygen, too, maybe an inhalator. It'll keep his mind clear." "Doctor, if there's no remission—" "We shouldn't talk like that." "If there's no remission, how long will he live?" "Don't know." 2 weeks?" "Oh, yes, 2 weeks for sure, Jack. I can practically promise you 2 weeks." Although Martina's speechwriting job for Borough Representative Doreen Hutter consumed all her mornings, she arranged to spend each afternoon at Toby's bedside, infusing him with happy thoughts. She invited him to imagine he was gradually entering a state of suspended animation, so that he could become the first boy ever sent beyond our solar system in a spaceship. Hence the inhalator squeezing and expanding his chest, conditioning his lungs for interstellar travel. Hence the plastic tube flowing into his left arm, giving him enough food for a year in hibernation. Hence the plastic mask, the rocket jockey's oxygen supply, strapped over his mouth and nose. When you wake up, Toby, you'll be on another planet, the magical world of Lula-Loon. Lula-Loon? The oxygen mask made him sound distant, as if he were already in space. "Is it as good as Satarev?" "Better." "As good as summer camp?" "Twice as good." Toby stretched out, putting a crimp in his glucose tube, stopping the flow of what Martina had told him were liquid French fries. "I like your games," he said. I stroked my son's balding scalp. "How's your imagination working?" I asked him. "Pretty good, I guess." "Can you picture Mr. Medicine zapping those nasty old Xavier's germs?" "Sure." "Zap 'em, Mr. Medicine. Zap 'em dead. Right, Toby?" "Right," he wheezed. For over a week Toby remained appropriately chipper, but then a strange Veritasian skepticism crept over him, darkening his spirits as relentlessly as the pneumocystis carinii were darkening his lungs. "I feel sick," he told Dr. Krakauer one afternoon, as she prepared to puncture him with a second IV needle, in the right arm this time. "I don't think that medicine's any good. I'm cold." "Well, Rainbow Boy," she said, "Xavier's isn't any fun. I'll be the first to admit that, but you'll be up and running before you know it." "My head still hurts, and my—" "When one medicine doesn't work," I hastily inserted, "there's always another we can try. Right, Dr. Krakauer?" "Oh, yes." Martina took Toby's hand, giving it a hard squeeze as Krakauer slid the needle into his vein. Toby winced and asked, "Do children ever die?" "That's a strange question, Rainbow Boy," said Krakauer. "Do they?" "It's very, very rare." The doctor opened the stopcock on Toby's meperidine drip. "She means never," I explained. "Don't even think about it, Toby. It's bad for your immune system." "He's really cold," said Martina, her hand still clasped in Toby's. "Can we turn up the heat?" "It's up all the way," said Krakauer, his electric blankets on full. The narcotic seeped into Toby's neurons. "I'm cold," he said woozily. "You'll be warm soon," I lied. "Say, zap 'em, Mr. Medicine. Zap 'em." "Zap 'em, Mr. Medicine," said Toby, fading. "Zap, zap, zap." So it was time to get serious. It was time for Sleeping Beauty's father to track down every last spinning wheel and chop it to bits. The minute Krakauer left, I turned to Martina and asked her to put me in touch with the president of the Healing and Ecstasy Association for the Recovery of Toby. Instead of complying, Martina merely snorted. "Jack, I can't help feeling you're riding for a fall." "What do you mean?" "A fall, Jack." "Such pessimism. Don't you know that psychoneuroimmunology is one of the key sciences of our age?" "Just look at him, for Christ's sake. Look at Toby. He's living on borrowed time. You know that, don't you?" "No, I don't know that." I cast her a killing glance. "Even if the time is borrowed, Martina, that doesn't mean it won't be the best time a boy's ever had." She gave me the facts I needed. Anthony Raines, Suite 42, Hotel Paradise. I marched up the hill outside the Center for Creative Wellness and placed the call. Hart's president answered on the first ring. "Jack Sperry?" he gasped after I identified myself. "The Jack Sperry? Really? Goodness, what a coincidence. We've been hoping to interview you for the Toby Times." "For the what?" "Our first issue comes out tomorrow. We'll be running stories about the fun you and Toby are having down here, his favorite toys and sports, what analgesics and antibiotics he's taking, all the things our members want to hear about." The Toby Times. I found the idea simultaneously inspiring and distasteful. "Mr. Raines, my son just entered the hospital, and I was hoping—" "I know, it's our lead story. A setback, sure, but no reason to give up hope. Listen, Jack, may I call you Jack? We people of the heart know you're on the right track. Once Toby tunes in the cosmic pulse, his energy field will reintegrate, and then he's home free." The more Anthony Raines spoke in his calm, mellow voice, the better I felt, and the sharper my image of him became. A tall, raffish, golden-haired bohemian with bright blue eyes and a drooping, slightly disreputable mustache. "Mr. Raines, I want you to mobilize your forces." "Call me Anthony. What's up?" "Just this. For the next 2 weeks, Toby Sperry's going to be the happiest child on earth." No spinning wheel would escape my notice, ran my silent, solemn pledge. "Don't worry about the cost," I added. "We'll put it on my master debt card." I pictured Anthony Raines organizing his Buddha-like features into a resolute smile. "Mr. Sperry, the heart stands ready to help your cause in every way it can." The next evening, Santa Claus visited the Center for Creative Wellness. His red suit glowed like an ember. His white beard lay on his chest like a frozen waterfall. "Who are you?" Toby asked, struggling to sit up amid the tangle of rubber. Every day he seemed to require yet another IV need. Glucose, meperidine, saline, Ringer's lactate, the various tubes swirling around him like an external circulatory system. "Do I know you?" With a bold flourish he pulled off his plastic mask, as if this bulbous saint's mere presence had somehow unclogged his lungs. "Hi there, fella," said Santa, chuckling heartily. Sebastian, of course. Sebastian Arborea, the fat and affable dissembler who'd led the meeting in the roundhouse. I'd empowered Anthony Raines to hire him for $80 an hour. "Call me Santa Claus. St. Nicholas, if you prefer. Know what, Toby? Christmas is coming. Ever heard of Christmas?" "I think we studied that in school. Isn't it supposed to be silly?" "Silly?" said Sebastian with mock horror. "Christmas is the most wonderful thing there is. If I were a young lad, I'd feel absolutely great about Christmas. I'd be looking forward to it with every cell of my body. I'd be so full of happiness there wouldn't be any room left for Xavier's plague." "Is Christmas a warm time?" Toby was wholly without hair now. He was bald as an egg. "The night before Christmas, I fly around the world in my sleigh, visiting every boy and girl, leaving good things behind." "Will you visit me?" "Of course I'll visit you. What do you want for Christmas, Toby?" "You can have anything," I said. "Right, Santa?" "Yep, anything," said Sebastian. "I want to see my mother," said Toby. Felicia Krakauer shuddered. "That's not exactly Santa's department." "I want to get warm." Sebastian said, "What I mean is like a toy. I'll bring you a toy." "Pick something special," I insisted. "Say that power pony you've been asking for." "No, that's for my birthday," Toby corrected me. "Why don't you get it for Christmas?" Martina suggested. Toby slipped his rocket jockey's oxygen supply back on. "Well, okay, I guess I would like a power pony." His words bounced off the smooth green plastic. Sebastian said, "A power pony, eh? Well, well, we'll see what we can do. Any particular kind of power pony?" "The kind for a big kid." Toby's inhalator thumped like a car riding on flat tires. Maybe I look short to you, lying here in bed, but I'm really 7. Can he be brown?
So, a brown power pony for a 7-year-old, eh? I think we can manage that, and maybe a couple of surprises, too.
Toby's delighted giggle reverberated inside his mask. How long do I have to wait?
Christmas will be here before you know it, I told him. It's just a couple of days away, right, Santa? Right.
Will I be better by then? Toby asked. There's a good chance of it, Rainbow Boy, said Krakauer, twisting the stopcock on Toby's meperidine drip. He was getting the stuff almost continually now, as if he had 2 hearts, one pumping blood, the other pumping narcotics. It's highly likely. Furtively I opened my wallet and drew out my master debt card. For Anthony Raines, I whispered, pushing the plastic rectangle toward Sebastian. Everything goes on this. Sebastian extended his palm like a squad officer stopping traffic. Keep your card, he said. The heart's picking up the tab, including my fee. He stood fully erect, the pillow shifting under his wide black belt, and backed out of the room. So long, Toby. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, said Toby, coughing. He threw off his mask and turned to me. Did you hear that, Dad? Santa's coming back. I'm so excited. His plum-colored skin was luminous. He's going to bring me a power pony and some surprises, too. I can't wait for him to come back. I just can't wait. Martina said, We have to talk. About what? I think you know. She escorted me into the first-floor visitation lounge, a kind of indoor jungle. Everywhere exotic pink blossoms sat amid lush green fronds the size of elephant ears. Fake, all of it. Each petal was porcelain, each leaf was glass. Jack, what you're doing simply isn't right. In your opinion, Martina. I flipped on the television, a variety show from Veritas called The Tits and Ass Hour. In your private opinion. It's ugly, in fact. Wrong and ugly. What is? Christmas? Lying to Toby. He wants to know the truth. What truth? He's going to die soon. He's not going to die soon. I realized Martina meant well, but I still felt betrayed. Whose side are you on anyway? Toby's. I shuddered. Indeed. Well, even if he is really, really sick, he certainly shouldn't hear about it. He's dying, Jack. He's dying, and he wants someone to be honest with him. On the TV screen, a toothy woman removed the bikini top of her bathing suit, faced the camera, and said, Here it is, guys. Here's why you all tuned in. I shut off the set. The image imploded to a point of light and vanished. All this negativism, Martina. You sound like my wife. Don't be a coward. Coward? Coward? No coward would put up with the shit I've been through. I chopped at the nearest plant with the edge of my hand, breaking off a glass frond. Besides, he doesn't even know what death is. He wouldn't understand. He would. Let's get something straight. Toby's going to have the greatest Christmas a boy could possibly imagine. Do you understand? The absolute greatest, bar none. Fine, Jack. And then? And then. The truth hit me like something cold, quick and heavy, a tidal wave or a falling sack of nails. My knees buckled. I dropped to the floor and pounded my fists into the severed frond, shattering it. This can't be happening, I moaned. I shook like a child being brain-burned. It can't be. It can't be. It is. I love him so much. I know. Help me, I cried as I worked the bits of glass into my palms. Help Toby, said Martina, bending down and enfolding me with her deep, genuine, useless sympathy. 7. On the last day of August, at the height of a seething and intractable heat wave, Christmas came to the Center for Creative Wellness. Sleigh bells jangled crisply in the hallway. The triumphant strains of Hark the Herald Angels Sing flowed forth from a portable CD player. The keen, verdant odor of evergreen boughs filled the air. I'll never forget the smile that beamed from Toby's dry, cyan face when his friend St. Nicholas waddled into the room, dragging a huge sack, a canvas mass of tantalizing bulges and auspicious bumps. "Hi, Santa!"
"Look, Toby, these are for you."
Sebastian Arborea opened the sack, and the whole glorious lot flowed out, everything I'd told Anthony Raines to bring down from the City of Truth. The plushed giraffe and the android clown, the snare drum and the ice skates, the backgammon set and the Steve Carlton baseball glove. "Wow! Oh, wow!" Bravely, wincingly, Toby tore off his oxygen mask. "For me? They're all for me?"
"All for you,"
said Sebastian. Toby held his stuffed baboon over the edge of the bed. "Look, Barnaby, look what we got!" An entourage of heart members appeared, a score of pixies, fairies, elves, and gnomes, festooned with holly wreaths and mistletoe sprigs, streaming toward Toby's bed. One of Santa's helpers arrived, pushing a hospital gurney on which sat a happy land even more elaborate than the layout my niece received after her burn. Toby's included a fun house and a parachute jump, plus a steam-powered passenger train running around the perimeter. 3 other helpers bore an enormous tree, a bushy Scotch pine, hung with glassy ornaments, sparkling tinsel, and dormant electric lights, shedding its needles everywhere. "Hi, everybody. I'm Toby," he mumbled as the helpers patted his naked head. "I've got Xavier's plague, but I won't die. Children don't die, Dr. Krakauer said." "Of course you won't die," said the elf behind the gurney. A tall pixie in a feather cap, holly necklace, and lederhosen marched toward me. "Anthony Raines," he said. I had anticipated his physiognomy in every particular but one. Far from sporting a mustache, his lip was as hairless as a sentient Satarevian stone. "It's a privilege to meet someone of your spiritual intensity, Jack." A gnome connected plug to socket, and the Christmas tree ignited. A joyous burst, a festive explosion, a spray of fireworks frozen against a green sky. As Toby clapped his hands, an effort that left him breathless and doubled over with pain, the heart members began caroling. "Oh, Toby, we're so sad to hear you're feeling bad, but we can tell you'll soon be well, 'cause you're a spunky lad." "Santa, I have a question," said Toby.
"Yes?"
"Did you remember that power pony?"
"Power pony? What power pony?" said Sebastian with fabricated distress. He smacked his mittens together. "Oh, yes, the power pony." Hearing her cue, a slender female elf rode into the room on a magnificent chestnut-hued power pony, its bridle studded with rubies, its saddle inlaid with hand-tooled cacti, a mane of genuine horsehair spilling down its neck. "What's his name?" Toby asked. Sebastian, God bless him, was prepared. "Down on Santa's Power Pony Ranch, we call him Chocolate." "That's a weird name," said Toby, as the machine loped over and nuzzled his cheek. "Look, Dad, I got a brown power pony called Chocolate." He coughed and added, "I wanted a black one." A sharp ache zagged through my belly. "Huh? Black?" "Black." "You said brown," I rasped. These final weeks, days, hours, must be perfect. "You definitely said brown." "I changed my mind." "Brown's a great color, Toby. It's a great color." Toby combed the pony's mane with his pencil-thin fingers. "I don't think I'll ride him just yet." "Sure, buddy." "I think I'll ride him later. I'm tired right now." "You'll feel better in the morning." Toby slipped his mask back on. "Could I see how that happy land works?" As Dr. Krakauer operated the mattress crank, raising Toby's head and chest, and giving him an unobstructed, God's-eye view of Happyland, Sebastian twisted the dials on the control panel. The toy lurched to life, the whole swirling, spinning, eternally upbeat world. "Faster," Toby muttered as the carousel, Ferris wheel and roller coaster sent their invisible passengers on dizzying treks. "Make them go faster." "Here, you do it." Sebastian handed my son the control panel. "Faster." Toby increased the amperage. "Faster! Faster!" I sensed a trace of innocuous pre-adolescent sadism in his voice. "Step right up, folks," he said. "Ride the merry-go-round. Ride our amazing, colossal roller coaster." In his mind, I knew, the Ferris wheel customers were now puking their guts out. The roller coaster was hurtling its patrons into space. The carousel horses had thrown off their riders and were trampling them underfoot. "Step right up." It was then that I observed an odd phenomenon among Santa and his helpers. Their eyes were leaking. Tears. Yes, tears. Children's tears. "What's the matter with everyone?" I asked Martina. "What do you mean?" "Their eyes." "Step right up," said Toby. Martina regarded me as she might a singularly mute and unintelligent dog. "They're crying." "I've never seen it before." I pressed my desiccated tear ducts. "Not in grown-ups." "Ride the parachute jump," said Toby. "In Satarev," said Martina, "grown-ups cry all the time." Indeed. I surveyed the gathered grown-ups, their dripping eyes, their wistful smiles, their self-serving grimaces of concern. I surveyed them and understood them. Yes, no question. They were enjoying this grotesque soap opera. They were loving every minute of it. Toby was no longer saying, "Step right up." He was no longer saying anything. The only sound coming from him was a low, soft moan, like wind whistling down the Jordan River. A flurry of grim, efficient movement. Krakauer cranking Toby's mattress to a horizontal position, turning on his inhalator, opening the meperidine stopcock. Anthony Raines took my son's knobby hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "Will I see you people again?" asked Toby as the drug soaked into his brain. "Will you come next Christmas?" "Of course." "Promise?" "We'll be back, Toby. You bet." "I don't think there'll be a next Christmas," my son said. "You mustn't believe that," said Anthony. I lurched away, staring at the tree ornaments. A styrofoam snowman held a placard saying, "Get well, Toby." A ceramic angel waved a banner declaring, "We're with you, son." A plastic icicle skewered an index card reading, "With pain comes wisdom." Turning, I tracked a large silvery tear as it rolled down Santa Claus's cheek. "Of course there'll be a next Christmas," I said mechanically. Toby's blue skin, stretched tight over cheek and jawbone, crinkled when he yawned. "I love Christmas," he said. "I really love it. Will I die today, Santa? I'm so cold." Sebastian said, "That's no way to talk, Toby." "You're crying, Santa. You're—" "I'm not crying," said Sebastian, wiping his tears with his mittens. "Thank you so much, Santa," Toby mumbled, adrift in meperidine. "This was the greatest day of my whole life. I love you, Santa. I wish my power pony were black." My son slept, snoring and wheezing. I turned to Martina. Our gazes met, fused. "Tell them to get out," I said in a quavering voice. Martina frowned. "These heart vultures," I elaborated. "I want them out, now." "I don't think you get it, Jack. They're here for the long haul. They came to—" "I know why they came. They'd come to see my child suffocate. They'd come to revel in the maudlin splendor of his death. Tell them to leave," I said. "Tell them." Martina moved among Santa's helpers, explaining that I needed some private time with Toby. They responded like wronged, indignant 10-year-olds. Pouty lips, clenched teeth, tight fists. They stomped their feet on the bright yellow floor. Slowly the heart filed out, offering me their ersatz support, sprinkling their condolences with Satarevian remarks. "It's a journey, Mr. Sperry, not an ending. He's entering the next phase of the great cycle. Reincarnation, we now know, occurs at the exact moment of passing."
As Anthony Raines reached the door, I brushed his holly necklace and said, "Thanks for hunting down those toys." "We think you're being selfish," he replied snappishly, twisting the feather in his cap. "We've done so much for you, and now you're going to cheat you out of his death? Yes, that's perfectly true. I'm going to cheat you. I thought you wanted us to synchronize your son's immune system with the cosmic pulse. I thought we were supposed to—" "I don't believe that business any more," I confessed. "I probably never did. I was lying to myself." "Let's leave him alone." Sebastian pressed his amplified belly against Anthony. "I don't think he needs us right now." "Some people are so fickle," said Anthony, following Santa Claus out of the room. "Some people." At last I was alone, standing amid the grotesquely merry chatter, my ears vibrating with the ominous tom-tom of Toby's inhalator. Christmas tree, power pony, happy land, plush giraffe, android clown, snare drum, ice skates, backgammon set, Steve Carlton baseball glove. Foolish, worthless, impotent. But now, finally, I would give him what he wanted. Toby awoke at midnight, coughing and shivering, gripped by 105-degree fever. The August air was moist, heavy, coagulated. It felt like warm glue. Rising from the cot, I hugged my son, rapped my knuckles on his rocket jockey's oxygen supply, and said, "Buddy, I have something to tell you, something important." "Huh?" Toby tightened his grip on Barnaby Baboon. I chewed my inner cheeks. "About this Xavier's plague. The thing is, it's a very, very bad disease. Very bad." Pain razored through my tongue as I bit down. "You're not going to get well, Toby. You're simply not." "I don't understand." His eyes lay deep in their bony canyons. The brows and lashes had grown sparse, making his stare even larger, sadder, more fearful. "You said Mr. Medicine would fix me." "I lied." "Lied? What do you mean?" "I wanted you to be happy." "You lied? How could you even do that?" "This is Satarev. It's different from our old city, very different. If you stay down here long enough, you can learn to say anything." Anger rushed to his face, red blood pounding against blue skin. But Santa Claus brought me a power pony." "I know. I'm sorry, Toby. I'm so terribly, terribly sorry." "I want to ride my power pony." He wept like the betrayed 7-year-old he was. His tears hid his mask, flowing along the smooth plastic curves. "I want to ride Chocolate." "You can't ride him, Toby. I'm so sorry." "I knew it," he screamed. "I just knew it." "How did you know?" "I knew it." A protracted, intolerable minute passed, broken by the poundings of the inhalator interlaced with Toby's sobs. He kissed his baboon. He asked, "When?" "Soon." A hard, gristly knot formed in my windpipe. "Maybe this week." "You lied to me. I hate you. I didn't want Santa to get me a brown power pony. I wanted a black one. I hate you." "Don't be mean to me, Toby." "Chocolate is a stupid name for a power pony." "Please, Toby." "I hate you." "Why are you being mean to me? Please don't be mean." Another wordless minute, marked by the relentless throb of the inhalator. "I can't tell you why," he said at last. "Tell me." He pulled off his mask. "No." Absently, I unhooked a plaster wise man from my son's Christmas tree. "I'm so stupid," I said. "You're not stupid, Dad." Mucus dribbled from Toby's nose. "What happens after somebody dies?" "I don't know." "What do you think happens?" "Well, I suppose everything stops. It just stops." Toby ran a finger along the sleek, rubbery curve of his meperidine tube. "Dad, there's something I never told you. You know my baboon here, Barnaby? He's got Xavier's plague, too."
Oh, that's sad.
As a matter of fact, he's dead from it. He's completely dead. Barnaby just stopped.
I see.
He wants to be buried pretty soon. He's dead. He wants to be buried at sea.
I crushed the wise man in my palm. At sea? Sure, Toby.
Like in that book we read. He wants to be buried like Corbeau the pirate.
Of course. Toby patted the baboon's corpse.
Can I see Mom before I die? Can I see her?
We'll go see Mom tomorrow.
Are you lying?
No. A smile formed on Toby's fissured lips.
Can I play with Happy Land now?
Sure. I closed my eyes so tightly I half expected to push them into my brain. Do you want to hold the control panel?
I don't feel strong enough. I'm so cold. I love you, Dad. I don't hate you. When I'm mean to you, it's for a reason.
What reason?
I don't want you to miss me too much.
It would happen to me now, I knew, the tear business. Reaching under his bed, I worked the crank, gradually bringing Toby's vacant gaze within range of his amusement park. Such a self-reverential reality, that toy. How like Veritas, I thought. How like Satirev. Anyone who inhabited such a circumscribed world, who actually took up residence, would certainly in the long run go mad.
You won't miss me too much, will you?
I'll miss you, Toby. I'll miss you every single minute I'm alive.
Dad, you're crying.
You can play with Happyland as long as you like, I said, operating the dials on the control panel. I love you so much, Toby. The carousel turned, the Ferris wheels spun, the roller coaster dipped and looped. I love you so much.
Faster, Dad. Make them go faster.
And I did. We spent the morning after Christmas outfitting a litter with the necessities of Xavier's amelioration, turning it into a traveling center for the palliative treatment of hopeless diseases. Tubing, aluminum stands, oxygen tank, inhalator. Dr. Krakauer placed a vial of morphine in our carton of IV bottles, just in case the pain became more than meperidine could handle. "I'd be happy to come with you," she said. "The truth of the matter," I replied, "is that in a day or two Toby will be dead. Am I right? He's beyond medical science."
"You can't put a timetable on these things," said Krakauer.
"He'll be dead before the week's out. You might as well stay." Martina and I carried Toby through Satirev to the 3rd and Hume storm tunnel, Ira Temple riding close behind on the power pony. Then came William Bell, dragging my son's Christmas presents in Santa's canvas sack. Toby was so thin the blankets threatened to swallow him whole. His little head, lolling on the pillow, seemed disembodied, a sideshow freak. A grand guignol prop. He clutched his stuffed baboon with a strange paternal desperation. Rumpelstiltskin finally gets his baby. By noon Toby was with his stalwart Veritasian mother, drooping over her arms like a matador's cape. "Does he know how sick he is?" she asked me. "I told him the truth," I admitted. "This will sound strange, Jack, but I wish he didn't know." Helen gasped in astonishment as a drop of salt water popped from her eye, rolled down her cheek, and hit the floor. "I wish you'd lied to him." "On the whole, truth is best," I asserted. "That's a tear," I noted. "Of course it's a tear," Helen replied testily. "It means—" "I know what it means." Weeping, we bore Toby to his room and set his marionette-like body on the mattress. "Mom, did you see my power pony?" he gasped as William and Ira rigged up his meperidine drip. "Isn't he super? His name's Chocolate." "It's quite a nice toy," Helen said. "I'm cold, Mom. I heard all over." "This will help," I said, opening the stopcock. "I got a Happy Land, too. Santa brought it." Helen's face darkened with the same bewilderment she displayed on seeing her tear. "Who?" "Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, the fat man who goes around the world giving children toys." "That doesn't happen, Toby. There is no Santa Claus." "There is.
He visited me. Am I going to die, Mom? Yes. Forever? Yes, forever. I'd give almost anything to make you well, Toby. Almost anything. I know, Mom. It's all right. I'm tired. So sleepy. I sensed his mind leaking away, his soul flowing out of him. Don't die, Toby, I thought. Oh, please, please don't. If you want, said Martina, I'll watch over him a while. Yes, I replied. Good. Stunned, drained, the rest of us wandered into the living room, a space now clogged with terrible particulars, the power pony, the plush giraffe, all of it. Helen offered to make some lunch, sliced edible cheddar on respectable rye, but no one was hungry. Collecting by the picture window, we looked down at the city of truth. Veritas, the Vera City. Curiously, the pun had never occurred to me before. I followed William and Ira to the elevator, mumbling my incoherent gratitude. Unlike the Heart members, they sympathized tastefully. Their melancholy was measured, their tears small and rationed. Only as the elevator door slammed shut did I hear William cry out, "It isn't fair!" Indeed. I staggered into Toby's room. He shivered as he slept. Cold dreams. Helen and Martina stood over him, my wife fidgeting with a glass of scotch, my one-time lover rooted like a money tree. "Stay," I told Martina. "That's all right, isn't it, Helen? She's Toby's friend." Instead of answering, Helen simply stared at Martina and said, "You're exactly as I imagined you'd be. I guess you can't help looking like a slut." "Helen, we're all very upset," I said, "but that sort of talk isn't necessary." My wife finished her scotch and slumped onto the floor. "I'm upset," she agreed. "Toby was so happy to see you," Martina told her. "I'll bet he'll start doing a lot better now that you're with him. Don't lie to me, Miss Coventry. I'm sorry I was rude, but don't lie." Martina was lying, and yet as evening drew near, Toby indeed seemed to rally. His fever dropped to 101. He began making demands of us. Helen must bring his power pony into the room. Martina must tell him the story of Rumpelstiltskin. I suspected that the infusion of familiarity, these precious glimpses of his wallpaper, closet door, postcard collection, and benighted carpentry projects, was having a placebo effect. Placebos were lies. While Martina entertained Toby with a facetious retelling of Rumpelstiltskin, a version in which the miller's daughter had to spin belly-button lint into peanut butter sandwiches, Helen and I made coffee in the kitchen. "Do you love her?" she asked. "Martina? No. I didn't, not any more." "How can I know if you're telling the truth?" "You'll have to trust me." We agreed to keep the marriage going. We sensed we would need each other in the near future. The machinery of grief was new to us. Our tears were still foreign and scary. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Toby died. During his final hour, Helen and I positioned him on chocolate and let him pretend to ride. We rocked him back and forth, telling him we loved him. He said it was a great power pony. He died in the saddle, like a cowboy. The final cause was asphyxiation, I suppose. His lungs belonged to pneumocystis carinii, and not to Veritas's soiled and damaged air. His penultimate word, coughed into the cavity of his mask, was cold. His last word was Rumpelstiltskin. We set him back in bed and tucked Barnaby Baboon under his arm. Guiding Martina into the hallway, I gave her a goodbye hug. No doubt our paths would cross again, I told her. Perhaps I'd see her at the upcoming Christmas assault on Circumspect Park. "Your wife loved him," Martina said, pushing the down button. "More than she knew." Bong, the elevator arrived. "I made him happy for a while, didn't I? For a few weeks he was happy." Behind Martina the door slid open. "You made him happy," she said, stepping out of my life. I shuffled into the kitchen and telephoned my sister. "I wish my nephew hadn't died," she reported, "though I will say this.
I'm counting my blessings right now. Connie, my good health, my job. Yes, sir, something like this, it really makes you count your blessings. Meet us in an hour. 7 Lackluster Lane, Descartes Borough. Helen and I sealed Toby's corpse in a large-sized, tenuous trash bag. Barnaby Baboon was part of him now, fastened by rigor mortis, then eased him into Santa's sack. We hauled him onto the elevator, brought him down to street level, and loaded him into the back of my Adequate. As we drove across town, political campaign ads leaped from the radio, including one for Doreen Hutter. "While one of my teenage boys is undeniably a drug addict and a car thief," she said, "the other spends his after-school hours reading to the blind. And—" I pictured Martina writing those lines, scribbling them down in the margins of her doggerel. Reaching the waterfront district, I pulled up beside the wharf where average Josephine was moored. Boris sat on the foredeck, wrapping duct tape around the fractured handle of a clamming rake, chatting with Gloria and Connie. I fixed on my sister's eyes. Dry, obscenely dry. Shifted to my niece's. Dry. Thank the alleged god. Boris grasped the situation at once. So Toby wanted to be buried at sea? All right, no problem. The canvas sack would work fine. A few bricks, a few rocks. He brought average Josephine into the channel at full speed, dropping anchor near the north shore, below a sheer cliff pocked with tern rookeries. Wheeling across the water, the birds scolded us fiercely, defending their airy turf like angry outsized bees. Boris dragged Santa's sack to the stern and set it on the grubby, algae-coated deck. "I hear you are quite a lad, little Toby," he said, cinching the sack closed with a length of waterproof hemp. "I'm sorry I never knew you." "Even though you can't hear me, I am at this moment moved to bid you good-bye," said Gloria. "I feel rather guilty about not paying more attention to you." "The fact of the matter is I'm bored," said Connie. "Not that I didn't like Toby. Indeed, I'm somewhat sorry we hardly ever played together." Boris lifted the Santa sack, balancing it on the transom with his hairy, weather-worn hand. "I miss you, son," I said. "I miss you so much." "Quite bored," said Connie. Boris raised his palm, and the sack lurched toward the water like the aquatic armadillo Toby had caught and freed on the Jordan. As it hit the channel, Helen said, simply, "I love you, Toby." She said it over and over, long after the sack had sunk from view. "It'll be dark in an hour," Boris told me. "How about we just keep on going?" "Huh?" "You know, keep on going. Get out of this crazy city." "Leave?" "Think it over." I didn't need to. I'm a liar now. I could easily fill these final passages with a disingenuous account of what befell us after we set Gloria and Connie back on shore and returned to the river, our breathless shootout with the brutality squad, our narrow escape up the inlet, our daring flight to the sea. But the simple fact is that no such melodrama occurred. Through some bright, existential miracle, we cruised free of Veritas that night, without encountering a single police cutter, shore battery, or floating mine. We've been sailing the broad and stormy Caribbean for nearly 4 years now, visiting the same landfalls Columbus once touched. Trinidad, Tobago, Barbados, filling up on fruit and fresh water, course uncharted, future unmapped, destination unsettled. We have no wish to root ourselves. At the moment, average Josephine is home enough. My syndrome, I'm told, is normal. The nightmares, the sudden rages, the out-of-context screams, the time I smashed the ship-to-shore radio, all these behaviors, I've heard, are to be expected. You see, I want him back. It's getting dark. I'm composing by candlelight in our gloomy galley, my pen nib scuttling across the page like a cockroach scavenging a greasy fragment of tinfoil. My wife and the clam-digger come in. Boris asks me if I want coffee. I tell him no. "Hi, Daddy." Little Andrea sits on Helen's shoulders like a yoke. "Hi, darling," I say. "Will you sing me a song?" I ask my daughter. Before I destroyed the radio, a startling bit of news came through. I'm still trying to deal with it. Last October, some bright young research chemist at Voltaire University discovered a cure for Xavier's plague. Andrea climbs down. "I'd be delighted to sing you a song." She's only 2½, but she talks as well as any 4-year-old. Boris makes himself a cup of Donaldson's drinkable coffee. Out of the blue, Helen asks, "Did you copulate with that woman?" "With what woman?" "Martina Coventry. Did you?" I can answer however I wish. Why are you asking now? Because I want to know now. Did you ever? Yes, I say, once. Are you upset? I'm upset, Helen says, but I'd be more upset if you'd lied. Andrea scrambles into my lap. Her face, I note with great pleasure, is a perfect conjunction of Helen's features and my own. "I hide my wings inside my soul," she sings. Lyrics by Martina Coventry. Music by Andrea Sperry. "Their feathers soft and dry," my daughter and I sing together. Her melody is part lament, part hymn. Now Helen and Boris join in, as if my Satirevian training has somehow rubbed off on them. The lies cause them no apparent pain. And when the world's not looking, we're in perfect harmony, the 4 of us. I don't love the lies. I realize as we trill the final line, our cloying denial of gravity, but I don't hate them either. "We take them out and fly," we all sing, and even though I'm as wingless as a Veritasian pig, I feel as if I'm finally getting somewhere. Appendices. About the Nebula Awards. Throughout every calendar year, the members of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America read and recommend novels and stories for the annual Nebula Awards. The editor of the Nebula Awards report collects the recommendations and publishes them in the SFWA Forum. Near the end of the year, the NAR editor tallies the endorsements, draws up the preliminary ballot, and sends it to all active SFWA members. Under the current rules, each novel and story enjoys a 1-year eligibility period from its date of publication. If the work fails to make the preliminary ballot during that interval, it is dropped from further Nebula consideration. The NAR editor processes the results of the preliminary ballot and then compiles a final ballot listing the 5 most popular novels, novellas, novelettes, and short stories. For purposes of the Nebula Award, a novel is 40,000 words or more, a novella is 17,500 to 39,999 words, a novelette is 7,500 to 17,499 words, and a short story is 7,499 words or fewer. At the present time, SFWA impanels both a novel jury and a short fiction jury to oversee the voting process, and in cases where a presumably worthy title was neglected by the membership at large, to supplement the 5 nominees with the 6th choice. Thus, the appearance of extra finalists in any category bespeaks 2 distinct processes, jury discretion and ties. Founded in 1965 by Damon Knight, the Science Fiction Writers of America began with a charter membership of 78 authors. Today it boasts about 1,000 members and an augmented name. Early in his tenure, Lloyd Biggle, Jr., SFWA's first secretary-treasurer, proposed that the organization periodically select and publish the year's best stories. This notion quickly evolved into the elaborate balloting process, an annual awards banquet, and a series of Nebula anthologies. Judith Ann Lawrence designed the trophy from a sketch by Kate Wilhelm. It is a block of lucite containing a rock crystal and a spiral nebula made of metallic glitter. The prize is handmade, and no 2 are exactly alike. The Grand Master Nebula Award goes to a living author for a lifetime of achievement. In accordance with SFWA's bylaws, the president nominates a candidate, normally after consulting with previous presidents and the board of directors. This nomination then goes before the officers. If a majority approves, the candidate becomes a Grand Master.
Past recipients include Robert A. Heinlein, 1974, Jack Williamson, 1975, Clifford D. Simak, 1976, L. Sprague de Camp, 1978, Fritz Lieber, 1981, Andre Norton, 1983, Arthur C. Clarke, 1985, Isaac Asimov, 1986, Alfred Bester, 1987, Ray Bradbury, 1988, and Lester Del Rey, 1990. The 28th Annual Nebula Awards banquet was held at the Holiday Inn Crowne Plaza in New Orleans, Louisiana, on April 17, 1993. Beyond the nebulas for novel, novella, novelette, and short story, a Grand Master Nebula went to Frederick Pohl, the 12th SF professional to be so honored. Selected titles from the 1992 preliminary Nebula ballot. The following lists provide an overview of those works, authors, and periodicals that particularly attracted SFWA's notice during 1992. Finalists and winners are excluded from this catalog, as these are documented in the introduction. Novels: The Modular Man by Roger McBride Allen. Analog, February 1992 to May 1992. The Trinity Paradox by Kevin Anderson and Doug Beeson. Bantam. Mars by Ben Bova. Bantam. The Phoenix Guards by Stephen Brust. Tor. The Exile Kiss by George Alec Effinger, Doubleday Foundation. Child of the Light by Janet Gluckman and George Guthridge, St. Martin's Press. Jumper by Stephen Gould. Tor. Moonwise by Eileen Gilman Greer. Rock. Mirabile by Janet Kagan. Tor. The Cipher by Kathy Koja. Abyss Dell. Cloven Hoofs by Megan Lindholm. Bantam. King of Morning, Queen of Day by Ian MacDonald. Bantam. Glass Houses by Laura Mixon. Tor. The Ragged World by Judith Moffat. St. Martin's Press. Elvenbane by Andre Norton and Mercedes Lackey. Tor. Flying in Place by Susan Palwick. Tor. Last Call by Tim Powers. William Morrow. The Dark Beyond the Stars by Frank M. Robinson. Tor. Farseer by Robert J. Sawyer. Ace. Reef Song by Carol Severance. Del Rey. Calamantan by Lucius Shepard. St. Martin's Press. The Grail of Hearts by Susan Schwartz. Tor. Russian Spring by Norman Spinrad. Bantam. Shivering World by Kathy Tyers. Bantam. Stranger Sons by George Zabrowski. Bantam. Novelettes. The Other Shore by J.R. Dunn. Omni, December 1991. Snow on Sugar Mountain by Elizabeth Hand. Full Spectrum 3. Bantam. Americano Hi Aika by Will McCarthy. Aboriginal SF, May-June 1991. Madrelita by Deborah Wheeler. Fantasy and Science Fiction, February 1992. Short Stories. The Fabularium by Ray Aldridge. Fantasy and Science Fiction, December 1991. Johnny Come Home by Pat Cadigan. Omni, June 1991. 9/10 of the Law by Sue Casper. Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, July 1991. Extraordinary Measures by Michael Cassett. Fantasy and Science Fiction, July 1991. Division by Zero by Ted Chiang. Full Spectrum 3, Bantam. Voices by Jack Dan. Omni, August 1991. The Resurrection of Alonzo Quijana by Marcos Donnelly. Fantasy and Science Fiction, March 1992. Fellow Americans by Eileen Gunn. Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, December 1991. Alternate Presidents, Tor. Hole in the Wall by Bridget McKenna. Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, May 1991. Peter by Pat Murphy. Omni, February 1991. Lotus and Spear by Mike Resnick. Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, August 1992. Overlays by Joel Richards. Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, February 1991. Past Nebula Award winners. 1965. Best Novel, Dune by Frank Herbert. Best Novella, The Saliva Tree by Brian W. Aldiss. He Who Shapes by Roger Zelazny.
tie. Best novelette, The Doors of His Face, The Lamps of His Mouth, by Roger Zelazny. Best short story, Repent, Harlequin, Said the Tick-Tock Man, by Harlan Ellison. 1966. Best novel, Flowers for Algernon, by Daniel Keyes. Babel 17, by Samuel R. Delany, tie. Best novella, The Last Castle, by Jack Vance. Best novelette, Call Him Lord, by Gordon R. Dickson. Best short story, The Secret Place, by Richard McKenna. 1967. Best novel, The Einstein Intersection, by Samuel R. Delany. Best novella, Behold the Man, by Michael Moorcock. Best novelette, Gonna Roll the Bones, by Fritz Leiber. Best short story, I and Gomorrah, by Samuel R. Delany. 1968. Best novel, Rite of Passage, by Alexei Panshin. Best novella, Dragon Rider, by Anne McCaffrey. Best novelette, Mother to the World, by Richard Wilson. Best short story, The Planners, by Kate Wilhelm. 1969. Best novel, The Left Hand of Darkness, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best novella, A Boy and His Dog, by Harlan Ellison. Best novelette, Time Considered as a Helix of Semi-Precious Stones, by Samuel R. Delany. Best short story, Passengers, by Robert Silverberg. 1970. Best novel, Ringworld, by Larry Niven. Best novella, Ill Met in Lankhmar, by Fritz Leiber. Best novelette, Slow Sculpture, by Theodore Sturgeon. Best short story, no award. 1971. Best novel, A Time of Changes, by Robert Silverberg. Best novella, The Missing Man, by Catherine MacLean. Best novelette, The Queen of Air and Darkness, by Paul Anderson. Best short story, Good News from the Vatican, by Robert Silverberg. 1972. Best novel, The Gods Themselves, by Isaac Asimov. Best novella, A Meeting with Medusa, by Arthur C. Clarke. Best novelette, Goat Song, by Paul Anderson. Best short story, When It Changed, by Joanna Russ. 1973. Best novel, Rendezvous with Rama, by Arthur C. Clarke. Best novella, The Death of Dr. Island, by Gene Wolfe. Best novelette, Of Mist and Grass and Sand, by Vonda N. McIntyre. Best short story, Love is the Plan is Death, by James Tiptree, Jr. Best dramatic presentation, Soylent Green. 1974. Best novel, The Dispossessed, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best novella, Born with the Dead, by Robert Silverberg. Best novelette, If the Stars Are Gods, by Gordon Eklund and Gregory Benford. Best short story, The Day Before the Revolution, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best dramatic presentation, Sleeper. Grand Master, Robert A. Heinlein. 1975. Best novel, The Forever War, by Joe Haldeman. Best novella, Home is the Hangman, by Roger Zelazny. Best novelette, San Diego Lightfoot Sioux, by Tom Reamy. Best short story, Catch That Zeppelin, by Fritz Leiber. Best dramatic presentation, Young Frankenstein. Grand Master, Jack Williamson. 1976. Best novel, Man Plus, by Frederick Pohl. Best novella, Houston, Houston, Do You Read, by James Tiptree, Jr. Best novelette, The Bicentennial Man, by Isaac Asimov. Best short story, A Crowd of Shadows, by Charles L. Grant. Grand Master, Clifford D. Simek. 1977. Best novel, Gateway, by Frederick Pohl. Best novella, Stardance, by Spider and Gene Robinson. Best novelette, The Screwfly Solution, by Raccoona Sheldon. Best short story, Jefty is 5, by Harlan Ellison. Special award, Star Wars. 1978. Best novel, Dream Snake, by Vonda N. McIntyre. Best novella, The Persistence of Vision, by John Varley. Best novelette, A Glow of Candles, A Unicorn's Eye, by Charles L. Grant. Best short story, Stone, by Edward Bryant. Grand Master, L. Sprague de Camp. 1979. Best novel,
The Fountains of Paradise by Arthur C. Clarke. Best Novella, Enemy Mine by Barry Longyear. Best Novelette, Sand Kings by George R.R. Martin. Best Short Story, Jai Ants by Edward Bryant. 1980. Best Novel, Timescape by Gregory Benford. Best Novella, The Unicorn Tapestry by Susie McKee Charnas. Best Novelette, The Ugly Chickens by Howard Waldrop. Best Short Story, Grotto of the Dancing Deer by Clifford D. Simak. 1981. Best Novel, The Claw of the Conciliator by Gene Wolfe. Best Novella, The Saturn Game by Paul Anderson. Best Novelette, The Quickening by Michael Bishop. Best Short Story, The Bone Flute by Lisa Tuttle. Note: this Nebula Award was declined by the author. End note. Grandmaster, Fritz Leiber. 1982. Best Novel, No Enemy but Time by Michael Bishop. Best Novella, Another Orphan by John Kessel. Best Novelette, Firewatch by Connie Willis. Best Short Story, A Letter from the Clearys by Connie Willis. 1983. Best Novel, Startide Rising by David Brin. Best Novella, Hard Fought by Greg Bear. Best Novelette, Blood Music by Greg Bear. Best Short Story, The Peacemaker by Gardner Dozois. Grandmaster, Andre Norton. 1984. Best Novel, Neuromancer by William Gibson. Best Novella, Press Enter by John Varley. Best Novelette, Bloodchild by Octavia E. Butler. Best Short Story, Morning Child by Gardner Dozois. 1985. Best Novel, Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Best Novella, Sailing to Byzantium by Robert Silverberg. Best Novelette, Portraits of His Children by George R.R. Martin. Best Short Story, Out of All Them Bright Stars by Nancy Kress. Grandmaster, Arthur C. Clarke. 1986. Best Novel, Speaker for the Dead by Orson Scott Card. Best Novella, R&R by Lucius Shepard. Best Novelette, The Girl Who Fell into the Sky by Kate Wilhelm. Best Short Story, Tangents by Greg Bear. Grandmaster, Isaac Asimov. 1987. Best Novel, The Falling Woman by Pat Murphy. Best Novella, The Blind Geometer by Kim Stanley Robinson. Best Novelette, Rachel in Love by Pat Murphy. Best Short Story, Forever Yours, Anna by Kate Wilhelm. Grandmaster, Alfred Bester. 1988. Best Novel, Falling Free by Lois McMaster Bugeaud. Best Novella, The Last of the Winnebagos by Connie Willis. Best Novelette, Schrodinger's Kitten by George Alec Effinger. Best Short Story, Bible Stories for Adults, No. 17, The Deluge, by James Morrow. Grandmaster, Ray Bradbury. 1989. Best Novel, The Healer's War, by Elizabeth Ann Scarborough. Best Novella, The Mountains of Mourning, by Lois McMaster Bugeaud. Best Novelette, At the Rialto, by Connie Willis. Best Short Story, Ripples in the Dirac Sea, by Jeffrey Landis. 1990. Best Novel, Tihanu, The Last Book of Earthsea, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Novella, The Hemingway Hoax, by Joe Haldeman. Best Novelette, Tower of Babylon, by Ted Chiang. Best Short Story, Bears Discover Fire, by Terry Bisson. Grandmaster, Lester Del Rey. 1991. Best Novel, Stations of the Tide, by Michael Swanwick. Best Novella, Beggars in Spain, by Nancy Kress. Best Novelette, Guide Dog, by Mike Connor. Best Short Story, Ma-Kee, by Alan Brennert. Those who are interested in category-related awards should also consult A History of the Hugo, Nebula, and International Fantasy Awards by Donald Franson and Howard DeVore. Misfit Press, 1987. Periodically updated, the book is available from Howard DeVore, 4705 Weddell, Dearborn, Michigan, 48125. Permissions Acknowledgements. Gentleman Fritz by Paul Anderson. Copyright 1992 by Paul Anderson. Reprinted from Locus, October 1992 by permission of the author. Matter's End by Gregory Benford. Copyright 1989 by Abbenford Associates. First published by Cheap Street Press. Reprinted by permission of the author. Life Regarded as a Jigsaw Puzzle of Highly Lustrous Cats by Michael Bishop. Copyright 1991 by Michael Bishop. Reprinted from Omni, September 1991, by permission of the author. Lenin Specs by Paul DiFilippo. Copyright 1992 by Paul DiFilippo. Reprinted from Amazing Stories, July 1992, by permission of the author. The July Ward by S.N. Dyer. Copyright 1991 by S.N. Dyer. Reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, April 1991, by permission of the author. Doing It Right by David Hartwell. Copyright 1992 by David Hartwell. Reprinted from Locus, November 1992, by permission of the author. A World Without Fritz by Stephen King. Copyright 1992 by Stephen King. Reprinted from Locus, October 1992, by permission of the author. The Mountain to Mohammed by Nancy Kress. Copyright 1992 by Nancy Kress. Reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, April 1992, by permission of the author. Song of the Martian Cricket by David Lunde. Copyright 1991 by David Lunde. Reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, December 1991, by permission of the author. City of Truth by James Morrow. Copyright 1990 by James Morrow. First published in 1990 by Legend Books. Reprinted with permission from Random House, UK Limited, and St. Martin's Press, Incorporated, New York, New York. Let There Be Fandom by Frederick Pohl. Copyright 1978 by Frederick Pohl. Reprinted from The Way the Future Was, Ballantine Books, by permission of the author. Vinland, the Dream by Kim Stanley Robinson. Copyright 1991 by Kim Stanley Robinson. Reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, November 1991, by permission of the author. Danny Goes to Mars by Pamela Sargent. Copyright 1992 by Pamela Sargent. Reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, October 1992, by permission of the author. Even the Queen by Connie Willis. Copyright 1992 by Connie Willis. Reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, April 1992, by permission of the author and her agent, the Joseph Elder Agency. Comments by Gregory Benford, Michael Bishop, Paul DiFilippo, S.N. Dyer, Nancy Kress, Kim Stanley Robinson, Pamela Sargent, and Connie Willis in the headnotes to their stories are copyright 1992 by the Bulletin of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, Spring 1993. Reprinted by permission of SFWA and the authors. The previously unpublished comment in the headnote to Song of the Martian Cricket is copyright 1992 by David Lunde and used by his permission. End of Nebula Awards 28, SFWA's Choices for the Best Science Fiction and Fantasy of the Year, edited by James Morrow. Read by Mary Kane in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, May 1995. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harcourt Brace and Company, 15 East 26th Street, New York, New York, 10010.
End of book.